tools necessary to reduce your risk, along with the monitoring services to detect activity related to your bank accounts, the dark web, even your home title, all while taking over the work if you do become a victim. Not to mention $1 million in stolen funds protection. Plus, your kids are free on their family plan. So if you have a plan, stop wasting money and make the change. And if you're not protected, Xander is the smartest option. Call 800-356-4282 or visit Xander.com.
KTAR-FM, Glendale, Phoenix, Arizona's news station. KTAR News, 92.3 FM. KTAR News, now.
Good afternoon. It's 2 o'clock. I'm Becky Lynn. The FBI has released 2 photos of a person of interest in the assassination of Charlie Kirk. The shooter who fired a single shot from a distant roof remains at large and unidentified. Meanwhile, we're expecting Kirk's casket to arrive in Arizona from Utah later today aboard Air Force Two, accompanied by Vice President J.D. Vance. Charlie Kirk's assassin may not be as skilled as initially thought. That's the assessment of former FBI investigator John Hooper, who tells the Mike Broomhead Show while Kirk was shot in the neck, he suspects that wasn't the goal.
He was lucky enough, in his eyes,
right,
to have a fatal shot. But my speculation is that he was aiming for the head and he actually missed his shot.
Hooper adds the shooter's apparent decision to ditch the murder weapon in the woods is further evidence of his inexperience. He thinks it's only a matter of time before an arrest is made. President Trump says he'll pay tribute to Charlie Kirk.
President Trump says he'll posthumously award Charlie Kirk the Presidential Medal of Freedom, the nation's highest civilian honor. The president today at a September 11th remembrance ceremony at the Pentagon, speaking about the death of Kirk, a prominent conservative activist who played a key role in turning out voters for the president last year.
Charlie was a giant of his generation, a champion of liberty, and an inspiration to millions and millions of people.
Karen Travers, ABC News, the White House.
Across the country, several historically black colleges and universities, known as HBCUs, have gone on lockdown following a series of threats. The heightened security alerts coming just a day after the shooting death of Charlie Kirk on a college campus, although police have said they don't know of any connection between the two. ABC's Alex Prochet has more.
The FBI has released a statement. It does say that the FBI takes these threats very seriously because it puts innocent people at risk. While we have no information to indicate a credible threat, we will continue to work with our local, state, and federal law enforcement partners to gather, share, and act upon threat information as it comes to our attention.
It's a hideous day in American history, and it's always going to be tragic, and it's always going to be heartbreaking.
24 years later, people still reflecting on the terror attacks of 9/11. Political analyst Meghan McCain tells the Mike Broomhead Show today is the day to honor first responders and remember the lessons learned.
That was a time of unification for the American public, and that, I think, is something we can certainly go back to.
Nearly 3,000 people died, and every year dozens of volunteers come together to transform Tempe Beach Park into a healing field with nearly 3,000 flags, each one in honor of a person lost that day. Nick Bastian, co-chair of the Healing Field, on today's tribute.
You know, we're here because we lost a lot of people that day, and there's been so many people that did, say that we'll never forget, and we take that to heart, and we just want to make sure that we honor the lives that were lost, and that's what brings us back every year.
The flags will be up throughout the weekend with a candlelight vigil at 7 tonight. There will be a free concert on Saturday evening and a 5K run on Sunday morning. Well, we have another sign of a job market in trouble.
First-time applications for jobless benefits had been coasting along at a fairly steady pace all year. But in the week ending September 6th, 263,000 were filed, an increase of 27,000 from the week before. It's the highest level for initial claims since October of 2021.
That's ABC's Jim Ryan. Authorities have arrested 33-year-old Luis Alejandro Mejia Mayanedo in last month's deadly shooting near 13th and Southern Avenues. He's facing second-degree murder and other charges in the August 15th killing of 41-year-old Gambino Martinez Jr. We have more at KTAR.com. Checking on traffic now in the Valley Chevy Dealers Traffic Center. Only one real problem to bother you at the moment. A crash at 3rd Street and 52nd Street in Tempe. Traffic brought to you by Schwartz Laser Eye Center. Schwartz Laser Eye Center is the official Team Eye Doc for the Suns and the Diamondbacks. Visit teamidoc.com and schedule your free eye evaluation today. Weather-wise, just a very slight chance of any showers. High today expected to be around 103. 82 overnight for our low temp, and then 100 tomorrow. About 98 on Saturday, right around 100 degrees all weekend long. Currently in Avondale, it's 101 degrees. Weather's brought to you by Howard Aaron Plumbing. For the replace or repair, call Howard Aaron Plumbing. I'm Becky Lynn on Arizona's news station, KTAR News.
The Chris and Joe Show. Afternoons 2 to 4 on KTAR News 92.3 and the KTAR News app.
Hey there, friends. I'm Chris. He's Joe. Chris and Joe Show. Latest updates that we have from the Charlie Kirk assassination. There's been an awful lot that's gone on here in the last, what would you say, Joe, the last hour, 2 hours or whatever. We're finding out that they found a weapon in the woods near the school. It was an older rifle, but they don't know for sure if that was involved in the shooting or if it was somebody else's rifle out there, right? And I know it's easy for us to say, well, who else's could it be?
Didn't they find a screwdriver too?
Right. Yeah. So
they're saying it could have been used to take it apart or put it together.
Sure, could have.
Right.
Or there was just some, I don't know. I don't know the area well enough.
Yeah.
I can tell you that growing up in a real rural area where there were a lot of hunters, it would be odd to find a rifle in the woods. You don't really abandon a rifle. They're not cheap.
Yeah, right? I mean, I walked around in the back of the woods behind my parents' house plenty of times.
Never found a rifle.
Found a lot of rocks, found the occasional deer, found some streams.
Yeah.
Never found any guns.
Never a rifle.
But it's not impossible.
Did they hunt behind your house? Was that an area where there was hunting?
We would hear gunshots go off occasionally. Right. So people hunting deer, yeah.
So this happens a lot. My folks are deep in the woods, and it's not uncommon at all to have their next door neighbor, shooting out back. Sometimes he's just target practicing. Sometimes we're pretty sure he's getting dinner. It would be weird to find a gun in the woods. That said, it would be a lot weirder to find a gun in the woods near, say, where you grew up near the University of Michigan, right?
Yeah.
Like it would be weird to find it in the rural areas. It would be exceptionally rare to find an abandoned firearm that wasn't tied to something like this near a university. Fair?
Fair.
Okay. All right. So I just wanted to make sure that we were clear that they found a gun, but we don't know if it's tied to it. I just can't imagine a circumstance that it wouldn't be tied to it. Right?
I think it's really important that people hear those last words that you just said, because they are critical. You just said, not impossible, but you'd be pretty surprised if it wasn't tied to it.
Exactly. Exactly.
And that is, that is really, man, just the theme that I think is so important, that people hear everyone's words. Hear everybody's words. Because a lot of people are going to say, you just said that the gun's not tied to the shooting. It's like, no.
No, not what we said.
No, not at all.
Yeah.
No.
That said, the manhunt is ongoing.
For
the FBI,
person of interest number 3.
Yes. The FBI released images of this person of interest. The experts that I've seen are saying if the FBI is releasing these images, it likely means that their facial recognition software didn't find anything that they could use, right? Mm-hmm. So they're asking for the public's help. I got no problem with what the authorities are doing. I believe we have the best of the best that are looking into everything going on around this assassination.
Yeah, Pablo and I were talking about the images that are out there of this, what appears to be a guy. Pablo said, what do you think, college age? I said, yeah, probably young 20s, maybe early 30s.
Yeah.
White guy wearing some sunglasses and a shirt that looks to have the American flag on it, potentially with a gun.
I couldn't tell what I saw. The American flag was distinct. I couldn't tell what the other images were on
Again,
there. So was it a patriotic?
Could have been a gun, or could have
Again, I think, Joe, this really typifies what we're seeing right now, is that there are so many holes in the story. And there are an awful lot of people who are racing to fill those holes to match their narrative. I think there is. I saw a term today online, and I made the mistake. I advised people don't go online yesterday, and of course, then I did it.
You did it? What is wrong with you?
Because I got a text message from my partner this morning that said, I think we should talk more about Charlie Kirk and the violence and the outrage that's going on. And I went, you SOB.
And to be clear, you mean this moron, not your
that's
wife.
Right. No.
Yeah.
No.
Yep.
So I did see, I saw some outrage farming that was going on. Yeah. Let me see.
Outrage farming. So that's the term that you learned?
I learned that today.
Oh.
Yeah, outrage farming.
I like that. What is an example of outrage farming?
Well, it's when you sort of take you take the holes in the story, the things that we don't know the answers to,
okay,
and you fill it in with things that are bound to boil people's blood. For instance, here's Matt Forney, who's an author, and he wrote, Charlie Kirk being assassinated is the American Reichstag fire. It's the time for complete crackdown on the left. Every Democratic politician must be arrested and the party banned under RICO. Every libtard commentator must be shut down. Stochastic terrorism, they caused this.
Got it. Yeah.
Right.
I saw a few posts like that last night on my Facebook feed.
What'd you do?
I admit that I did not unfriend, but I unfollowed those people.
You just didn't want to see their stuff popping up.
Deeper than that. Not only did it was on the left and the right. The example you just provided there was from someone on the right.
Yeah, by the way, the ones on the left seem to be very conspiratorial.
But I saw
have some more on that.
I saw both the left and the right, and it's just, to me, oh, man, I really, really, really try to engage with people who I don't always agree with. I don't care if you walk in lockstep with what I say. I mean, I think I sometimes agree with people on the right and people on the left. So good luck walking in lockstep with me. But if you are so far on one side or the other that after somebody gets shot and killed that you need to post a message like that, like, my gut reaction is just, you know what, I don't always do this, but last night I was just like, you know what, I need to take a bit of a chill pill, and I don't want that in my life for right now.
A little palate cleanser?
Yeah.
Yeah. Then we get up today, it's 9/11, and the president posted a video where he said this.
For years, those on the radical left have compared wonderful Americans like Charlie to Nazis and the world's worst mass murderers and criminals. This kind of rhetoric is directly responsible for the terrorism that we're seeing in our country today, and it must stop right now. My administration will find each and every one of those who contributed to this atrocity and to other political violence, including the organizations that fund it and support it, as well as those who go after our judges, law enforcement.
I'm getting the feeling from the president here.
Mm-hmm.
It's one of those messages that I don't know if it's a dog whistle. The president knows what he's saying, right? And he's talking to the base. We're going to go after those people
on the left.
Well, he mentioned the radical left, and then he talked about the ideology is behind the terrorism, and we're going to go after the groups that fund it.
Yep.
So wait a minute. If you were to say the president says he's going to go after Democratic political action committees, and he's going to silence them, and he's going to hold them accountable for murders or whatever, right?
Yeah, I guess he didn't explicitly say that.
Right.
Yeah.
So you're going to have some that are going to say, oh, he's fanning the flames. And then you'll have others that are saying, no. He's saying terrorism has to stop, and we're going to track down anybody that's funding terrorism.
That's kind of the beauty, and what drives me nuts with our president right now is you try to nail this jello to a tree, and he just wiggles out of it sometimes. Like you said, I think he knows what he's saying, but he's not 100% clear though either.
But I think that's part of what makes him so good at what he does, right? Is that he sort of walks that, like you said, you can't nail that jello to a tree. Joe Huizenga, you said something yesterday. I believe it was during rehearsal. I don't think you said it on the air.
Oh, it's probably best I kept it in rehearsal.
No, I'm going to call you out now.
Oh, no.
You talked about politicians viewing rhetoric as a game, but you said it's a game with real-world consequences.
Yeah.
I actually wrote down something you said. I wish you'd write down the things you say.
I tell you all the time, Chris, to just write it down. Thank you for doing that for once.
If you're unfamiliar with the show, Joe is terrible at writing down his thoughts, and I keep telling him, write that down, write that down.
I wrote down some things today.
You did. I'll give you full credit on that.
Thank you.
But when you talk about politicians viewing rhetoric as a game, I thought about this on my drive home yesterday.
Yeah, what'd that mean to you?
Well, I was thinking about other games. And I was thinking about when we watch the NFL, and we've got a big NFL game tonight, too.
Mm-hmm.
When we watch the NFL, the players are out there, and they are beating the crap out of each other.
Yeah, running at each other head first.
Yes, and it's all understood, though, that this is we've referred to the gridiron as a battlefield, right? We've used these sort of analogies.
Gladiatorial combat.
Absolutely. But when someone is injured on the field, and I mean really injured, right, you will have both teams come out there and rally around that person. And you'll see players from both teams take a knee and hold hands, and they will pray around an injured player while the medical staff treats them. We've seen ambulances come onto the football field, load someone up onto a stretcher, and take them off. Sometimes that player will hold a thumbs up to the crowd, and the crowd goes wild because they go, well, this is great. He's moving. And then there are times that the player will not. And we've seen some pretty severe injuries happen on the football field in the past. This is not a commentary on the violence of football. However, with the exception of, I think, the Damar Hamlin game, whenever there is Damar Hamlin was the guy that had a heart attack on the field, 2 years ago?
From the Bills, yeah.
From the Bills, right, yeah.
I think 2 seasons ago.
Once that player is off the field, the game resumes. And they go, well, we got to get back to the game. I feel like that's what's happening with our politicians. That the game is that we point fingers and we fundraise off of how bad the other person is and how much money we need to defeat the other person, and we refer to politics as a contact sport, right? All these different things. But then something tragic happens. The real-world consequences that you spoke of in this game. Mm-hmm. And then we all kind of take a knee together and we go, wow, this is really violent. We have to remember it's violent, and we should pray for the family, and we should really think about them, and we should... And then a day later, they go, well, we got to get that game clock started again. And we get back to the left did this. No, the right did this. It's a false... I saw the false flag stuff online from people on the left. And I just am reminded, when you say it is a game, it has so many parallels to what we see in some of those other professional sports. Sadly, I think that as part of the game, we are not going to change. Our why today, why can't we change? We all condemn the violence, and then we go right back to the game. Why can't we change? That's next in the Chris and Joe Show, KTAR News.
First, here's Becky Lynn with today's top story right now.
KTAR News Flash.
At 2:17, I'm Becky Lynn, and here's what you need to know right now. Federal investigators have released a few details now about the suspect wanted for the shooting death of Charlie Kirk in Utah. Among them, the shooter vanished off the roof and into the woods, where investigators say they've recovered a high-powered hunting rifle. They say they've also collected evidence, including a palm print, a shoe impression, and released a photo of someone in a hat, sunglasses, and long-sleeve black shirt. There's been no motive mentioned, but political violence is suspected. ABC News contributor and former FBI agent Richard Frankel says agents are already likely doing a deep dive to check if this shooter was a lone wolf actor or part of a larger group.
We've been looking at political violence and terrorism since the 70s off the Joint Terrorism Task Force in New York. So that is something that is plainly in federal law enforcement's sights if it is in fact accurate. And I think that's what really needs to be looked into now.
All of our top stories are only 15 minutes away. For more news, go to KTAR.com or the KTAR News app. We are looking for a high today of 103 degrees, 100 tomorrow, and right now it's 99 in Buckeye. Weather brought to you by Howard Aaron Plumbing. With a replace or repair, call Howard Aaron Plumbing.
What's the why? Chris and Joe are diving deep into the stories that matter.
Our why today, why can't we change? Maybe we should be asking, why won't we change? In a story in Political Violence for Times Magazine, Charlie Homans wrote that about a fifth of Americans believe that political violence is at least sometimes justified. And at least half agree that it's sometimes justified if the other political party committed violence first.
Mm-hmm.
Now, to his credit, at a speaking event 4 years ago, a man in the audience asked Charlie Kirk about when it would be justified to kill political opponents, and Kirk shut him down and said, "We must exhaust every peaceful means possible," to his credit. I don't think we're doing that. I don't think that we are going to change. I think that we thrive on this, let's call it violent speech that we have going on right now. And why is that? Part of it, I think, it has to do with our natural reactions to paranoia, to fear, to anger. And we look at those who are political opponents as existential threats. That person doesn't see the world the way I do. Their worldview is a threat to my worldview, and therefore they are a threat to me. And then we have a lot of these rage baiters or outrage farmers, as we found out earlier in the show, who capitalize on that. They raise their own profile, they raise their clout, they raise their shares, their clicks, their followers, their subscribers by tapping into that paranoia, that fear, and amplifying that anger. That's one thought I had.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Did you?
Well, did I have thoughts?
Yeah.
I have a lot of them. You know, you were talking about the game that I threw out there, and I think it's important to also think about if you've been to a football game, odds are is you've been standing or sitting in the stands and you hear that lady or that guy scream, "Kill him!" And it's a metaphor to stop the guy from moving down the field. Well, yesterday somebody took that metaphor and they applied it to real life. They didn't like Charlie Kirk and they killed him. They really killed him. And like you said, credit to Kirk for saying, hey, we have to exhaust every means possible. Don't just kill political opponents and things like that. I think a big part of the problem, though, is we're unwilling to listen. Or we might listen, but we get so consumed with anger, like you said, with the 20% out there who say, hey, if they did it first, we can go and do it. And we've got this, well, you did it, so now I can do it going on. And it's just going back and forth, and it's never going to end. Where you've got anger, which, what was Yoda's whole thing? Fear leads to hate, hate leads to anger, dark side, all that. So we've got this just the worst version of anger possible, Chris. We've got a serious lack of listening in our country. And then we've got this, well, they did it, so I can do it. And just horrible justifications for awful, awful things. But
do you think that that's a sort of a moral high ground claim that people make? Like, well, I'm justified in doing... By the way, to correct you, it's 50% that say it's okay violence is justified if the other political party committed the violence first.
Ugh.
Not just 20, it's 50% that say, well, if they did it first. So I think we have this sort of moral high ground, like, well, I'm a victim, so now it's totally okay if I or someone who's in my tribe does something horrible.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, to me, it really comes down to the lack of respectful listening. We're not willing to concede on any point anymore. I don't know if we ever really were, but somehow it seems to be getting worse. And a word that I like a lot that is increasingly becoming a dirty word, again, is compromise. That compromise is looked at as like the worst thing ever. Like, why would you even talk to the other side or, somebody who you disagree with, let alone compromise? What? Find some kind of middle ground? That's unconscionable. Yeah, it's like you said, why won't we change? I think it goes back to a lot of that. I like to believe that we can do it, but we are so stubborn that we are unwilling to do it.
You keep mentioning listening, and I was thinking about what is it that we are listening to? Because I think oftentimes we look for that confirmation bias. So I don't think that we are looking to listen to a variety of viewpoints. Yeah. And feel free to weed out the extremes. I think you should weed out the extremes, even though your algorithm is going to bump those to the top of your feed. If you can weed those out, great. But we're not really listening to anyone that doesn't agree with us. And so what happens then is I believe that we have some manipulation in the messaging. And the internet amplifies all of that stuff.
Yeah.
So you say we're not willing to listen to the other side. I think that we're being fed our confirmation bias as well. And so unless we change the system in which we are receiving these messages, I don't see change happening.
That I think is really true, and I admit that I'm part of the problem. Like I said, I was unfollowing people on both sides last night because I just lost patience with the argument of, it's the liberals, they're all evil, or the conservatives are all evil.
But I don't think that's I don't think that's unreasonable because no one's making a point in that. When they're just name calling, they're not making points.
I mean, there were paragraphs below that that I read and looked through, but that was the gist of what they were saying. And I agree with you, but how does it's not that I committed any mortal sin last night unfollowing those people. But the issue that I have is like you said, if I get rid of those people from my feed, and if I only follow the people who are centrist, who are moderate, who don't say those types of things, don't we need, I'll say everybody, and I don't mean literally everyone, but I mean, don't we need most people to come along for the ride? And if those folks who say those things aren't willing to engage, isn't that still part of the problem too? Like on some level,
yes.
Would it help me?
It's not the reasonable people that are pulling triggers,
right? But I mean, would it have done me some good to a couple days down the road potentially send them a message or try to understand where they're coming from, or say, hey, do you really believe all of that, or were you just upset in the moment? Instead, I've unfollowed them, and now I can't do that.
Meh.
Yeah,
Meh.
Okay.
I don't condemn you for doing that.
No,
I don't think it's a bad thing.
I appreciate that. It's not a bad thing. I just think perhaps I was a bit closed-minded.
Briefly here, shout out to Connecticut. And Connecticut gets a shout out because I saw a joint statement on Charlie Kirk that talked about it being unacceptable and rejecting all forms of political violence, saying there's no place in our country for such acts. We're all praying for Charlie Kirk and his family and everyone around Utah Valley University. That joint statement came from the Young Democrats of Connecticut and the Connecticut Young Republicans. That's the example of how things get better. Unfortunately, I only saw that joint statement one time today on the internets and did not see much else that was talking to cool the temperatures in the room. How about we do this? Joe, will you man the phones there for just a second? Phone number 602-277-KTAR, 602-277-KTAR. Do you predict the U.S. becoming more or less violent in the wake of the Kirk assassination? You've got the Connecticut young politicians saying, we got to chill out. And you have others that are saying, nope, we've got to round up anyone that disagrees and we've got to prosecute them. Do you predict the U.S. becoming more or less violent in the wake of the Kirk assassination? Phone number 602-277-KTAR, 602-277-5827. Looking forward to hearing what you are feeling today. But if the internet is any indication, the vocal minority has no plans of calming the waters. What some are saying that could lead to escalation is next on the Chris and Joe Show, KTAR News. Now, every year we have the storms roll through. Could be a dust storm, could be a monsoon. We've got storms that hit the valley. And if you've got those original cheap contractor-grade windows in your house, they start rattling. They start making all kinds of noise. And it's time to do something about that. That's a good indicator things aren't cool. You walk by your windows and it feels warmer on that side of the room, that's an indicator that it's time to replace those windows. Walk through the Advanced Window Products facility in West Valley. You're going to see the quality and the care that they put into making the best windows that you can get. They're using that Cardinal glass, which is made right here in the valley. Then they assemble those windows right here in the valley. Top quality vinyl windows made in the valley for the valley. And because they're made right here, you get factory direct pricing, and you also get the best guarantee in the business. In fact, I can't think of another window manufacturer. I could be wrong, but how many window manufacturers say that if the neighbor boy hits a baseball through your window, they'll come out and fix it for free? I can't think of any. It's no hidden cost because they just want to do right by you. Family-owned, locally staffed, valley-made for the valley. Call Advanced Window Products to get brand-new high-efficiency windows before the next storm hits. 480-764-2002. Take advantage of $2,500 in savings when you buy 10 windows or more. Call them 480-764-2002. Again, 480-764-2002 for Advanced Window Products.
The KTAR News app, your link to live streaming audio, breaking news, podcasts, in-depth coverage of the stories that are important to you. Download the KTAR News app, and you're always in touch with Arizona's news station. The KTAR News app, presented by Rias Air Conditioning, Plumbing, and Electrical.
Protect your liver and give it the support it deserves by making Active Liver from New Nordic part of your daily wellness routine. Find Active Liver in stores at your local CVS, Meijer Grocery, or online at Amazon, or at newnordicusa.com.
I'm Ed Evans, CEO of Consumer Cellular. We're dedicated to serving people 50 and up like me. Our needs are different. Big Wireless wants us in an unlimited plan, but if you're not using all that data, you're probably getting used. At Consumer Cellular, we're focused on affordable, reliable plans, including data that suits your needs, not ours. Our plans start at just $20, and you'll get the best customer service in the business.
Call 1-888-FREEDOM or visit consumercellular.com/facts. Plans include $5 credit for auto pay and e-billing. See site for additional facts.
Tired of hearing scary radio ads about the IRS? Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000 or $500,000, we have a solution. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS with zero risk to you. We have over 1,000 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ with a BBB. End your tax nightmare today by visiting TRA.com or call 800-275-1728. That's 800-275-1728.
Ooh, ma. What was that? That is business phone bliss with the Ooma Cloud phone system. It handles all our voice, video, and messaging needs.
You sound very...
Calm, I am. Ooma has everything I need to run my business more efficiently, like virtual receptionist, call routing, and video conferencing. And it starts at just $19.95 per month per user, plus taxes and fees.
Ooma.
Nice. Find your business calm at ooma.com/radio.
This message comes from Viking, committed to exploring the world in comfort. Journey through the heart of Europe on an elegant Viking longship with thoughtful service, destination-focused dining, and cultural enrichment on board and on shore. With small ships that bring travelers closer to the destination, there's more time to explore. And every Viking voyage is all-inclusive, with no children and no casinos. Discover more at Viking.com.
Jamie West here with Walt, one of the amazing Life Plan residents at Beatitudes campus in North Central Phoenix. What does being a Life Plan resident at Beatitudes campus mean to you?
Health opportunities, social opportunities, and then opportunities to manage your life without interruptions. And you can choose to take whatever you want out of it. Games, as well as musical opportunities. So it's just a great place to be.
Learn more about the Life Plan community by visiting beatitudescampus.org. Live brightly, age boldly at Beatitudes.
Orthopedic care. At Abrazo Health, we believe these two words are better together. When joint pain postpones a walk with friends or halts a weekend hike, recruit our orthopedic physicians, surgeons, and physical therapists to join your team. From our minimally invasive advanced technology designed to improve patient outcome to our comprehensive rehabilitation program, start your journey to a pain-free life. Find your partner in care at abrazohealth.com/orthopedics.
If you could rewind 10 years, what would you do differently? Buy Apple stock at $20? Skip the Ghost Pepper Challenge? Maybe even rethink the skinny jeans. Nate here, owner of Blue Sky Pest Control. Some regrets are harmless, termite damage isn't. You can't go back in time, but you can keep termites from eating your future. Call 602-BLUE-SKY today for your free termite inspection. Hello, Blue Sky. Goodbye, pests.
KTAR News now.
It's coming up on 2:33. Good afternoon. I'm Becky Lynn. The FBI has released two photos of a person of interest in the assassination of Charlie Kirk. The shooter, who fired a single shot from a distant roof, is still at large and unidentified. And we are expecting Kirk's casket to arrive in Arizona from Utah later today aboard Air Force Two. It will be accompanied by Vice President J.D. Vance. In the wake of the assassination of Kirk, a former target of political threats hopes people be their best selves in this sensitive moment. Former member of the Maricopa County Board of Supervisors, Clint Hickman, tells the Mike Broomhead Show that goes double for those harboring hate.
If you believe in God, if you believe in a higher power, or even if you just believe in you, yourself, send
look to your better angels with this. We need to turn off the rhetoric.
Hickman and other members of the board were repeatedly threatened after certifying Joe Biden's win of Arizona in the 2020 election cycle. At the time, conspiracy theories surrounding voter fraud in Arizona were promoted by many prominent conservatives, including Kirk. Today marks 24 years since the 9/11 terrorist attacks, and every year at Tempe Beach Park, there's a visual reminder of all those who were lost that day.
Volunteers spent this morning pounding rebar into the ground and planting nearly 3,000 flags, each one in honor of a person lost on September 11th. Nick Bastian, co-chair of the Healing Field, says the tribute is a reminder for those who were around to see that day and a lesson for those who weren't.
It's amazing to see little kids come out and families bring kids, and there's groups of school children that come out, and it's a great learning experience, but it's just a great way to reflect and, as Americans, remember what happened that day.
The flags will be up throughout the weekend with a candlelight vigil at 7 tonight, a free concert Saturday evening, and a 5K run on Sunday morning. In Tempe, Colton Krolak, KTAR News.
Let's check your traffic now with Enrique Garcia, live in the Valley Chevy Dealers Traffic Center.
Thank you so much, Becky Lynn. In Phoenix, we have a disabled vehicle on the right-hand shoulder on the Loop 202 Red Mountain westbound near 32nd Street. Phoenix with another disabled vehicle, this time blocking the center lane on State Route 143 southbound near University Drive. This report is brought to you by the Lund Mortgage Team. With the real estate market starting to shift, now could be the time to buy you a home. To save thousands on a mortgage that fits your family needs, visit thelundmortgageteam.com today. Enrique Garcia, KTAR News.
103 should be our high this afternoon. Tomorrow, 100 for a high, and it's 100 right now at Apache Junction. Weather brought to you by Howard Air and Plumbing. Whether replace or repair, call Howard Air and Plumbing. I'm Becky Lynn on Arizona's news station, KTAR News.
Chris Merrill, Joe Huizinga, The Chris and Joe Show.
Talking about the assassination of Charlie Kirk, the suspect still at large. You heard Becky Lynn talk about that in the news there. And I have this very heavy feeling, I suppose, that we see acts of violence go on all the time and nothing changes. We see school shootings happen and nothing changes. We're all sure we know what the problem is. We don't agree on what the problem is, but we're all sure that we individually know what the problem is. And we go, well, it's guns. Well, it's school security. Well, it's mental health issues. Well, it's, lack of a father in the home. It's a lack of God in people's lives. We all know what the answer is.
It's obviously violent video games, Chris.
There you go. It's I used to play a game called Spin the Wheel of Blame. And we would just spin that wheel, and whose fault is it this time, right? Where's my grievance?
Mm-hmm.
In the wake of this very obvious political assassination, I know there are some people on the left that are saying that he was killed, and people on the right are saying, how dare you say he was killed? He was assassinated. And I don't want to get into a war of words. I don't care. I do think that it was an assassination, and I do believe that it was politically motivated, although my wife told me last night, she says, I think it was religiously motivated. I thought that was an interesting angle. So many of us say, oh, no, this was because of MAGA. And somebody didn't like Charlie Kirk being pro-MAGA. My wife said, no, I think it was somebody that was out to get him because of his religion. I hadn't considered that angle before. So I appreciated her perspective. But we asked the question, do you predict the U.S. becoming more or less violent in the wake of the Kirk assassination? Now, how could this evolve? Could we see retaliation? Could we see copycats? How could this potentially evolve? And I also want to caution you that when they do find the person, and I think they will, when they do find the person and hold that person accountable, how will their name be remembered in history? For instance, you don't forget the name Lee Harvey Oswald. You don't forget the name John Wilkes Booth, right?
Mm-hmm.
Now, I'm not comparing Kirk to Lincoln or to Kennedy, but I'm just saying that when it comes to assassins, I urge caution to my fellow media mates not to allow for that person's name to live in the history books for eternity. Just don't allow that to happen. So I'm curious about your thoughts. Do you think that things are going to get worse, or do you see things maybe getting better in the wake of the assassination? Phone number is 602-277-KTAR, 602-277-5827. Joe.
You want to head to Terry in Maricopa, Chris? See
I would love to.
What she thinks. Terry,
Yes.
more or less violent here in the U.S. after Charlie Kirk's assassination, and why?
I think it will become an increasing issue. Why is two things. The people that I have seen on media sources who have said very rude things, have apologized only because they've been called on the carpet, and it was more of a forced issue. So until it comes to the hearts of each person that this isn't the way that we solve issues and to be able to ever learn to speak about it, I think it will continue to increase.
If you had to offer some advice, Terry, to someone as to how to speak on this issue, what advice would you give them?
Learn to just have an open mind. It doesn't mean that you have to agree at all. Absolutely. Each person, have a discussion about something, and there's always something to learn from the other side. As I said, it's not something you necessarily agree with. I had an instance over the Cracker Barrel issue recently when I said to a person I was going to go use my last gift cards and be done with it. And I said, and then when I'm at the register, I'll just simply, mention that I won't be back because of the changes. And this was before the firings and et cetera, et cetera. And I still don't care. It won't bring me back. Mm-hmm. But they said, why don't you just let it go? And I said, well, I'm not angry about it in the sense I'm not telling somebody that it's their fault over the counter. It's their job. It's a place of employment. But they may have a meeting or something, and maybe in the meeting somebody might ask, a superior would ask, have you had any feedback about what's happened so far? And I want my feedback to be known. In case it happens. So I did. So
very good.
So, yeah.
Thanks, Terry. We appreciate it. Thanks for the call. I appreciate the calmer heads. I also like Terry's take on the whole, it's somebody else's decision. I don't agree with the decision. And so my decision is that I'm not going to patronize this place. But it didn't sound like Terry wanted to take to the internet and become a keyboard warrior over it either. She just said, this is the way it is. This is how I feel, and I'm moving on.
No, I think that's perfectly reasonable.
Do you think people, though, feel like dropping your note in the complaint box doesn't get recognized?
Well, 100%, and I think that's why Terry was saying she wasn't just going to, proverbially eat it. She was going to say something to someone.
Right, but you say something to somebody, you're putting it into the complaint box, and then the boss goes, yeah, just throw that right in the trash.
It's not as though Terry is speaking to the board at the restaurant for sure.
Right.
She's just saying something to, like she pointed out, it's somebody behind the register. Maybe it's a manager, and maybe they can run it up the food chain. But yeah, no, there's logic behind what you're saying.
Yeah, I think so too. Hey, you might be feeling like free speech in America is being threatened now more than ever before. We'll talk a little bit about that, and we'll get more of your calls. Do you believe that in the wake of the Charlie Kirk assassination, there's going to be more or less violence here in the United States? And then, of course, we want to know why you feel that way. I think we're about the only ones in the Valley taking calls on this, and we are really excited to hear your feedback today. It's the Chris and Joe Show, KTAR News.
Insurance companies often have a basic strategy: delay, deny, defend. Some try to grind you down, but they have another tremendous weapon, a software called Colossus. They know which attorneys are great and which are not so great. They know who is likely to take the last offer and who will take them by their scalp, kicking and screaming to trial. They know that they have to pay some firms early and fairly. I'm John Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. The insurance companies have done their homework. Before you hire a lawyer for your injury case, do yours. Visit forthepeople.com and see our settlements and verdicts for cases like yours. We became the largest injury firm in the world for a reason. When you hire the wrong firm, you may be beat before you start. All law firms are not the same. Morgan & Morgan, forthepeople.com.
Morgan & Morgan, forthepeople.com. Arizona lawyer will handle Arizona cases. Prior results do not guarantee a similar outcome. Have you recently moved to Arizona or bought your first house and are wondering what is going on with your water? You're experiencing dry hair and itchy skin. That's because Arizona has hard water treated with a lot of chlorine. You need a Connecticut system for clean, healthy water for your family. Does your tea or coffee not taste like it used to? Connecticut systems filter out contaminants while improving the taste and smell of your water and ice. Safeguard your home and family. 602-910-6570. Visit aquazona.com. Tell them Gato sent you.
Life can be overwhelming, but you don't have to face it alone. At Revival Psychiatry, we go beyond mental health care. We help restore hope, dignity, and your quality of life. From personalized diagnosis and therapy to medication management and non-invasive ketamine treatments, we're here for you. In-person and telehealth options available. We accept most insurance plans. Revival Psychiatry. Compassionate care that meets you where you are. Learn more at revivalpsych.com.
Hey, it's Mike Broomhead. Want to remind you why I love Bulldog security screens. Here's why they're my top choice in home security. Bulldog security screens are custom made to fit your home. Not only do they help block out the sun, they keep out the heat, they also are tough as nails. Trust me. I personally went to their factory right here in Arizona. I tried to break through all of their security screens, and I couldn't. The screens are the real deal. Handmade with military-grade steel, keeping intruders outside and withstanding Phoenix's harshest weather. Plus, they look amazing. They fit your home's design without eyesore, ugly bars, or giant rolling shades on your windows. Take the vacation worry-free, knowing Bulldog security screens are guaranteed to keep your home safe. And isn't that what this is all about? Real home protection. Get all the details and schedule online at BulldogSecurityScreens.com. That's BulldogSecurityScreens.com. Insist on the Bulldog, because Bulldog security screens, they're tough.
KTAR News Flash.
It's 2:45. I'm Becky Lynn, and here's what you need to know right now. As he left the White House to attend the New York Yankees game on 9/11, and one day after the shooting death of Charlie Kirk, President Trump was asked if he's concerned for his own safety.
Not really. I'm really concerned for our country. We have a great country. We have a radical left group of lunatics out there, just absolute lunatics, and we're going to get that problem solved. I'm only concerned for the country.
All of our top stories are just 15 minutes away. For more news, go to KTAR.com. Brought to you by Y-Refi. Weather-wise, 103 today. Very slight chance we could see a little shower. 82 tonight and 100 on Friday. Right now it's 100 in Apache Junction. Weather brought to you by Howard Air and Plumbing. Whether replace or repair, call Howard Air and Plumbing.
It's fall and back-to-school activities keep everyone busy. Remember, emergencies can occur anytime. That's why having naloxone in your home first aid kit matters. Naloxone can reverse an opioid overdose fast. It's safe, easy to use, and it could save a life while you wait for help to arrive. Be ready. Be safe. Add naloxone to your home first aid kit. Remember, seconds matter, and so do the people you love. Learn more at naloxoneaz.org. That's naloxoneaz.org.
Hi, I'm Sherry, owner of Life Source Water. We all know Arizona's tap water is some of the worst in the country. Life Source's whole house water system is the essential home appliance you need. You can drink, cook, bathe, and live clean with healthier water throughout your home. Now we are offering a double dip in savings. Free basic installation plus an extra $250 off. That's up to $1,200 in savings. Call our factory at 1-800-WATER-99 or visit lifesourcewater.com. Hurry, offer ends September 30.
Warranty limitations apply.
It's Gatos, and I'm hanging out with Cynthia and Leo. 25 years married. They do everything together, including going to Aria Dental Implant Center. What's the one joy you're experiencing now that you didn't get to experience before Dr. Joe and Aria Dental Implant Center?
Couldn't eat all the foods that I can eat now. Corn in the cob.
How about steak?
Oh, yeah.
Now you're having a juicy steak?
Now I'm going all out.
The foods that I was missing out on was your harder to chew foods.
Yeah.
Steak, apples. Those were the things that came back into my life.
So those are little things that you take for granted of not be able to have. And then once you get a set of teeth, all that, man, it's like, oh, look what I've been missing. I should have did this a long time ago.
Do what Cynthia and Leo did. They got their teeth fixed. They got brand new teeth. They're eating steak now. Go to Aria Dental Implant Center. It's spelled A-R-I-A. Tell them Gato sent you free consultation. Aria Dental Implant Center. Now let's go eat some beef.
Let's do it.
Chris Merrill, Joe Huizinga, The Chris and Joe Show.
Remember, you can stay informed and stay ahead by subscribing to KTAR News on YouTube. Watch all of our shows and get exclusive interviews, expert analysis, and Arizona's biggest stories all in one place. Just search for KTAR News on YouTube and then smash that subscribe button, as the kids would say. Joe, we asked the question, more or less violent here in the United States after the Kirk assassination? Which way do you see things going? I did happen to see some people that were saying, we don't have a right to speak freely in this country any longer, and free speech is being threatened. And I certainly understand how we come to that conclusion. But I also think we have a bit of recency bias. When people say, well, you just can't speak your mind nowadays, or else, and then you have to insert the opposing party. We'll kill you for it. Mm-hmm. And I thought, that's not new. Aaron Burr, Alexander Hamilton dueled to the death because they had differing opinions. It goes back to the founders of the country when it comes to our differences and ending up with violence, although that was considered civil violence because it was a sanctioned duel, of course.
Yeah, I'm sure you don't have to just look at the U.S. It goes back way further than that in terms of violence.
So a fifth of Americans believe that political violence is at least sometimes justified, and at least half agree that it's sometimes justified if the other party committed violence first. What do you suppose they mean by the other party? Do you think they mean party leaders calling for violence, or do you think they mean just one wacko who identifies as a member of the party committing violence? Because nobody's rushing to defend the shooter in the Charlie Kirk assassination. But what if they catch him and he goes, I did it because nobody's stopping the radical right from committing violence? Is half of the country all of a sudden going to go, oh, well, he did it because the other side did it first? I don't think that's the case. I doubt it, but it wouldn't surprise me if you had 20 or 30% of people saying, well, he had to do it because nobody was putting a stop to what was happening from
look at
right-wing shooters.
How many people got behind the what was the guy who killed the United Healthcare executive?
Yeah, Luigi.
I don't know what percentage of people got behind him, but it wasn't minuscule.
No, I agree with you. I agree. So do you think the violence is going to get better or worse, and why?
Jonathan's in Mesa. Let's check in with Jonathan. Jonathan's going to get better or worse? What do you think when it comes to the violence that we're seeing?
It's definitely going to get worse, which is hard to even imagine just because it's already a pretty, violent place.
Yeah. What do you see as being the escalation? Do you see it being political? Do you see it turning into almost like a civil war situation? That feels extreme, but it wouldn't be the first time in this country.
That's really the only next step to get worse. We're seeing mass shootings and political assassination attempts like monthly, almost weekly now. Yeah. And like you guys said, it's both sides of the aisle that are, have radical people on it that, think that that's the only way forward. And I think, I'm not political whatsoever, but I think Trump coming out and saying, oh, it's just the radical left that's, behind this is a very big mistake.
Not very unifying, right?
Yeah, exactly. And there's so much hate in our country today that the only way for it to get better is for everybody to come together, whether we agree with each other or whether, we have differing opinions, but it's never worth somebody's life.
Yeah, could not agree more.
Yeah, thank you for the call, Jonathan. Sure doesn't feel like we're coming together, though.
I feel like, to his point, I feel like the president missed an opportunity for his legacy with this. I really do. I think he could have been, he wants the Nobel Peace Prize, right? I think he's going to have to shift his mindset if he wants to get that Peace Prize, and I think he missed a prime opportunity yesterday and today to be the unifier. But I think he went back to what he's comfortable with, and that is kind of playing to the crowd.
Well, not just playing to the crowd. Also, I think he feels some obligation to stand up for a guy who helped get him elected, who he feels like on some level was a friend, was somebody who stood up for his cause, too.
Yeah. All right.
You want to try to get one more in here,
Yes,
Chris?
let's do one more.
All right. Bill, you're in New River. We're going to give you the last word here, Bill.
Hi, guys.
Amen.
So, Gatos, I actually agree with your wife. I didn't look at that perspective as well, possibly being a religious versus a political, and that could possibly be. But to answer you guys' question, I believe that it's going to get worse. Until you, and I blame a lot to the media. When you're calling everybody on the right Hitler, fascists, Nazis, it's ridiculous. I mean, you shouldn't be doing this, as well as politicians on both sides. But let's be honest about it. You hear a lot of it on the left, and I'll give you an example. Minnesota's governor, I mean, he's constantly on stage threatening that we should kick, and it's just, it doesn't help anybody. It doesn't help anything.
No, I agree. I agree with you. Just for the sake of balance, and I'm not going to counter anything that you just said, but just for the sake of balance, because you're right. People on the left like to invoke Nazi terminology, and what I see on the right is liberalism is mental illness. Right? Liberals are evil. Liberals are vile. So I see that's the rhetoric I hear coming from the right. And again, I just trying to present the balance, as you said. It's both sides are committing that sin, and so I want to make sure we have an example on both sides. And I could not agree with you more on that. All of those things need to be stopped. Who's going to be the first person willing to stop saying those things in a primary contest when their challenger is going to say that kind of stuff and they're raising money on it?
I just can't believe someone agreed with your wife.
Yeah, it wasn't me.
No, thank goodness.
Shifting gears after Becky Lynn's 3 o'clock news, you already have concerns over Arizona's educational outcomes, and we continually rank near the bottom of the nation. The latest national numbers revealing that rather than Arizona catching up, the rest of the country is slowing down. What today's grads are lacking is next on the Chris and Joe Show, KTAR News.
Arizona's news station, KTAR News, on 92.3 FM, KTAR.com, and streaming live on the KTAR News app.
Peoria Ford is the place to get that new F-Series truck right now. How about an F-150 four-door, right? Not $50,000. No. $39,900. Even brand new F-250 Super Duty diesels. That's $65,000 like other dealers. No. $44,900. It's going on right now. Check them out at PeoriaFord.com. Right on the corner, right on the price. Bell Road in the 101. You buy your Ford anywhere other than Peoria Ford, you pay too much.
Hello, I'm Scott Pfeiffer, founder of Sonora West Development. For over 20 years, we've been turning dream homes into reality right here in the Valley. From timeless architecture to custom finishes, every detail is built around your vision. We don't just build homes, we craft spaces where life happens. It's more than construction. It's collaboration, creativity, and care. Let's bring your dream to life. Visit SonoraWestDev.com to get started. Again, that's SonoraWestDev.com.
Progressive knows if you have to choose between everyday life and your boat, boat wins.
What are you going to do? Take the boat out for a spin or go mail something? Boat wins! Are we cleaning the patio or taking the boat out fishing? Boat wins! Are we skipping that eye exam to go sailing? Boat wins!
Rescheduling eye exams can be a nightmare.
All right, fine. Eye exam, then boat. Yeah!
With Progressive, you can bundle your boat with your home or auto and save with a discount and spend more time enjoying those savings on your boat. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company, affiliates, and other insurers not available in all states and situations.
Finding great candidates to hire can be like, well, trying to find a needle in a haystack, but not with ZipRecruiter. Its powerful technology actively finds and invites qualified candidates to apply to your job. So while other companies might deliver a lot of hay, ZipRecruiter finds you the needle in the haystack.
See why 4 out of 5 employers who post a job on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. Try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/free. That's ZipRecruiter.com/free.
Have you noticed lingering cognitive changes after a COVID-19 infection? Or have you been diagnosed with mild Alzheimer's disease? You could help researchers learn more about the impact of COVID on the brain. Barrow Neurological Institute in Phoenix is seeking participants between the ages of 55 and 90 for a research study. To learn more about the study and how you can join, text STUDY to 620-620.
Is your AC system not working properly? Call Howard Air and Plumbing today during their Labor Day sales event happening all month long. For a limited time, get your diagnostic fee waived with any major repair when you schedule today. Looking for a free second opinion? Get a second opinion absolutely free from Howard Air and Plumbing when you schedule your appointment today. Call 602-953-2766 or schedule your free estimate online at howardair.com. Some restrictions apply. Tell them Gato sent you.
When it comes to your electric bill, saving energy means saving money.
That's why SRP offers many ways to help you cut costs and boost comfort. From rebates and discounts that can save you thousands of dollars, to expert insights that can help make your home more energy efficient. SRP has tools and programs that give you many ways to save. Explore your options today at srp.net/savings. That's srp.net/savings.
I'm with Tim from Moving Team 6. We're talking about their mission and what they mean in the community. You do a lot in hiring vets as well. If a veteran's looking for work, into the training portal for you guys, and what's the thought process behind that?
Well, a lot of them, there's some vets we have some that are retired, but most of them are the younger guys that put in like 4 years. They learned some of the trucking type stuff in the industry as far as when they were in the Army or Air Force or Navy. It makes a nice fit for us, and a lot of them are really disciplined. So like if you look at some of the vets that we have, they don't miss a day. They're just so dialed in.
When you guys moved me, there was a veteran on the crew, and he was such a great guy, and it was nice to make that connection with somebody, and you could see it. It's that dedication to getting the job done. It was pretty cool.
I think that's so important, and that's what we're looking for. Be respectful of people, and I think it's exciting, too, because when we do a move for veterans, they appreciate it so much, too, because we're helping out their fellow vets.
Go to Moving Team 6 for your next move. Spell out that word 6 to get to the right website. MovingTeam6.com.
KTAR-FM, Glendale, Phoenix.
Such a blow to investors. Whether you're a big trader or whether you have a 401k.
Life can be complicated. Planning for retirement doesn't have to be.
So what we're looking at here is a plan and a strategy that guarantees the retirement income, but it doesn't give up that growth for safety.
Learn tips and tricks to help you move forward.
That's not always debt. And when you have the money to pay it off, it's called leveraging.
Tune in to The Parker Holland Show, Saturdays at 3 p.m. and Sundays at 9 a.m. and 1 p.m. right here on KTAR News.
KTAR News now.
Good afternoon. It's 3 o'clock. I'm Becky Lynn. Well, the FBI has now released 2 photos of a person of interest in the assassination of Charlie Kirk. We are expecting Kirk's casket to arrive in Arizona from Utah later today aboard Air Force Two, accompanied by Vice President J.D. Vance. There are a few other details now coming from the FBI concerning the suspect wanted for Kirk's shooting yesterday at Utah Valley University. This photo that officials have say it shows someone in a hat, sunglasses, and long-sleeve black shirt. They also say they have a palm print and a shoe impression. ABC News contributor and former FBI agent Richard Frankel says they also found a high-powered hunting rifle in the nearby woods.
It's something that you can't hide. That's a large weapon. It's very hard to carry, and it would either slow him down or identify him as he's moving along.
The FBI is asking the public for help locating the person of interest in the assassination of Kirk. Former FBI investigator Steve Hooper tells the Mike Broomhead Show the FBI's decision to release this photo of the person is a good one.
They are putting these pictures out so that the whole world can see who this guy is, and I'm sure they're getting dozens of tips.
Hooper says the same strategy was used to capture the Boston Marathon bombers. He has confidence it won't be long before Kirk's killers apprehended. The man accused of plotting to kill President Trump at one of his South Florida golf courses last year is now on trial in federal court. ABC News national correspondent Stephen Portnoy has more.
The alleged would-be assassin Ryan Ruth is representing himself, and he gave a rambling opening statement. After about 6 minutes, Judge Eileen Cannon cut him off, saying he didn't have an ultimate license to make a mockery of the courtroom. The first prosecution witness, a Secret Service agent, testified that the gunman's Soviet-style rifle was pointed directly at his face. The agent described Ruth lying in wait at the fence line in what he called a textbook ambush scenario.
Maricopa County deputies have arrested 33-year-old Luis Alejandro Mejia Moyanedo 4 weeks after a deadly shooting in South Phoenix.
Phoenix police say 41-year-old Gabino Martinez Jr. was killed in the early morning of August 15th near 13th and Southern Avenues. At the time, police detained multiple people, but the Wednesday arrest of Mejia Moyanedo marked the first time police took someone into custody for the murder. Mejia Moyanedo faces second-degree murder, criminal trespassing, and dangerous drug charges. He's being held on a $1 million bond. Get updates at KTAR.com and on the KTAR News app. Serena O'Sullivan, KTAR News.
Today marks 24 years since the September 11th attacks, and memorial services and remembrance events are happening all across the country, including here in the Valley with the Healing Field at Tempe Beach Park. In New York, loved ones of the victims gathered at the September 11th Memorial, where the World Trade Center once stood, and bells, as you heard there, rang the moment that day when the South Tower fell. And it's time now for the KTAR Timeline with Patricia Valencia, brought to you by Beatitudes Campus.
It's September 11th, and we all know what happened on this day in 2001.
We have a breaking news story to tell you about. Apparently, a plane has just crashed into the World Trade Center.
Another passenger plane hitting the World Trade Center.
Terrorists linked to the Islamic extremist group Al-Qaeda, founded by Osama bin Laden, hijacked 4 commercial airplanes and carried out terrorist attacks against targets in the U.S. 2 of the planes were flown into the World Trade Center in New York City. Within a few hours, both of the Twin Towers collapsed into rubble. A 3rd plane hit the Pentagon in Arlington, Virginia, just outside Washington, D.C. The passengers and crew of the 4th plane fought back, and the plane was down in a field near Shanksville, Pennsylvania. Almost 3,000 people were killed that day, including one Arizonan, Gary Bird. Gary was on a business trip and was inside the World Trade Center, but never made it home. The Bush administration responded by declaring a war on terrorism, including the creation of the Department of Homeland Security and the invasion of Afghanistan. And it happened back on this day in 2001.
Time now to check those roads. Let's go to Enrique Garcia, live in the Valley Chevy Dealers Traffic Center.
Thank you, Becky. In Phoenix, we have a crash block in the right-hand lane on Loop 202 Red Mountain Freeway, eastbound near Priest Drive. Heading towards Surface Streets, Phoenix with a crash on 16th Street and Diamond Street. Surprise with a crash on Bell Road and Dysart Road. Asset Preservation Wealth and Tax. Join Stuart Willis for Asset Preservation Hour each week as he empowers and educates those in or near retirement. Sundays at 2 p.m. right here on KTR. Enrique Garcia, KTR News.
Clear and 82 overnight, 100 for the high on Friday, and 98 on Saturday. But right now in Chandler, we're at 101. Weather brought to you by Howard Air and Plumbing. Whether replace or repair, call Howard Air and Plumbing. I'm Becky Lynn on Arizona's news station, KTAR News.
The Chris and Joe Show. Afternoons 2 to 4 on KTAR News 92.3 and the KTAR News app.
Don't bring it up. Don't talk to me.
Don't talk.
Look, don't bring it up.
Don't bring it up.
Yeah. Pablo said he thinks that the boss turns 40 today.
Oh, yeah.
And I said, don't
know what
don't
you're
bring
talking
that up.
about.
Don't bring that up.
She's 29.
I know. That's what I always say. I go,
Yeah.
happy 29th.
Uh-huh.
It's just safe.
Yeah.
Yeah. I was thinking about that because I did see we have kind of a rotating birthday list that goes through the office and it tells everybody, hey, we're celebrating birthdays this month. And I saw her name pop up there, and I saw it was on September 11th, and I went, oh my gosh, can you imagine? She must have been in high school when the Twin Towers came down.
Mm-hmm.
Can you imagine being in high school and it's your birthday? I'll have to talk to her about that next time I see her.
I thought she would have been 4. What are you talking about?
Yes.
She's 29.
You're
high
right.
school.
You're right. She was only turning like 4 or 5. Yes.
Uh-huh.
Yeah, you're right.
Yeah.
So kindergarten for her.
We should not do math on the radio. I mean, somehow you had her in high school. That's weird.
Pablo said she was over the hill. I didn't say that.
Jeez.
I thought that was a little crass.
Oh, Pablo. Over
awkward.
the hill? That's terrible.
It's not okay,
Oh,
Pablo.
goodness.
Can I get you to come into my office? We need to have a little talk.
A little
I've
chit-chat.
called HR in here to join us.
Mm-hmm. Pink slip.
Terrible. Anyway, happy birthday to the boss if she's listening. Speaking of high school, did you see the latest? Oh, this is not great. Oh, America. According to the latest national assessments, it sounds like our high school graduates are getting dumber.
Thank you, Mr. Rosie. That's good.
Scores for 12th graders in math and reading continuing their years-long slide, reaching new lows on national tests, according to data that was released this week. The decline's underway before the onset of the coronavirus pandemic. So it's really easy for us to say, well, everybody got set back a year because of the pandemic. Nope, they were actually sliding before that. So policymakers hoped there would be signs of a recovery when these tests were administered last year. Instead, the results are the latest indication of the pervasive challenges facing American schools and students. That from the Washington Post. Average scores falling to their lowest level since the current versions of these tests were first administered in both math and reading. as did scores the lowest performing students. We saw some low test scores come out right after the pandemic. You remember that? We saw the Arizona assessments come out, and it was poor, but all of the officials said, look, we expected this to be down because of the pandemic. We had the at-home learning, or learn from home, or school from, whatever we called it. And they said, we expected that, but the kids are getting caught up now, and we expect those numbers to improve. And then I think we saw in 2022 and 2023, the numbers did improve marginally. Not a lot, but they did come up a little bit.
Compared to the year before?
Yes.
Okay.
When
we got back to actual school and we weren't doing the school via screen.
Yes.
Okay.
So high school seniors, the latest, this is from New York Times, high school seniors had the worst reading score since 1992 on a national test. Yeah. Dumber than I was.
Debatable.
The reading skills of American high school seniors, the worst that they've been in 3 decades now. I am mildly concerned about this. It might surprise you, though, because you know me, Mr. Dark Cloud.
Yeah, you're always like, nope, no hopes for the American dream. Everybody's stupid. Life is over as we know it.
Okay, yes, all of those things. It's not everybody's stupid. It's that high school graduates they're not stupid. They're just dumber than we were.
Oh, everybody's getting less intelligent.
Which makes me feel superior, and I like that.
Yeah.
Yes.
You should love this.
The American dream is mostly dead, right? It's not dead yet, but it's mostly dead.
No, it's evolving. That's my take.
I do have what I think could be a positive, and we'll dive into that a little bit here after we hear from Becky Lynn and our news update.
Oh, I'm so happy to hear that out of you.
Yeah,
that's good.
Well, I'm not saying you're going to agree.
Oh, is this one of those, Chris, like somehow you claim it's a positive, but it's really a negative?
I think it's a positive, but you might think it's a negative.
I cannot
because
wait
you're
to hear
very
that.
Traditional.
Oh.
You're very traditional, especially when it comes to things like education. You go, nope, all you got to do is pull yourself up by your bootstraps, go get a job at the coal mine, then you can buy a house and raise your children, and you can die of lung cancer just like your grandpappies did.
Well, when I read things like 35% of high school seniors scored as proficient in reading and 22% were proficient in math, that's certainly not positive. I mean, that's not good.
No. And I asked a high school senior, I said, if 22% are proficient in math, what percentage are not proficient in math? And they said, I don't know, like 158?
It'd be 78, correct?
Yeah, you missed my joke.
I
asked a high school senior.
I heard what you did there.
Took you a second.
Well, I wasn't sure if it was a trick question, and if it wasn't 78, so it was like 150. What?
All right, so fair to assume then that 3/4 of our high school grads are below what we would consider proficient in mathematics.
Yes.
Here's where,
and I mean, keep in mind too that proficiency bar is not like excelling. That's like
it's like a C.
That's like doing okay.
Yeah. Reading into the local tea leaves a little bit, here's what concerns me even more. As the rest of the nation is sinking, we continue in Arizona to hover around the bottom 5 states in the nation when it comes to education.
We don't. Just ask Tom Horn. We're firmly in the middle.
Right. Tom Horn says, nope, if you look at what did he say? The Department of Education statistics, it shows that we're in the middle. Also, you can't trust the Department of Education. We need to dismantle it. And then when I take a look at where those rankings come from, they pull numbers from the Department of Education statistics. My worry here is that Arizona kids are even less likely to have basic aptitudes. If the rest of the country is declining and we're not improving our ranking anyway, suppose that we had 35% proficiency in reading and we had 35% proficiency in math. Okay. And the rest of the country's averages are coming down. But if ours remain at 35%, we would move up the rankings.
Yes.
Do you follow me? Okay. However, it seems that we're maintaining the low rankings while the country is getting dumber, which means, ergo, we're getting dumberer.
Yes, we are.
That worries me. And I know what we like to do is we like to cherry pick some really exceptional schools that we have in Arizona. And I will grant you we have some exceptional schools. The basis schools especially are exceptional. We have a lot of really good private schools. Many of our charter schools are excelling, and we've got pockets of public schools that are doing really well. As you know, that we want to continue to shine a spotlight on.
Mm-hmm.
But in totality, not great. And this is an opportunity for us to catch up to the rest of the nation, and we're not.
But we're gonna get your little ray of sunshine here in just a second, though.
I've got a ray of sunshine.
Oh, I can't wait. Chris, what does the Constitution mean today? You're invited to find out at a special event with our partners at Arizona Talks on September 17th. Constitution Day. Hear from special speakers, including lawmakers, professors, and an Arizona Supreme Court justice. Head to the contest page at KTAR.com to learn more.
We've had Republicans and Democrats in charge, and still we can't seem to get test scores up. Why not? Maybe my little ray of sunshine is one of the reasons our kids aren't as proficient as they used to be. That's next on the Chris and Joe Show, KTAR News.
Here's Becky Lynn with the day's top story right now.
KTAR News Flash.
It's 3:14. I'm Becky Lynn, and here's what you need to know right now. President Trump says Charlie Kirk was nonviolent, and that's how he'd like to see people respond to Kirk's murder. But Trump made clear in a video statement that he blames what he calls the radical left political violence for hurting people. ABC's Selena Wang has more now from the White House.
President saying he has an indication of the killer's motivation, but he said, we'll let you know about that later, so we will wait and see if the president shares any more information on that. And this also comes as his vice president is in Utah. We're told that Vance is also meeting with members of Kirk's family as well as close friends.
All of our top stories are just 15 minutes away. For more news, go to KTAR.com or the KTAR News app. Let's get a check on traffic with Enrique Garcia in the Valley Chevy Dealers Traffic Center.
Thank you, Becky. We have a brand new crash in Phoenix on the left shoulder on I-10 Maricopa Freeway westbound near 24th Street. Phoenix still have that crash block in the right lane on Loop 202 Red Mountain Freeway eastbound near Priest Drive. This report is brought to you by Red Mountain Weight Loss. Get real testosterone from real doctors now at Red Mountain. Boost your energy, focus, and your sex drive. Have low T start for free this month only at redmountainweightloss.com. That's redmountainweightloss.com. Enrique Garcia, KTAR News.
Overnight low temp around 82, and tomorrow about 100 for a high temperature. It's 102 right now in Peoria. Weather's brought to you by Howard Aaron Plumbing. Whether replace or repair, call Howard Aaron Plumbing.
Many people are saying, we are better than this. But are we? Or is this exactly who we are? So now what? Join us at 4 on Outspoken with Bruce and Gatos.
Chris and Joe Show, KTAR News, on air, online, on the KTAR News app. And when you're on that app, you just tap that microphone button, and that opens up a screen that will allow you to record a message to us, say something insightful, funny, or crazy, might even play it on the air. And I'll tell you what, we would love it if you are on the app and you just tap on that button and let us know if you think that America is doomed to more violence or if things may get better in the wake of what we saw with Charlie Kirk. I do think that for things to get better, we have to have a turning, no pun intended, a turning point event. And I don't mean that as a play on words with Charlie Kirk's organization. There has to be a moment, right, where we go, enough is enough. I wonder if maybe that was the moment. And curious about your thoughts on it as well. Test scores continue to be very poor. 12th grade reading and math scores as low as they've been in decades. Reading skills are the worst they've been since 1992. Math scores as low as they've been since 2005. Why? Why can't we seem to get those up? We've had Republicans and Democrats in the White House and in the governor's office here in Arizona. We just don't seem to be able to get those up any better.
Yeah, but you've got some ray of sunshine here that this is actually good news as you see it, but I might view it as bad news.
Yeah.
You want to explain?
When we try to figure out why those numbers are down, I think there are a multitude of distractions for youths. And not to go full grumpy old man here, but I feel like attention is being split from homework and toward other things that are more stimulating.
Like screens?
Like screens, yes.
Oh, screen time definitely part of the problem.
Yeah. And when you're paying attention to the screens, I don't think that you're reading for enrichment. I don't think that you're reading to stimulate your brain, even if that's fiction. And you're certainly not engaging in any math skills. But I do think that in order to pass the class, the students today are engaging in the newest tools. We have an intern who's with us, and I was telling her about how some of these AI companies are hiring AI proficient recent college grads, and they're giving them massive paychecks with even limited experience. If they are familiar with AI, they're getting jobs in the AI field, and they're making $100,000, $150,000, $200,000 walking in the door. That's often in Silicon Valley, not here, but that's pretty significant for somebody just coming out of college.
Mm-hmm.
If you think about our high school seniors right now, they've spent the last 2 to 3 years on the internet, of course, but also playing with the new technology, the AI. They've been there as the AI has grown. In the same way that, and I'm going to date myself, in the same way that I was there between the transition of Windows 3.1 to Windows 95 and then Windows 98, I got really good at computer stuff, hardware, software, that sort of thing. And so I grew up around that.
I always fancied you a Vista guy.
I hated Vista. I was not a big Vista fan. It was better than Windows 2000 and Windows Millennium. That was not great.
XP?
XP was dynamite. I was a fan. But I got a little bit proficient with that software. Had I wanted to, and for a while I considered going into computer sciences in college, and then I realized I was bad at math. But I considered going into computer sciences because I'd familiarized myself and I was comfortable around those computers. In the same way, I think that the kids are testing very poorly, but they're still graduating high school. How is that possible? And I think that's largely possible because they're finding ways to get that information on paper. And they're getting good and proficient with AI. Not just the chat GPTs, but the other AIs as well. ChatGPT, of course, is one they're going to be the most familiar with and probably use the most going forward. And if you are hiring somebody coming into your workforce right now, don't you want somebody that is proficient with AI? Because that is the emerging technology that's, I think most of us agree, is going to be the prevailing technology for the next 2 decades or more.
Sure, but if that's the case, and they're so proficient with AI, why aren't they proficient with the math and the reading? Shouldn't some of those skills translate?
Yes, but maybe you don't need the highest proficiencies.
Okay.
Okay. Follow me on this. My freshman year of high school, right, I had algebra and I had chemistry. My algebra and my chemistry teacher were the same guy. And he hated me. He didn't like any freshmen. I later had him as a senior, and I got to like him a lot. But he handed out graphing calculators for both chemistry and for algebra.
Okay.
When I came home with that graphing calculator, my parents were appalled that I would have a calculator for my math class. Why would you do? They're not even teaching you math. They're teaching you how to use the calculator. But I got to tell you, aside from basic algebra, and I've used basic algebra and basic geometry numerous times in little household projects, but beyond that, I really didn't need a lot of the graphing capabilities or the y equals mx plus b. I don't think I've ever used that in my life. But the calculator did it for me.
So
it was more valuable for me to know how to use the tool than it was for me to know how to do the math that the tool was doing for me.
So you're also saying we're using an old standard, whereas life is evolving, and maybe the standard should evolve too?
Yeah, I mean, if you want to say it more succinctly, fine.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, I do. I think you are 100% right. I agree with you on that.
Yes.
Yeah. And it wasn't even a painful agree. It was a willing agree.
All right.
So I agree with you on that, but I do think there are still things to worry about. Like, I mean, did you see this little stat in there about how absenteeism is rising? Because they tried to highlight that test scores with seniors were deflated compared with historic levels. And they said that could be the case because fewer kids are dropping out. Yay, fewer kids dropping out. But yet absenteeism somehow rising. So maybe fewer are dropping out, but more are missing school?
Well, sounds like it.
Yeah.
Okay, so when they say fewer are dropping out, That means the dumb kids aren't dropping out, and they are lowering the overall average as a result.
Yes.
If you could weed out the dumb ones, then your scores would come up.
Yes.
But as you're pointing out, they've got chronic Pabloism. and they're just skipping class more.
Do you hear that in there, Pablo? Pablo did not hear it.
He's not even paying attention. This is exactly what the problem is.
He heard his
the
name.
Kids these days.
He heard his name. He's laughing now. He's like, they said something about me. He doesn't know what it was exactly.
Yeah,
I think we've got a teacher crisis too, man. Where
all right, that's fair.
We need better teachers.
Do we need better teachers or we need more teachers?
Both.
Okay.
Both, because we've got substitute teachers in some of these classes all the time. That's not good.
So we have a teacher absenteeism issue too.
Uh-huh.
Okay.
More teachers dropping out. Bad.
How do you fix that?
Get better teachers.
Okay. Cool.
Well, I think...
Governor Hobbs, why haven't you waved the teacher wand yet?
The simple solution is pay teachers more money. I think that would incentivize people to become teachers. That doesn't make everybody a better teacher, but I think that would lure more teachers into the field. But I think it's...
And then keep more qualified teachers in the field.
Yes.
Yeah.
But I don't think that's the only fix. And I think, it goes back to kind of what we were talking about in the last hour in a weird way of really big problems, not real easy solutions all the time. Like, it's easy to say, hey, just listen more and there will be less shootings. It's a lot more complicated than that.
True.
Like, hey, what do we need to have, these school numbers go up? Just get better teachers. Well, what's that going to take? People say all the time, like, just throwing money at the problem isn't going to fix it inherently. And they're right. It's not.
Yeah, but taking more money away from the problem doesn't fix it either.
That is correct as well.
Yeah. All right. Speaking of money and the problems, IBM 1970, Apple 1980, Bitcoin 2012, NVIDIA 2022. Most of us have missed out on investments that blew up and could have made us rich. You're about to find out that one of your favorite radio hosts could be sitting on a treasure trove of the latest hot commodity, which makes you wonder why he keeps showing up to work. You're going to get that answer in our headline volley. It's the other big headlines you need to know next on the Chris and Joe Show, KTAR News.
I keep showing up to work because I feel amazing when I get out of bed. There's nowhere else I'd rather be than here with Chris, Pablo, and talking with you about how great my feet feel after a run, after a walk in my Good Feet personalized arch supports. But I was not always that way. I'd wake up in the morning and I had plantar fasciitis. And I didn't think that was something that happened to people in their 30s. But after my second marathon, it happened. And I had this stinging, nagging pain in the back of my ankles. And I didn't understand why I felt like a 70-year-old man getting out of bed. It was awful. But if you feel like I used to, you need to go to goodfeet.com and book your free personalized arch support fitting right now. Or head to the nearest Valley Good Feet store. They've got them in Gilbert, Goodyear, Ahwatukee, Glendale, Scottsdale. Feel the difference in the store. Right there in the store. Good Feet arch supports are immediately available. No waiting weeks or months like you would for custom inserts. You can leave with them the same day. Fall back into balance with every step you take. Thanks to the Good Feet store.
Outspoken with Bruce and Gatos.
Charlie Kirk, 31 years old, assassinated on a Utah campus.
People are saying we are better than this. But are we?
What can we do to pull America back from where we are? Outspoken with Bruce and Gatos, we start at 4.
Outspoken with Bruce and Gatos. This afternoon, 4 to 7. KTAR News 92.3 and the KTAR News app.
Pioneer Landscape Centers is now part of Site One, bringing you more inventory, better prices, and 14 Arizona locations. From hardscape to irrigation, we've got it covered. Visit Pioneer.com in order today. Again, that's pioneerco.com.
When you bundle renters and auto with Progressive, you can save while protecting your most valuable possessions, like your priceless vinyl collection. Sure, you sleep on a futon because the money most people would have spent on a bed you spent on more records. But forget the fact that you can stream just about any song ever created for a few dollars a month. No, you need to listen to music in the most difficult way possible. So go ahead and get Progressive so you can save while protecting the things that matter to you. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company and affiliates and other insurers. Not available in all states or situations.
This is the story of the one. As a custodial supervisor at a high school, he knows that during cold and flu season, germs spread fast. It's why he partners with Grainger to stay fully stocked on the products and supplies he needs, from tissues to disinfectants to floor scrubbers. All so that he can help students, staff, and teachers stay healthy and focused. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Oh, it's here, the best time of year, and no, I'm not just talking about football season.
Wait, Wolf, what could possibly top football?
Robert, it's shade season, baby. I'm at the compound, on my patio, cool, comfortable, no glare on the TV, thanks to All Pro Shade Concepts.
That's exactly what we do. Our shade solutions block the sun, cut the heat, and keep your patio game day ready all year long.
Make your season complete. Visit allproshade.com today for a free estimate, because you gotta have shade.
Ready to order?
Yes. We're earning unlimited 3% cash back on dining and entertainment with a Capital One Saver card, so let's just get one of everything.
Everything?
Fire everything. The Capital One Saver card is at table 27, and they're earning unlimited 3% cash back.
Yes, Chef! This is so nice.
Had a feeling you'd want 3% cash back on dessert.
Ooh, tiramisu.
Earn unlimited 3% cash back on dining and entertainment with the Capital One Saver card. Capital One, what's in your wallet?
Terms apply. See CapitalOne.com for details.
Drivers who switch and save with Progressive could save hundreds. With that kind of money, you could go big time and skip the regular line at the airport and pay for speedy security. Imagine not having to quickly unpack and pack at the place you already came packed to. And wearing your shoes the whole time you're there? You can't put a price on that kind of luxury. Well, actually you can, and you paid for it. Switch to Progressive and you could save big time for speedy security. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company and affiliates, not available in all states. Potential savings will vary.
Hit by a drunk driver who chose to get behind the wheel. Hit by a reckless driver who didn't care about the safety of others. It starts an endless road of pain, uncertainty, and financial hardship. If you've been hit, it's time to hit back.
Call Berg Simpson for free now at 602-777-7000. BergSimpson.com. Good lawyers changing lives. It's not just a slogan, it's who we are.
Tune in every Friday during Arizona's Morning News from 5 to 8 a.m. for KTAR's Consumer Voice, proudly sponsored by Arizona Central Credit Union. Tune in as we delve into fraud prevention and consumer protection issues affecting Arizona. Stay informed with the KTAR News team. We've got you covered. Make life simple with Arizona Central Credit Union. Local, trusted, and secure loans for mortgage, vehicles, business, and personal. Arizona Central Credit Union. You belong here. Federally insured by NCUA. Restrictions apply.
KTAR News now.
It's 3:30. Good afternoon. I'm Becky Lynn. President Trump remains confident the person responsible for Charlie Kirk's assassination will be caught. The president told reporters in D.C. he has an idea of what motivated the shooting, but
I'd rather not say. I think progress is being made. He's an animal, total animal.
The president also says he has spoken with Kirk's family, describing his widow as absolutely devastated. The FBI has now released 2 photos of a person of interest in the assassination of Kirk. The shooter, who fired a single shot from a distant roof, is still at large and unidentified. Also, we're expecting Kirk's casket to arrive in Arizona from Utah later today aboard Air Force Two and accompanied by Vice President J.D. Vance. Arizona is no stranger to political strife. Clint Hickman was a member of the Maricopa County Board of Supervisors during the 2020 election cycle and tells the Mike Broomhead Show he knows how quickly things can get out of hand.
People were ginned up to the point to question what I did with an election. And honestly, it was ginned up from people that I considered my friends in my own side.
During the 2020 election cycle, false conspiracy theories surrounding voter fraud caused widespread anger among many people. An Iowa man was sentenced to more than 2 years in prison for threatening to hang Hickman. While more Americans have risen above the poverty line in the government's latest assessment, those in the fastest growing population, seniors, have actually lost ground.
Every day, 11,000 Americans blow out 65 candles. What used to be a celebrated stepping stone into the so-called golden years is increasingly a point of uncertainty. The latest Census Bureau estimate says those 65 and up are in the only demographic group seeing a rise in poverty.
ABC's Jim Ryan. Time for traffic now. Let's check in with Enrique Garcia in the Valley Chevy Dealers Traffic Center.
Thank you, Becky. Out in Deer Valley, we have a crash on the right-hand shoulder on I-17 southbound near Yorkshire Drive. Phoenix, we have a crash left-hand shoulder I-10 Maricopa Freeway westbound near 24th Street. We still have that crash blocking the right lane on the Loop 202 Red Mountain Freeway eastbound near Priest Drive. This report is brought to you by Connecticut Water System. Get the world's most efficient water softener, the Connecticut Premier 850 from Aquazona, 602-910-6570 or aquazona.com. Enrique Garcia, KTAR News.
Clear skies in 82 overnight. Tomorrow, 100 should be our high, and we'll be under the triple digits for Saturday at least. It's 102 degrees right now in Phoenix. Weather brought to you by Howard Aaron Plumbing. Whether replace or repair, call Howard Aaron Plumbing. I'm Becky Lynn on Arizona's news station, KTAR News.
Many people are saying, we are better than this. But are we? Or is this exactly who we are? So now what? Join us at 4 on Outspoken with Bruce and Gatos.
Every day right after Becky Lynn's 3:30 news and a look at traffic with Roundabout Roller, we touch on the other big headlines and ask life's most important questions. Let's tickle your brain bone.
Chris and Joe, this is The Volley. Brought to you by Parker & Sons, AC Plumbing and Electrical. Celebrating 50 years of helping our customers and community. Call Parker.
Joe.
I don't like how you were not volleying with me there. That hurts my feelings.
I'm sorry there, buddy. Pokemon cards, which pay no dividends. You know that, right? They're not at... Oh, by the way, it's not Roundabout Roller. I goofed. It's Enrique today, and I have not come up with a sassy nickname for Enrique.
Let's enter the roundabout with Enrique.
We'll figure something out.
Okay.
Pokemon cards, which pay no dividends and are not subject to financial regulation, have seen roughly 3,821% monthly cumulative return since 2004.
Nothing.
That trounces the S&P 500's 483% jump over the same period.
Huh.
Meta Platforms, one of the Magnificent Seven, has climbed around 1,844 since the company went public in 2012.
That's no Pokemon.
Joe, you are a card trader.
Yeah.
You've been known to flip a few of the trading cards in your day. You ever hold a few back or maybe wish you had?
Of Pokemon?
Yeah, I mean, they're the ones that have gone up.
So I have not, when I was a kid, I did not get into Pokemon. They became a thing shortly after I was like a kid.
But you trade them right now, right? You try to buy them low and sell them to somebody else who does want them?
Yes, so I'm buying the stuff that's coming out now. You almost never see the stuff from 2004 now. Okay. Now, could I have gotten it in 2021 when I got back into the game and sold it for more? Yeah, but it would have been expensive even in 2021 because the stuff that's going for that 3,000+% more that you're talking about was some of the original packs and boxes.
It's kind of like when my dad talks about throwing away the baseball cards that came with his packs of gum.
Yes.
Yeah,
yes.
I got you.
So, yeah, I wish. I mean, I did well with Magic the Gathering. I sold some of that recently. Do you know do you know Magic? You familiar with that?
Yeah, some of the guys in high school
call it
started
Dungeons and Dragons, but it's not.
It's very similar.
Well, it's a
fantasy game, right?
It's a card game, yeah. But yes.
But it's based on fantasy characters.
Yes. So I played that in high school, and I recently sold most of my cards, and made quite a bit of money on that.
Wow.
So I did well with the Magic. Wow. So do I wish I kept hanging on to it? I think it's kind of peaked for the most part now.
Pablo, you ever have anything from when you were younger that you held on to and it became worth more? Or I guess CDs never really grew up in value or anything, did they?
No.
But were there ever any? I had a CD that was autographed.
Yeah, no.
Was that worth anything now? I have no idea.
Mm-mm.
Oh. All right. All right.
Mm-mm.
All right.
Well, I got an autograph.
This question, but it's terrible.
So, I don't know.
Pablo has some sports cards.
No.
What do you mean?
They're not worth anything. Are they worth anything?
No, the only thing sports memorabilia that I have that I kind of hold that's not valuable, but what's it called when you have value in it?
Sentimental.
Sentimental?
Yeah.
Was I have my ticket stubs from 1996 ASU football season. I have the one when we played Nebraska and beat them.
Pablo, you say it's not worth value. That could be worth a pretty penny.
That one is signed by Juan Roque and another offensive lineman. The name was Scott something.
You say that's not worth money. You might be surprised. People collect ticket stubs all the time now because when you go to an event, You don't get a ticket stub now.
You know what the price was on that?
The
And I was
game?
lower level.
The game?
$12.50 or something.
I'm gonna say
$16.50.
I was going to say
Yep.
$20.
There you go.
$16.50.
I believe it.
Wow.
I
All right, Joe, to
believe it.
you.
Chris, your girl Lady Gaga announced that she's bringing her Mayhem Ball tour to Desert Diamond Arena next February 14th and 15th. Isn't that Valentine's Day?
Yeah.
To kick off the second leg of her global tours. Oh boy, whoever wrote this was also a genius.
Man.
Kick off the second leg of her global tour's second American leg. Oops. Who's the last artist you saw in concert, and what female artist would you most like to see?
Well, obviously Chapel Roan. I'd like to see.
Pink Pony Club.
Yeah, I love that Pink Pony Club. It's a banger.
Okay, so that's who you want to see. But who is the last artist you saw in concert? Because I know you haven't seen her. You could have went with me to go see Kesha, and you're like, Kesha, that's dumb.
I'm trying to think. It's probably been 16, 17 years since I've been to a music concert.
Really?
Yeah, I was doing morning radio on a music station, and we
No,
tickets.
16. Come on, Chris.
Yeah, well, I got into talk radio, and then I was doing
That don't
two
mean
shows.
nothing. You can still
I was doing
go to a
two shows
concert.
at once for a while. I was doing a music show in the morning, and then I was doing a talk show in the afternoon. And then once I stopped doing the music show, I really didn't do much in the way of concerts after that.
Oh, my goodness.
I like this. When Pablo pops on the video with us now, I magically disappear. Have you seen that today?
I see that.
That's
You're
great.
gone, huh?
Yeah, anybody watching on YouTube?
You're out.
But when you go away, I come back.
Let me go away.
Yeah. Let's see.
So, Chris, I do 2 shows a day, and I still can go to music concerts.
I'm saying I probably never would have gone to any music concerts because it's just never really been my bag, but I was doing a music radio show. So I would go because it was part of the promotional thing. I saw Ozzy. I saw Ben Folds 5, other end of the spectrum. Trans-Siberian Orchestra.
No, that don't count.
That might be my last concert that I've been to. Yeah. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, that's it.
Okay.
What are you making fun of me for?
What
that
about
counts.
you, Pablo?
2 weeks ago, I went to Ja Rule, Nelly, and Eve.
Okay, and what female artist would you most like to see?
Either Karol G or Shakira.
You haven't seen either of them?
I've seen Karol G before.
Never
Mesa.
Shakira?
No, never Shakira.
Really? Okay.
Isn't Shakira touring right now? Didn't I see that?
Yeah. Los Mujeres No Lloran tour. Girls
Okay.
Don't Cry.
Hips don't lie, girls don't cry.
Yep.
All right.
Or you know what? I like what was the old Dixie girls? Gretchen. What was her name? You would know.
Gretchen Wilson?
Dixie Chicks?
Yeah. I like to see her.
Gretchen Wilson was not a Dixie
No,
chick.
what
but-
was she? She was by herself, right? Oh, Becky
Yeah.
Lynn? Okay. Yeah.
Yeah,
I would
she
like
did
to
the
see her.
Redneck
I think
Woman
she's
song.
coming back too.
Because she
She's
has like
kinda
those
starting
songs
to-
that I like
Yeah,
beer
she's
drinking.
Redneck Woman.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah. That's me right there. Let's go. Want to go with me?
I like
I'll
that
go
you
with
bring
you.
Becky Lynn in and make fun of us too. That's great. Thanks, Bob.
No, I actually go to cool shows. I saw Kesha recently.
These are cool.
At least it's not Trans-Siberian Orchestra when I was
Come
12.
on!
When I was 12.
That was an amazing show.
I'd go to Trans-Siberian Orchestra.
Thank you. You know what? Next time I get tickets, I'm calling you, Becky
You
Lynn.
call
Yeah,
me
but
and I'll
Becky
go.
Lynn, you've been to a show more recently than the last 16 years.
Yes, I
too.
have. I
Thank you.
absolutely have.
You guys say
Exactly.
Trans-Siberian Orchestra, and it reminds me of when I was a kid. My mom used to take me to these concerts. They would come, big concerts, and it was like a Christian guy. His name was Carmen. Do you guys remember
Yes,
that?
I remember.
Oh, yeah, my mother
Carmen
loved
concerts.
Carmen.
Absolutely.
And my mom took me like at least 3 of Carmen concerts.
Oh my
Yeah.
goodness. Yeah.
Only Carmen I know was Where in the World Carmen San Diego.
Oh,
No,
see,
not-
that's why
not
you
saying
misbehave. You're not holy.
Yeah, Rockapella. I saw them in concert when I was like 12.
I saw Rockapella.
Yeah, that was the name of the group that sang the song. They were not.
Where in the world
And Chris
is
probably saw
Carmen
them
San
too when he
Diego?
was 12.
Wow.
Yes.
My parents would take me to shows like Up with People. Do you remember Up with
Yeah, they
People?
did the half bowl, Super Bowl halftime.
Did they really?
I think the first Super Bowl was them.
I think you're right.
Yeah.
Chris
Yes.
feels a lot cooler about that one now.
No, I don't.
Up with
don't.
People did the Super Bowl.
Up
Yeah,
with
they're up there with
people.
they're up there with Kendrick and Janet.
Yeah, right. Yeah.
Yeah.
Katy
right.
Perry with Up with People. Yeah.
Shakira.
Bruno Mars making an appearance. No, I don't think so. You want one more here?
Yes.
All
Yeah,
right.
because it's been a heavy day, man. Let's.
All right,
Yeah,
let's
I
do
need
it.
something fun.
Take a nip of your PSL and settle in. It's pumpkin flavor season and not just for your pumpkin spice lattes. Did you know Illinois produces 3 times as many pumpkins as the bottom 40 states combined, including Arizona? In fact, the land of Lincoln, whose college football helmets look a little bit like the Headless Horseman, produced more than 10 times as many pumpkins as the state of New York, home of Sleepy Hollow and Ichabod Crane. Is America's obsession with pumpkin-flavored everything starting to peak, or is it here to stay? In other words, fad or cultural canon?
Oh, I think it's going to stick around. It's getting more annoying, though. They're sticking pumpkin spice in everything.
I know it.
I'm fine with the pumpkin spice latte, but they throw it in
Oreos and M&Ms.
Oh, have your pumpkin spice cheeseburger. Yummy. No,
not for you.
Revolting. Don't.
Pablo, have we hit peak?
No, it's here to stay, man. It's here to stay. I blame my mom and generation. This time of year, my mom used to pull out all the decorations, the fall decorations. There's a lot of pumpkins going on, and it's still 110 degrees. And I'm like, Mom,
it's Carmen with PSL.
She loved this type of year, and we put out the potpourri that smelled like cinnamon and stuff. Remember that?
Yeah. And then she'd take you to Carmen concerts.
Go see Up With People.
But this is here to stay, bro. This is huge. Pumpkin spice, huge.
Huge.
Everybody loves it. It could bring the world together.
Maybe that's what we need.
Both Republicans and Democrats drink pumpkin spice.
Tone down the violence, drink a PSL. You might be onto something on that. I don't hate that idea. Imagine yourself being chased down by authorities. You run, you try to hide, but it's no use, mostly because you ran right into the arms of an even bigger government agency, one that's built on finding bad guys and bringing them to justice. The terrible choices of people being chased, next on The Chris and Joe Show, KTAR News.
You know, I still have my first car, a classic 66 Mustang, and what is parked right next to what's next, a new Explorer we recently bought from our Desert Ford dealers. Yep, Paul Calvise here. Hey, Ford isn't just part of our family. My grandfather worked for Ford Motor, but it's part of America, our heritage. Yet Ford is also the future. Whether it's family time or four-wheeling time, tailgating or towing, Ford has a powertrain option that fits what you're looking for. Gas, hybrid, electric. You know what else our Desert Ford dealers have? The best-selling line of trucks for 48 years running. That Ford F-Series with the all-new 2025 F-150, designed to be the toughest and most productive ever. And then there's a 2025 Ford Mustang Mach-E, 100% electric, 100% SUV with sports car performance. SUV, my daily driver, a Ford Edge. And again, we just bought a new Explorer. Wait till you see the redesigned interior on the all-new 2025 Explorer. Bottom line, get on down to our Desert Ford dealers or click buyfordnow.com.
Hey, it's Gambo, and as many of you know, about 15 years ago, I had LASIK surgery done by Dr. Jay Schwartz, and I swear to this day, one of the best things that I've ever done for myself. Dr. Schwartz is the most experienced eye surgeon in the Valley, performing over 60,000 LASIK procedures. He has locations in Glendale, Scottsdale, and Mesa, and he's a team eye doctor for your Arizona Diamondbacks and Phoenix Suns. If you want a free LASIK evaluation, call 480-483-EYES or go online at teamidoc.com.
LaDonna here. Are you tired of juggling multiple contractors or projects just to keep your home in shape? I have the solution. It's One Home Solution. From general repairs to plumbing to renovations, painting, flooring, drywall, and more. Hang a TV, wash your windows, fix the sink, done with One Home Solution. Turn that honey-do list into done. Get your weekends back. Download the app or visit onehomesolution.com.
It's Gatos, and I had my great friends at Advanced Window Products come out to my house. I wanted to know how much heat, dust, and noise was being let in by my windows. So they looked at my windows and said, Gatos, you've got builder-grade windows, nothing special. They're basically subpar. I've got bad windows. I need new windows. If you find yourself dusting all the time, there's a solution. You need new windows. Maybe at 5 a.m. you wake up because the dog is barking next door. Here's a solution. You need new windows. Do you have one of those really warm rooms in your house? Another solution? Yes, get new windows from Advanced Window Products. Here's why I chose Advanced Window Products. 39 years of business, A+ rating with the Better Business Bureau, the most affordable, high-quality custom windows in the entire state. And when you mention Gatos, buy 10 windows or more, get $2,500 off. 480-764-2002. Visit advancedwindows.com. Advanced Window Products, your window to a more beautiful home.
KTAR News Flash.
It's 3:47. I'm Becky Lynn, and here's what you need to know right now.
It's a hideous day in American history, and it's always going to be tragic, and it's always going to be heartbreaking.
24 years later, people still reflect on the terror attacks of 9/11. Political analyst Meghan McCain tells the Mike Broomhead Show, today is the day to honor first responders and remember the lessons learned.
That was a time of unification for the American public, and that, I think, is something we can certainly go back to.
Nearly 3,000 people died. All of our top stories are only 15 minutes away. For more news, go to KTAR.com or the KTAR News app. Let's check on traffic now. Here's Enrique Garcia live in the Valley Chevy Dealers Traffic Center.
Thank you, Becky. Out in Guadalupe, we have a crash on the right-hand shoulder on I-10 Maricopa Freeway eastbound near Elliott Road. Deer Valley with a crash on the right shoulder on I-17 southbound near Yorkshire. Phoenix with a crash left-hand shoulder, I-10 Maricopa Freeway near 24th Street. This report is brought to you by the Arizona Painting Company. The Arizona Painting Company, the #1 painting company in Arizona. They do it all, residential and commercial, inside and out. Enrique Garcia, KTAR News.
More fiber and laxatives, eh? Who are you? I'm future you. Future me? Constipation with belly pain still coming back? Our doctor figured it out. It's irritable bowel syndrome with constipation, or IBS-C. And Linzess could help you get ahead of it.
Linzess linaclotide is a prescription medicine that treats IBS-C in adults. It's not a laxative. It's a once-daily pill that helps you get ahead of your symptoms. It's proven to help you have more frequent and complete bowel movements and helps relieve overall abdominal symptoms, belly pain, discomfort, and bloating. These symptoms were studied in combination, not individually. Do not give Linzess to children less than 2. It may harm them. Do not take Linzess if you have a bowel blockage. Get immediate help if you develop unusual or severe stomach pain, especially with bloody or black stools. The most common side effect is diarrhea, sometimes severe. If it's severe, stop taking Linzess and call your doctor right away. Other side effects include gas, stomach area pain, and swelling. Talk to your doctor and say yes to Linzess. Learn more at linzess.com or call 1-800-LINZESS.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here, and we all know summers are never ending in Arizona, where it's way too hot outside for your AC to not be in tip-top shape. Call the pros at Parker & Sons for all your heating, cooling, plumbing, and electrical needs, a company that has served the Valley for 50 years. They have got your back 24/7, and when you need them, they'll be there in minutes, not days. Call 602-2REPAIR. That's 602-2, then REP AIR for Parker & Sons.
Such a blow to investors. Whether you're a big trader or whether you have a 401k.
Life can be complicated. Planning for retirement doesn't have to be.
So what we're looking at here is a plan and a strategy that guarantees the retirement income, but it doesn't give up that growth for safety.
Learn tips and tricks to help you move forward.
That's not always debt. And when you have the money to pay it off, it's called leveraging.
Tune in to The Parker Holland Show, Saturdays at 3 p.m. and Sundays at 9 a.m. and 1 p.m. right here on KTAR News.
This is Jim Sharp. We'll take a look at the political fallout from and the investigation into the murder of Valley dad and conservative activist Charlie Kirk. Join LaDonna Harvey and me for Arizona's Morning News Friday.
Chris and Joe Show, KTAR News, on air, online, and on the KTAR News app. The boys have outspoken, set to take over here at 4 o'clock. Did you, we got to Bruce the Great. Joining us right
he's
now.
Here tomorrow. Try the other one.
Try the other one. Yeah.
Yeah.
This is what happens when you're doing things from the KTAR East studios. Did you ever go to any of those weird concerts when you were young? My parents used to take me to weird concerts. Pablo's mom took him to Carmen. I was telling boys that the last concert I went to may have been Trans-Siberian Orchestra. It's just good.
That's good stuff.
How long ago did you go to this?
It's just good.
That was when you were like 30. You saw that?
Yeah, that's probably about right.
I don't. What were you guys talking about before? I'm not.
Lady Gaga's coming out here.
Okay.
Around Valentine's Day this upcoming year, and I just asked, "What's the last concert you saw?" And Chris said he saw Trans-Siberian Orchestra like 15 years ago.
Yeah. What, you haven't been to a concert in 15 years?
No, I don't think I have.
What is the matter with you?
That's what I said.
Why don't you like concerts?
Crowds.
You're not a crowd guy.
He doesn't like people.
Do you go to games?
I'll go to games.
But what's the difference?
They give me box seats.
So you like good seats at
like a baseball game.
No, I want isolated seats. I want
isolated
like
seats.
Yeah, like they put me in the suites.
This is interesting. I want to interview you now. So, what happens when you go to a game? Do you have like a fear of people? Do you get anxiety?
I get anxiety.
Is it because you're at close quarters?
No, it's crowds.
Crowds? You don't like crowds? That's really interesting. I didn't know that about you.
No. And my wife says, how can you not like crowds? You're in radio and you do all these different events. And I go, it's because when I do the events, I'm doing like emceeing or something, right?
Yeah.
And so I'm not in the crowd.
You're isolated.
I'm isolated. I'm on the stage.
So you don't like because Joe's a close talker. You don't like that. Like when you talk to Joe in the office, he gets right up on your
I'm
grill.
ready to practically hug you.
Yeah,
he is.
He's a little weird. Yeah. No, but I don't feel trapped by Joe.
Okay.
I mean, sometimes I do when he starts talking, and I wish he'd shut up, but I don't feel trapped. No, I just don't. And it has nothing to do with, it's just I don't like being in the middle of a big herd of people.
Yeah.
We've talked about, Joe and I have talked about this before. It's part of the issues that I have with going to Costco is I just feel like I'm part of a herd.
Slow walkers do annoy you a lot.
Oh, my gosh. Just get out of here.
I feel like I need to carry a horn with me when I'm walking certain places.
That's fair.
Like I need to beat people out of the way.
Just give them the big bullhorn?
Yeah.
That's good.
My wife gets mad because I'll yell, shot clock, and I just start giving I just start timing, like, get out of the way, shot clock, get moving.
Like when you're at the airport and you get on the thing that moves and you're supposed to be on the right, pass on the left, and then you got some slow poke on the left and you're like, dude, let's go.
Yeah.
And my wife
Basic
always
social
feels
contract.
very bad every time I say that. Hey, let's go. Let's move.
Let's go.
What awful are you getting into today on the show?
Well, you got to talk Charlie Kirk. I mean, there's no other issue that we're gonna listen. The way that what are people talking about today? It's this. So that's what we're going to talk about. We've got a couple different angles. I just think a horrible scene yesterday, a dark day in America. And at the end of the day, it doesn't matter if you like that guy or you hate that guy. If you think if he was brilliant or if he was ugly, he should be able to go home to his kids and his wife.
Shouldn't be shot. Yeah.
No, of course not. And if we all can't agree on that, we are doomed.
I agree.
Yeah.
I agree.
If we can't agree on that, we're doomed.
Trying to find the killer, and obviously any breaking news that goes on, you'll be able to listen to the Boys of Outspoken. They'll cover all that breaking news as it happens with one of the best reporters in the world of radio. Becky Lynn is sitting in the anchor chair tonight. Joe, you think anything to add?
Nope.
Thank God. Back again tomorrow, Chris and Joe Show, KTAR News. Imagine finding your dream home and then moving in right away. Meaning you don't have to wait around and then sell your old place first. That sounds perfect, doesn't it? That's what Orchard's Move First Sell Later program lets you do. You buy your new home now and you sell the old one later. Can't tell you how many times in my radio career I've been fired from one great station and then hired by another great station and have to do that dance. It usually means a lot of time apart from my spouse while she is cleaning up the old joint and I'm busy off the other place trying to become a superstar. Here's how it works. Orchard gives you cash so that you can buy and move into your new home first. And it's on your timeline. There's no waitings. There's no showing. There's no double moves. It's the way to go. Then Orchard experts pop in. They handle the repairs on the old place. They make the upgrades that are going to get you the most for it. And when they're done, it's a local Orchard agent that sells and lists and sells your home for top dollar. The Move First program gives you the freedom to buy and move into your new home first, sell your old home later, buy before you sell, and get top dollar for your home with Orchard. You want to find out how much your home is worth? Visit Orchard.com and get your free home valuation. It's Orchard.com. That's Orchard.com.
This is the story of the one. As a custodial supervisor at a high school, he knows that during cold and flu season, germs spread fast. It's why he partners with Grainger to stay fully stocked on the products and supplies he needs, from tissues to disinfectants to floor scrubbers. All so that he can help students, staff, and teachers stay healthy and focused. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
You're still glowing, flirting, grooving. You've still got it. But your immune system weakens as you age, making it harder to fight flu, pneumococcal pneumonia, RSV, and COVID-19. Vaccines are a key part of any health routine and help strengthen your immune response. Ask your doctor or pharmacist which vaccines you need. Schedule in minutes at vaxassist.com. Sponsored by Pfizer.
I'm Ultima Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. Every time one of my children started driving, it was terrifying. I am quite aware of the dangers being on the road. Thousands of accidents happen across the country. We see it every day. These families' lives will be changed in an instant. We fight for these families as if they were our own. We've become America's largest injury law firm by winning cases just like these. If you've been injured in a car accident, call us.
Injured? Dial pound law or visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
In baseball, numbers matter. Every stat is tracked, every play analyzed, but numbers alone, they don't win games. And they don't build a secure financial future either. Hi, I'm Jeff Jr. with Trajan Wealth, and we're proud to be the financial team behind a personalized plan for our hometown baseball manager, Tori Lavello.
Tori here. You're spot on, Jeff. Good numbers help, but it's teamwork that wins. It's about building trust, understanding goals, and creating a legacy.
At Trajan, we go beyond the numbers. We build real relationships and customized investment strategies so you can enjoy life today and feel secure about tomorrow.
It's a relationship, and that's why I chose Trajan Wealth. Call today to build your personalized plan. 480-990-3300. That's 480-990-3300. Trajan Wealth. Plan smarter, dream bigger.
Advisory services offered through Trajan Wealth LLC, an SEC-registered investment advisor. Paid advertisement.
0% is a thing of the past, right? Nope, that is right now during the summer blowout sale at Day and Night Air Conditioning, Heating, and Plumbing. Yep, cool off with a brand new AC system and get 0% financing for 36 months. It's Day and Night summer blowout sale, and it means 3 years of comfort, interest-free. So if your AC system is struggling to keep up, it's time to upgrade, especially when we can get a brand new AC system with 0% financing for 36 months. And let me tell you, just a couple years ago, we bought brand new AC from Day and Night. And first off, the new technology, so much more efficient. We have saved so much more money on our summer AC bills. One of the best decisions we've ever made at Casa VC. In fact, do what we did. Book your free estimate at dayandnightair.com or call 480-344-0082. Conditions apply. 480-344-0082. But hurry, the summer blowout sale is a limited time offer at dayandnightair.com.
Are you ready to score big with your finances? Right now, get $350 for opening a new MidFirst checking account. Just visit a branch near you or go online. Plus, register your MidFirst debit or credit card and enter to win a $1,500 shopping spree. No purchase necessary. The clock's ticking, so don't wait. Win big this season with MidFirst Bank. Visit midfirst.com for details. MidFirst Bank. True to you. Member FDIC.
KTAR-FM, Glendale, Phoenix. KTAR News now.
Good afternoon. It's 4 o'clock. I'm Becky Lynn, and currently we're waiting for Air Force 2 to touch down here in Phoenix, carrying the body of Charlie Kirk. KTAR's Ballin Overstoles is live now at Sky Harbor Airport with more.
Yeah, Becky, we do know Air Force 2 has taken off from Utah and is en route to Phoenix. Right now, there's a large security presence at Sky Harbor's executive terminal and about more than a dozen supporters of Charlie Kirk. One supporter named Elise told me earlier,
as a fellow American, patriot, Christian, we respect those, and we're paying our respects to Charlie. We're receiving his earthly body today.
And there is a big security turnout, like I said earlier. A really busy scene down here at the executive terminal. Vice President Vance and Kirk's family also on that plane, which we expect to land in the valley soon. Live at Sky Harbor, Ballin Overstoles, KTAR News.
President Trump says he'll pay tribute to Kirk.
President Trump says he'll posthumously award Charlie Kirk the Presidential Medal of Freedom, the nation's highest civilian honor. The president today at a September 11th remembrance ceremony at the Pentagon, speaking about the death of Kirk, a prominent conservative activist who played a key role in turning out voters for the president last year.
Charlie was a giant of his generation, a champion of liberty, and an inspiration to millions and millions of people.
Karen Travers, ABC News, the White House.
And the president says he has an idea of the motivation behind the assassination of Charlie Kirk.
I have an indication, yeah, but we'll let you know about that later.
The president again pointed to a group of radical left lunatics and talking about Kirk's killing, going on to promise We're going to get that problem solved. President Trump also told reporters in D.C. progress is being made in finding the shooter. Charlie Kirk's assassin may not be as skilled as initially thought. Now, that's the assessment of former FBI investigator John Hooper, who tells the Mike Broomhead Show while Kirk was shot in the neck, he suspects that wasn't the goal.
He was lucky enough, in his eyes, to have a fatal shot. But my speculation is that he was aiming for the head and he actually missed his shot.
Hooper adds the shooter's apparent decision to ditch the murder weapon in the woods is further evidence of his inexperience, and he thinks it's only a matter of time before an arrest is made. Across the country, several historically black colleges and universities, known as HBCUs, have gone on lockdown following a series of threats. The heightened security alerts coming one day after the shooting death of Charlie Kirk on a college campus. Although police have said they don't know of any connection between the two. ABC's Alex Prochet has more.
The FBI has released a statement. It does say that the FBI takes these threats very seriously because it puts innocent people at risk. While we have no information to indicate a credible threat, we will continue to work with our local, state, and federal law enforcement partners to gather, share, and act upon threat information as it comes to our attention.
It's been officially 24 years since the 9/11 terrorist attacks, and every year dozens of volunteers come together to transform Tempe Beach Park into a healing field with nearly 3,000 flags, each one in honor of a person lost that day. Nick Bastian, the co-chair of the healing field, on today's tribute.
We're here because we lost a lot of people that day, and there's been so many people that did, say that we'll never forget, and we take that to heart, and we just want to make sure that we honor the lives that were lost, and that's what brings us back every year.
The flags will be up throughout the weekend. A candlelight vigil will be held at 7 tonight, a free concert Saturday night, and a 5K run on Sunday morning. Time to check traffic now. Let's go to Enrique Garcia in the Valley Chevy Dealers Traffic Center.
Thank you, Becky. It's a weird time to be on the I-17 southbound. We have a crash block in the right lane on the I-17 southbound near Union Hills Drive, and another one on the I-17 southbound near Yorkshire Drive. Southwest blinds and shutters still yanking on a cord to open your shades. Smarten up, Arizona. Connect your window shades to your phone or smart device with the motorized shades from Southwest Blinds. Go to southwestblinds.com. Enrique Garcia, KTAR News.
Tonight, clear and 82. Tomorrow, our high should be right around 100 degrees and 98 on Saturday. In Surprise, right now 101 degrees. Weather brought to you by Howard Aaron Plumbing. Whether replace or repair, call Howard Aaron Plumbing. I'm Becky Lynn on Arizona's news station, KTAR News.
Outspoken.
Don't even try that with me.
Speaking up for Arizona.
Oh, you don't like what I'm saying? Yeah, that means I'm doing my job right.
Outspoken with Bruce and Gatos. KTAR News 92.3 and the KTAR News app.
It's Arizona's #1 talk show. Hey, welcome to Outspoken with Bruce and Gatos. Hour number 1.
A lot of people call hour number 1 the best of the hours.
I'll tell you, difficult day, September the 11th, 2025. You and I were in the office just a few minutes ago. We were talking about where we were, what we were thinking, what a scary time it was. I was here at KTAR. I remember talking to Senator John McCain
on that day.
On that day, thinking the whole, this is a big deal. Obviously, the whole world changed. September the 11th was a very scary time. Can I play this clip for you?
Please.
Let me play some audio here.
We're in a war. We're in this country. We are.
They are at war with us. Whether we want to accept it or not, they are at war with us. And what are we going to do about it?
So that audio was not from 24 years ago.
That's not about Al-Qaeda.
That was audio from 24 hours ago. I want you to think about it. Because on September the 11th, the two things that went into my mind was obviously terrorism. We found that out when the second plane hit.
Yeah, we knew pretty quickly, right?
And the other thing is we knew we were going to war.
Yeah.
24 years ago. So I played that clip for a reason. That was not a clip from all those years ago. It was a clip from 24 hours ago. What happened 24 hours ago? We know exactly what happened. Charlie Kirk was assassinated. and we had 3 members of, I'm going to say, how do I say this? Well, one is Steve Bannon, one is Alex Jones, and the other is Jesse Waters, who I don't put in the same category as Jones and Bannon. Okay. I don't. What they're talking about is...
I'd call them all crackpots, but I don't know what group you're thinking of.
I put 2 of them in the crackpot.
Okay.
Waters I'm not a big fan of, but I don't like anybody on CNN anyway. They're saying we're at war with the left. Okay. So we have those 3 men. These are fresh clips, not from 24 years ago. There's a reason I played it the way that I did. They say that we're at war with the left, and what do we have to do? So we're at...
Against other Americans.
Exactly. Because I think we all, on September 11th, knew exactly who we were at war with.
Well, we learned really quickly who the enemy was, but we knew there was somebody. Yes.
There was somebody.
Yes.
And it didn't take us long to figure it out.
No.
And we went in and we dealt with the issue.
Well, remember George Bush? I hear you.
Yeah.
And soon the people that brought down these buildings will hear from all of us.
So now, 24 years later, we're at war with the left. Okay. I got to tell you, man, I mean, both sides. It's why I'm an independent. It's why I'll never be a Republican. It's why I'll never be a Democrat. It's why, I don't like Donald Trump. It's why I didn't like Joe Biden. I don't find many people that I really like when it comes to politics. But 24 years after 9/11, and now we're getting people that says we're at war with each other.
Yeah.
And
they're hoping for a civil war.
Yeah.
It's what they want.
So let's break it down even more. Sean Hannity said the same thing yesterday about how the left is poisoning. Okay, I get it. There are some really bad people on the left.
Of course.
Was blaming the radical left lunatics. There are radical left lunatics. There's no question.
Can I tell you the problem I have with it?
But there are right-leaning, far-right lunatics.
They don't believe that.
But there are out there, and I'm here to say that. They're on both sides, but no one wants to say that.
Well, here's my problem. Anybody who's not MAGA is a radical left lunatic.
Maybe.
That's my problem with it. Because guess what? I'm not a Democrat, never been a Democrat, don't support the Democrats. I'm anti-Trump. I'm full-blown, period, full stop. Why? I think it's a danger to the American Constitution. I think it's a danger to the way we live.
Yeah.
But does it make me a radical leftist?
No.
I'm not for Bernie Sanders. I don't want free crap. I want what used to be the Republican Party. I want conservative values, which have nothing to do with what these lunatics are talking about.
Yeah.
Including civil war.
So, listen, I'm not here to hit the right about what they said yesterday. It was a very difficult day, and it's going to be very difficult moving forward. But you had some NBC analyst, Matthew Dowd, who's a lefty.
He's a writer, isn't he, too? Or he writes columns or something like that. I seem to remember his name.
Because I want to hit this guy, too. He's on the left side of the aisle, no question about it. And he goes on the air, gets fired. And he deserved to get fired because this is what he said yesterday.
But following up with what was just said, he's been one of the most divisive.
Obviously, he's talking about Charlie Kirk.
Okay.
But following up with what was just said, he's been one of the most divisive, especially divisive younger figures in this, who is constantly sort of pushing this sort of hate speech or sort of aimed at certain groups. And I always go back to hateful thoughts lead to hateful words, which then lead to hateful actions.
Man, I got to tell you, it's the wrong time and the wrong place. And so when I look at television and some of the coverage yesterday, Matthew Dowd was disgusting. I think that Jesse Waters from Fox was disgusting.
I thought Trump was disgusting.
I didn't like what Trump said either, Bruce.
Yeah.
I didn't.
I found it disgusting.
Okay. Why don't we go ahead and play that? Let me find it.
By the way, there is nobody in custody.
Correct.
There is a person of interest. We're going to talk about that. The latest on the search for whoever. They found a weapon. They believe the weapon.
Mm-hmm.
But we don't know who this person is.
Yeah. We're talking about the rhetoric that is taking place. We're talking about both sides that are really saying despicable things. You know, I'll hit the president here in a second with the clip. Let me give you something from Joe Biden because I'm an equal opportunity ripper.
Okay.
I don't just pick one side. I like to nail both sides. Here's Joe Biden. We're done talking about the debate. It's time to put Trump in a bullseye. That's the president of the United States. Can't say that. You can, but now you've lost me. I think it's a disgusting thing that Joe Biden said, and later he did apologize, but it was a disgusting
When's
thing.
the last time Trump apologized for something?
And I'm getting there.
Okay.
He doesn't apologize.
No, he believes in what he
right.
said.
So a lot of people are blaming all this rhetoric and saying it is the left side of the aisle. They're the ones that are doing this.
That's ridiculous.
I'm sorry, but yes, they're bad. But Donald Trump says bad stuff all the time.
Mm-hmm.
I just read you what Joe Biden said. Is that really presidential? No, that's not presidential. That's not bringing the country together. Donald Trump yesterday, I don't think this is bringing the country together.
For years, those on the radical left have compared wonderful Americans like Charlie to Nazis and the world's worst mass murderers and criminals. This kind of rhetoric is directly responsible for the terrorism that we're seeing in our country today, and it must stop right now.
Okay, we had Senator Jeff Flake on yesterday who 100% agreed with what Trump said, and Flake doesn't like Trump. What Trump said there is true, but my point is
he left out the other part of it.
He left out the other part of it,
Yeah.
Bruce, right. And the president had an opportunity yesterday to start to bring the country back together and maybe bridge the divide, and he chose another path.
Never going to happen.
So if you want to start just blaming the other side, and you're only blaming whatever side you guys are on, you gals are on, you're listening to the show, whatever side you're on, if you want to just blame the left lunatics and say 100% their fault, you're wrong.
And you think they killed Charlie Kirk despite the fact there is nobody in custody.
And if you want, on the left, if you want to just start blaming everything on the radical right, you're wrong. I found it interesting. I put a poll up today. I put the Q up at KTAR.
your big Q poll.
Yeah. And so, because I knew what I was going to get, I didn't put a question up for the first time ever, because it's supposed to be the big Q, the big question of the day.
Got it.
Here's what I said: a statement.
I'm looking at it right now.
From my mouth.
Mm-hmm.
Political violence is out of control, and it's spreading. Both in capital letters.
Mm-hmm.
Both sides are at fault, and it should terrify us all. It's basically 50-50, Bruce.
Yeah. Right. Not my side. My side isn't a bunch of lunatics. Those people are. Yeah. Right. It's typical. And again, we're talking about fringes. We're talking about 5 or 10% on the fringe who happen to be the loudest voices.
Right.
While the majority of people in the middle are like, none of these people speak for me. They're all a bunch of crackpots.
Right.
That's the reality of it. It's not a 50-50 nation, folks. It's 2020, and the rest of us are in the middle and think they're all idiots.
Let me put a bow on this.
Okay.
24 years ago, we got hit on 9/11.
Yeah.
And soon after that, we knew who our enemy was.
We were focused.
Yeah. They were people that were monsters that hid in caves and were in places like Pakistan, Afghanistan, and parts of Iraq, parts of the Middle East. And on that day, 24 years ago, we all decided to come together. And if you didn't like George Bush, you liked him then.
Yeah, good point.
Because you loved your country, and our country was attacked. And nobody cared 24 years ago if you were Republican or Democrat. 24 years later, I guess we've got Republicans and Democrats who think they're at war with each other, and I say shame on you. I think it's the wrong way to look at everything. What happened to Charlie Kirk yesterday sickened me. And I think at the end of the day, whether you thought he was a terrific man or whether you thought he was a despicable man, he deserved to go home to his kids. And we should all be on that side.
I defend the right of people to say despicable things in public. Absolutely. Free speech is not for things I agree with. Free speech is for things I don't agree with. I'm a free speech absolutist. Yell fire in a crowded theater. Do it. Free speech is an absolute.
So all I hear today is that we're at war with each other. That the right is at war with the left, and the left is at war with the right.
Again, the fringes.
Right.
It ain't 50-50, folks.
But it's firing people up.
Oh, sure. They know exactly what they're doing.
It's making people crazy.
People like Alex Jones?
Social media.
Come off of it.
And I just think we are going to, if we continue to go down this road, we'll implode. And I think that all of us need to be better. And all of us need to look in the mirror and say, you know what? We've got a problem on both sides. It's not just one.
Extremism in all forms. We got to check the headlines on the way. Becky Lynn's going to do that for us. And then coming up next, you spoke about the fact 9/11, today, the anniversary of. You remember, and I still see it everywhere. People say, we never forget, right? But what about those who don't remember? What is this day like for them? We'll talk about it next. Outspoken on KTAR.
Hey, take a moment to talk about my friends at America Roofing, A+ rating with the Better Business Bureau. This is a company that you're going to need one day. One day, you're going to have an issue with your roof. America Roofing can help you in so many different ways. Let me tell you the first way. Get a post-storm inspection of your roof. Monsoon's almost over. Ton of wind and rain. You don't know what the damage was up there. Maybe there was some, maybe there wasn't any. But you get a post-storm inspection of your roof by America Roofing. When you mention Gatos, it's free. Okay? Now, if they get up there and they find an issue, they're going to take pictures, video, they're going to show it to you and say, how would you like to proceed? If you'd like to proceed with America Roofing, mention Gatos, we get you 12% off. All right? All you have to do is call one phone number, 602-960-ROOF. Don't let a leaky roof dampen your spirits. 602-960-ROOF. America Roofing, we've got you covered.
KTAR News Flash.
It's 4:18. I'm Becky Lynn, and here's what you need to know right now. Jurors began to hear testimony today in the trial of the man accused of trying to assassinate Donald Trump last year. ABC's Peter Haralambous reports.
If it weren't for the actions of a bystander and a Secret Service agent, President Donald Trump would have likely been shot last year at his Florida golf course, a federal prosecutor told jurors on Thursday. The Secret Service agent testified first, telling jurors that he came within 5 feet of Ryan Ruth's rifle before he realized the threat. The agent said he fired towards Ruth, who abandoned his gun and tried to escape the crime scene. A bystander then testified that he saw Ruth fleeing the scene and followed him to get his license plate number, which police used to track down and arrest the alleged assassin. From Fort Pierce, Florida, Peter Haralambous, ABC News.
All of our top stories are only 15 minutes away. For more news, go to KTAR.com or the KTAR News app. Checking on traffic for us right now, Enrique Garcia is in the Valley Chevy Dealers Traffic Center.
Thank you, Becky Lynn. And we have a crash on the right shoulder in Mesa on 101 Loop Price Freeway northbound near Broadway Road. Mesa again with a crash on the exit ramp, US 60 Superstition Freeway near Gilbert Road. This report is brought to you by your Valley Toyota dealers. Toyotas are always a great value. Choose from the best-selling models like Camry, RAV4, Tundra, and Tacoma. Visit your Valley Toyota dealership today. Enrique Garcia, KTAR News. Now back with Outspoken with Bruce and Gatos.
And this portion of the show brought to you by Parker & Sons, AC Plumbing and Electrical, celebrating 50 years of helping their customers and community. Call Parker. So on this anniversary of 9/11, 24 years ago today, I see it posted everywhere. Every year I see it. Never forget, right? Picture of the Twin Towers or the American flag. And I understand the sentiment. I 100% get it.
If you lived through it all, you're never going to forget.
I get it. I saw somebody mention this, so I had to Google it and figure it out.
Okay.
Over 40% of Americans either weren't alive on 9/11/2001 or were less than 8 years old.
You're making me feel old.
But I'm just saying, think about this.
Yeah.
And I'm going to say, okay, so if you go up to like 10, 12 years old, I don't know how aware you are of political, or current events. We could be talking that roughly half of Americans, you say never forget, they don't remember.
Right.
Do you see what I'm saying?
There were people way too young to remember what was happening on that day.
It's not their fault. I'm not blaming them.
Of course not.
I'm just saying they weren't around.
Many of them remember something was going on because everybody...
Their parents were upset, or there was something going on.
School got closed or whatever.
Right. But the idea that they have a memory of how we all felt that day, and the guttural reaction to this, and the horror and the terror, and all of us going, what could be next? People running in every city in the United States, worried that they could be a victim. So here's what I was thinking with this. How do those people, the 40% of you out there, you younger kids, what does 9/11 mean to them? Because it must mean something very different to me. I was trying to think of something like in my lifetime that I would say, okay, I wonder if 9/11 is to, again, the younger people today, the 40% of you that either weren't alive or were just a little kid. Is it like the JFK assassination was to me? Like, I learned about it in school. I remember seeing the grainy thing, but I didn't have like a visceral reaction to it. Oh my God, the president's been shot.
We weren't alive then. And
right.
if we were, that must have been a horrific day.
Right.
To know that our president was shot and killed on American soil.
Exactly.
I often think Pearl Harbor.
Pearl Harbor for another generation,
Yes.
right?
Mm-hmm.
The shock and the horror. But
Yeah.
for this generation, the younger ones, what is that day like? We look through and we see Jules over there.
Yeah,
Jules,
our
how
producer.
old were you on 9/11?
So that was 2000. That was 2, I guess.
2 years old.
2.
2.5.
Okay,
probably,
so
yeah.
do you remember anything from that day?
I do.
Okay, what did you remember?
Yeah, so I grew up in New York. My dad worked in the city for 20 plus years. And the backstory is my dad went to work, normal day, Grand Central. He got in. He started walking to work. He remembers seeing a plume of smoke behind him.
Oh.
But that was nothing normal. I mean, out of the usual, just because it's New York City, there's construction, there's smoke. So he gets to work, and either he made it up to his office first, and then they started evacuating people to the basement, or when he got to work, they were immediately shuttling people to the basement because they didn't know what was going on. My mom was trying to call him, couldn't get in touch.
Oh, God.
What
Yeah,
I
well, it
remember,
was a lot harder to get in touch with people back then.
Oh, yeah. My mom said she was trying for a couple hours. So my memory comes in. I remember sitting in a high chair in the kitchen, my mom looking at me and saying, "We have to go pick up your dad at the train." Well, that's not normal. That never happened. He always walked home from the train station.
You remember this at 2?
Yeah.
That's amazing,
I
by
know.
the way.
I have a weird memory.
Okay, I'm going to say I'm giving you credit.
Thank you. So then we get in the car. It's me and my sister. My sister definitely doesn't remember this.
Yeah.
We're driving. We get to the train station. I remember watching my dad come off the platform. My mom steps out of the car, and on the right side of the passenger's car, they just standing there and hugging.
Oh, wow. And you're going to tell me that wasn't normal for your parents to do either, needless to say.
Like,
yeah.
As a young kid, I just want to go home. I don't understand why we've picked my dad up at the train. My mom, I found out later, my mom just said, "Get on whatever train you can. I'll drive anywhere to pick you up. Just get out."
You noticed the panic. That's what I'm taking from this
or
story.
the anxiety from your parents.
You knew that there was something,
the worry.
even at 2, you knew that there was something different about that day.
I guess it stuck with me because I never seen that before.
Right.
Never.
Wow. Yeah. Even at 2 years old, you had a memory of that.
That's because I grew up in New York. I'm not sure if any.
I think there's something to be said for that. Yeah. I think if you grew up in the tri-state area, let's put it that way, or maybe in Washington, D.C., or in Shanksville, Pennsylvania, 9/11, even if you're younger, might still mean more to you because you're just surrounded by people who were directly impacted by it.
Definitely.
I don't know if people, again, a 20-year-old in Phoenix, it's impossible that they feel what we feel.
Listen, if you didn't live through it, it's hard to, we didn't live through Pearl Harbor. We didn't live through JFK's assassination. But, you and I lived through 9/11. And, I'll never forget the day that I was here at the radio station covering it. And it was really one of the most scary days in the history of this country.
Agreed.
Because you didn't know what was next. We had the anthrax scare later. And by the way,
no one had never flown a plane into a building before.
Not.
You know what I'm saying? Like, oh my God.
And I think the other thing is, who hates us this much?
Yeah.
To do that.
Right. One in the military. Okay.
Who hates us this much to do that?
So, while many of us will not forget 9/11, I think it's important to point out some people don't even remember it. Yeah. And it's our job to maybe teach them as well. Check the headlines on the way. Becky Lynn's going to do that for us. And then coming up next, what's the latest in the hunt for the shooter, the assassin? We have some new details, including there's some video out there that we want to talk to you about. It's coming up next, Outspoken on KTAR.
Rosie
Rosie on the House, every Arizona homeowner's best friend.
On the House means home improvement and repair advice is free of charge when you listen to Rosie, helping Arizona homeowners for over 30 years. That's Rosie on the House. Saturday mornings 8 till 11 on KTAR News 92.3 FM and the KTAR News app.
All right, so when you go home tonight, or maybe you're home, you're listening to us on Alexa, you're watching us on YouTube, look out your window. Look out your window right now. I can tell you that in parts of my house, when I look out my window, I can't see the outside. And there's a reason. I have bad windows. I have builder-grade windows. And what I really want is to look through gorgeous, crystal-clear glass framed in a stunning and modern style. And maybe you want that too. So let me send you to my friends over at Advanced Window Products. Best in the business, best in Arizona. We're talking about the most beautiful windows that you're ever going to see in your life. Now, the beauty is one thing, but also Advanced Window Products specializes in energy-efficient windows built for the climate that we live in. They've got the UV blocking glass, airtight seals. You start with advanced windows, all right? And then you go throughout the whole process with them. They're the only people that you're going to talk to from start to finish, and that is awesome. Most other companies don't do that. So check them out at advancedwindows.com, my friends at Advanced Window Products.
Protect your liver and give it the support it deserves by making Active Liver from New Nordic part of your daily wellness routine. Find Active Liver in stores at your local CVS, Meijer Grocery, or online at Amazon, or at newnordicusa.com.
If you've got a gas-powered engine, keep it running like new at every fill-up. Stable in-season protection is your engine's preventative medicine, cleaning and protecting the entire fuel system in season. In outdoor power equipment, prevent gum and varnish buildup that could cause a rough or non-running engine. For cars and trucks, increase fuel efficiency and power by removing deposits, ensuring your engine's long-term health. Stable outperforms the competition in independent lab testing. So at every fill-up, start with Stable.
If you love to travel, Capital One has a rewards credit card that's perfect for you. With the Capital One Venture X card, you earn unlimited double miles on everything you buy. Plus, you get premium benefits at a collection of luxury hotels when you book on Capital One Travel. And with Venture X, you get access to over 1,000 airport lounges worldwide. Open up a world of travel possibilities with the Capital One Venture X card. What's in your wallet?
Terms apply. Lounge access is subject to change. See CapitalOne.com for details.
I've been playing sports all my life. Little football, basketball, pickleball, cross training, mud events, Spartan races and things like that.
For Dr. Eric Williams, a successful chiropractor, staying active means everything. So when nagging knee pain slowed him down, he didn't want drugs or invasive surgery. He found a natural way to get lasting relief. QC Kinetics Cellular Therapies.
We're using my body's natural abilities to get better. And that's huge. In time, that's going to be the way of the future. Using your own body's ability to heal. Now I can play day to day and not have that severe pain.
Now he's back out there doing what he loves, thanks to QC Kinetics.
Life is good. You're not going to slow me down.
Leave the pain behind and get moving. Book your free consultation today with QC Kinetics.
Call QC Kinetics, 602-837-PAIN. That's 602-837-PAIN. 602-837-PAIN.
Every student deserves choices in their education. This fall, choose the way you learn. Choose flexibility and personalized support. Choose a cutting-edge, award-winning curriculum. Choose Primavera Online, and you'll be choosing a school that's nearly 25 years strong and can give you a high-quality online education. We're tuition-free, accredited, and now enrolling grades K to 12. Enroll at ChoosePrimavera.com. That's ChoosePrimavera.com.
The San Francisco Giants travel to Chase Field on September 15th for a 3-game series to take on the D-backs. Get your tickets now at dbacks.com.
Hi, I'm Stuart Willis, president of Asset Preservation Wealth and Tax. Will your investments last throughout retirement? Do you have a retirement strategy to minimize your long-term taxes? If not, tune into Arizona's own Asset Preservation Hour right here on KTAR Sundays at 2 p.m. What should you do about the current economic conditions? Stay informed and stay tuned into the Asset Preservation Hour Sundays at 2 p.m. on KTAR.
Investment advisory services offered through Foundations Investment Advisors, LLC, and SEC registered investment advisor.
From the shadows of your bathroom comes a villain with 2 pinchers, 1 stinger, and 0 respect for your home.
Scorpions can make your home feel like a scary movie. At Blue Sky Pest Control, we rewrite the script. We keep scorpions out of your home so your story stays drama-free. Call 602 Blue Sky today. Hello, Blue Sky. Goodbye, scorpions.
KTAR News now.
It's 4:32. Good afternoon. I'm Becky Lynn. Air Force Two is en route to Sky Harbor Airport with the body of Charlie Kirk. KTAR's Balin Overstolz joins us now live from Sky Harbor with more.
Yeah, Becky, Air Force Two is in the sky and will touch down here at Sky Harbor soon. We are all awaiting it currently, and there is a large security presence here at Sky Harbor's executive terminal, including the U.S. Secret Service, and I would say about 24, maybe a few more supporters of Charlie Kirk here gathered in front of the terminal waiting for that plane to land. And one supporter I spoke with, named Elise, shares what she believes Charlie Kirk stood for.
Open dialogue, despite your background, and he was open to that. And, bring the conversation forward. When we're quiet, we're silenced, bad things happen.
Vice President J.D. Vance and Kirk's family also on that plane. Again, we are expecting for that to land very soon. Live at Sky Harbor, Balin Overstolz, KTAR News.
In the wake of the assassination of Charlie Kirk, a former target of political threats hopes people be their best selves in this sensitive moment. Former member of the Maricopa County Board of Supervisors, Clint Hickman, tells the Mike Broomhead Show that goes double for those harboring hate.
If you believe in God, if you believe in a higher power, or even if you just believe in yourself, look to your better angels with this. We need to turn off the rhetoric.
Hickman and other members of the board were repeatedly threatened after certifying Joe Biden's win of Arizona in the 2020 election cycle. At the time, conspiracy theories surrounding voter fraud in Arizona were promoted by many prominent conservatives, including Kirk. Before Charlie Kirk was shot and killed at a speaking event in Utah, 2 Democratic lawmakers in Minnesota were murdered. A gunman targeted the CDC. 2 Israeli embassy employees were killed in Washington. Pennsylvania Governor Josh Shapiro's residence was set on fire. And President Trump survived 2 assassination attempts. And that's all within the past 15 months. And the list of political violence is not comprehensive. One of those victims, Governor Shapiro, says everyone is less safe because of what's going on. He says it'll take all political parties fighting together to combat the violence. His comments come after President Trump blamed Kirk's murder on the radical left.
I think we need to be universal in condemning all political violence. I think that's a responsibility of all elected officials, Republicans and Democrats. We cannot allow any political violence to be viewed as acceptable.
Time now to check on those roads and get you home. Here's Enrique Garcia in the Valley Chevy Dealers Traffic Center.
Thank you, Becky. Out in Mesa, we have a crash on the right-hand shoulder on 101 Loop Price Freeway northbound near Broadway Road. Out in Guadalupe, we have a crash on the right shoulder, I-10 Maricopa Freeway eastbound near Elliott Road. And I'm still seeing some slowdown up in Deer Valley due to that crash blocking the right lane on I-17 southbound near Union Hills Drive. AZ Trim Light, make your home sparkle this season. Smart LED, app-controlled, stunning colors, and an unbeatable quality. Schedule your free quote now before the holiday rush. aztrimlight.com. Enrique Garcia, KTAR News.
82 should be our low tonight. Then tomorrow's high about 198 on Saturday. It's 101 in Chandler right now. Weather brought to you by Howard Air and Plumbing. Whether replace or repair, call Howard Air and Plumbing. I'm Becky Lynn on Arizona's news station, KTAR News.
Promoting an event that is civil discourse. What great timing for that. We talked to Carlos Alfaro on the Mike Broomhead Show tomorrow morning at 9 a.m.
We are trying to follow, again, the latest and dare I say, most accurate information we can come up with on the search for whoever murdered Charlie Kirk yesterday. We believe it was a lone shooter. It was a single shot. And there are facts out there that are still important that we know. They did find a weapon. And it was in they called it the woods, but I saw an aerial shot kind of this campus.
Yeah.
And like I'd say a lot of small town kind of campuses, college campuses, there's a lot of homes in the area and trees and little woods and things. And they found it apparently in some of that area.
So as the guy was running away, like the coward that he is, he dumped his gun somewhere.
Dropped the gun, if you will.
Okay.
And it is a bolt action. So that's a single shot.
Yeah.
Mauser 30-06.
Okay. And that
which is a pretty common hunting round, sporting round.
So he placed it was a well-placed shot, unfortunately, from 200 yards out, down
from a
rooftop.
He was a 3 stories elevated.
Think about how hard that shot is with that gun.
That does strike me that might be part of the story. That the rifle that was recovered by the FBI. We asked some of people we know. I'm not an avid enough hunter to be able to tell you. I don't have a Mauser 30-06. It seems like a heck of a shot with that type of gun.
I said it yesterday. I don't know who killed him, but precision like that just doesn't come from somebody who's got a grudge and is on a college campus, right? It's got to be someone who has shot thousands of times.
Some sort of training to be able to be that accurate from that distance with that weapon.
Right, and from what I understand, there was only one shot fired.
Well, again, only one shot. And again, I'm going to try to explain to you, and I'm not trying to talk down, okay? But I want to simplify it. So you've heard the term automatic and semi-automatic weapons.
Of course.
Automatic is you pull the trigger, and bullets keep coming out till you run out of bullets.
Mm-hmm.
Semi-automatic is every time you pull the trigger, another bullet comes out. Bolt action is the slowest and simplest and most rudimentary of the three. So you have to chamber a round with a bolt, pull the trigger, and chamber another round. So they only got one shot off, but I would also argue it's not easy to get a bunch of shots off with a bolt action rifle. What does that mean to you?
What it means is it's a highly skilled marksman.
Is it highly skilled or lucky?
I mean,
you don't think it was? They got a lucky shot?
Absolutely not. No, I think it's someone who had logistics. There had to be some support. Who knows? Maybe some funding.
They had a pretty good line of sight. I saw a drone aerial kind of thing where they looked at it. It was a solid line of sight from a 3rd-story building. Unclear how they got up there. You could see a ladder up to the 2nd floor, but I couldn't. The rooftop. I couldn't see how you got up to the 3rd. But there's also a video now. Sorry. I didn't want to jump ahead. Go ahead.
Before you go to the video, think about what this murderer did before, during, and after.
Okay.
So before, obviously, had to find out where Charlie Kirk was going to speak.
What time?
What time? Where his tent was going to be. Okay?
Figure out what building was the best one I could get a look
before.
at. Yeah.
It's all before. And then during, it's the shot.
Oh, well, and can I add something else to it?
Yeah.
And this is that video that I'm referring to.
Okay. And then after was the getaway plan.
In the video, a security, think of a Ring video camera just down the street, shows a person matching the description, walking along the sidewalk. Now, they're walking with a limp. It's one of two things.
All right.
Either the person has a pretty obvious limp, like an injury, or the rifle is stuck down their pants so that they can't bend their leg.
I did not think that.
Well, okay. I'm not trying to be a conspiracy theorist.
But I thought they dumped the gun somewhere.
But this is going to the event.
To the event. Got it.
So there's a video of them walking down the sidewalk where the Ring video camera
has to be straight.
One leg is not moving.
One leg. Wow.
Now, there's also a video after the shooting that shows the person running, not down the same street, but running behind the houses.
Without the gun, obviously.
And not with a limp.
That's crazy. I did not notice that. That's pretty incredible.
I'm not trying to be like super sleuth. I'm just like, that's what I noticed.
Yesterday I said, how did this guy get a long gun onto the campus without people knowing? And you may have just answered it. Maybe that's the answer.
Yeah, like with a very pronounced limp.
That's it.
Because my other thought was if this is a person who has a prosthetic device on their leg, well, then they had to stash the gun before the shooting, because it's not obvious that they're carrying a weapon down the street. They are walking with a limp, though.
That's pretty telling.
Pretty
I
telling.
think they got this guy.
We have a picture.
They know who he is, and now they've got to hunt him down like a dog.
Yeah. As of right now, nobody is in custody, and they not, at least publicly, have not identified who the person is.
All right, coming up next, we're going to go out to Sky Harbor Airport. Air Force 2 is soon to arrive in Phoenix, carrying the body of Charlie Kirk. Because if you didn't know that, a lot of the time he lives here. So we're going to get an update on that coming up next.
You know what? Real quickly, I want to talk to you about retirement, which can be a terrifying word for a lot of people. You don't know what you don't know. That might be a good way to put it. Well, Trajan Wealth can help you answer those questions. Again, fiduciary advisors, people who put your interests first. Listen, you could call them right now at 480-990-3300 and schedule a complimentary. Listen, there is absolutely no obligation. Talk to them about retirement. Tell them what you have currently. Tell them your expectations, and they can help you come up with a plan that meets your needs, that is in line with exactly what you're looking for. They do it without trying to sell you something either. It's really a wonderful relationship. If retirement or the thought of it still scares you, you need to call Trajan Wealth. 480-990-3300. It's 480-990-3300. Advisory services offered through Trajan Wealth, LLC, an SEC-registered investment advisor. Paid advertisement.
Have you noticed lingering cognitive changes after a COVID-19 infection? Or have you been diagnosed with mild Alzheimer's disease? You could help researchers learn more about the impact of COVID on the brain. Barrow Neurological Institute in Phoenix is seeking participants between the ages of 55 and 90 for a research study. To learn more about the study and how you can join, text STUDY to 620-620.
So my mother is thinking of switching from Verizon to Pure Talk, but she's worried the deal sounds too good to be true. Michael, she said, how can those Pure Talk people offer me the same basic service as Verizon for so much less money? I said, Mom, go ask Google how much Verizon spends on advertising and promotion. A few seconds later, my mother said, oh my goodness, $12 billion a year? That must be a typo. I'll tell you what I told my mom. It's not a typo. Verizon spends $12 billion a year on advertising and promotion, and their customers are paying for it. Well, Pure Talk doesn't spend that kind of money on commercials. Trust me, I would know. Consequently, they can offer you and my mother unlimited talk, text, and plenty of data on a blazing fast 5G network for just $25 a month. Dial pound 250 and say the words Mike Rowe, and you'll get an additional 50% off your first month. That's pound 250 Mike Rowe. Pure Talk. Everything you need and nothing you don't.
I'm John Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. If you've been injured in a car accident, call America's largest injury law firm. For over 35 years, my mission has been to deliver more for our clients, to deliver more for you. If you or anyone in your family has been injured in a car accident, call us now, as the time to file a claim may be limited. Last year, more clients hired Morgan & Morgan than ever before, protecting America, fighting for you. Morgan & Morgan. Visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
KTAR News Flash.
At 4:45, I'm Becky Lynn. Here's what you need to know right now. It appears Air Force 2 is approaching Sky Harbor Airport. The plane with Vice President J.D. Vance aboard is carrying the body of Charlie Kirk back to Arizona. We'll have more on what's happening at the airport when KTAR's Ballin Overstoles joins Outspoken with Bruce and Gatos next. Meanwhile, authorities say they have tracked the movements of a suspect wanted for the murder of Kirk on the campus of Utah Valley University yesterday. Police have released images of a suspect they believe is responsible for the shooting, saying he arrived on campus at 11:52 a.m. and then moved to a rooftop. ABC's Matt Gutman has more on the manhunt.
Law enforcement piecing together the clues, a footprint on the roof, and prints they believe are from the shooter's palm and forearm. Investigators searching backyards.
They're looking for someone.
Going house to house.
All of our top stories are only 15 minutes away. For more news, go to KTAR.com or the KTAR News app. Checking those roads now for us. Enrique Garcia's in the Valley Chevy Dealers Traffic Center.
Thank you, Becky. In general, in Phoenix, there's going to be a lot of stop and go on the I-10 Papago Freeway westbound, starting from 16th Street all the way to 51st Ave, so just be mindful of your neighbor and look up off your phone. This report is brought to you by Schwartz Laser Eye Center. Schwartz Laser Eye Center is the official team eye doc for the Suns and D-backs. Visit the team doc and come and schedule your free eye doctor evaluation today. Enrique Garcia, KTAR News.
You're listening to Leaf Filter Radio, and the guru of gutter protection himself, Chris Coonahan, is here to take your most pressing leaf-related questions.
Hey, everybody, Chris here. I understand we have Ron on the line. Ron, where are you calling from?
Uh-oh. Ron, are you calling from a ladder?
Well, I was. I wanted to ask Chris what I need to do to get my gutters ready to have Leaf Filter installed.
Oh, Ron, you don't have to do anything. A Leaf Filter Trusted Pro will come out and clean out your gutters, realign and seal your gutters, and install Leaf Filter, America's #1 gutter protection system.
So I didn't need to get on this ladder?
Ron, Leaf Filter Trusted Pros are in your neighborhood and ready to help. Just visit leaffilter.com/deal to schedule your free gutter inspection and get up to 30% off.
Thank goodness. What was that site?
That's leaffilter.com/deal for your free gutter inspection today. See representative for warranty details. Promotion is 20% off plus a 10% senior or military discount. One discount per household.
Summers in Phoenix can be hot, and if you hate to paint, do what your neighbor Judy did. She called Rhino Shield.
The house that Rhino Shield did for my husband and I, after having the house painted with kind of usual house paint, I was seeing cracks appearing about every 3 years and just wasn't very satisfied with that.
Rhino Shield's better than paint specifically formulated for our climate.
I can't speak highly enough about the Rhino Shield crew. They also were great at working with me to get the exact right color because I was very particular.
Phoenix, you too can get the 25-year guaranteed protection of Rhino Shield right now for 10% off the regular price.
I would not hesitate to call Rhino Shield, and I am just thrilled to recommend Rhino Shield to my friends and neighbors and family.
Rhino Shield owner Jim Williams.
This offer is limited, so call me at 855-4U-RHINO. That's 855-4, the letter U, Rhino.
Go Rhino!
Never paint your house again. Rhino Shield.
This is Jim Sharp. We'll take a look at the political fallout from and the investigation into the murder of Valley dad and conservative activist Charlie Kirk. Join LaDonna Harvey and me for Arizona's Morning News Friday.
You know what? Right now, speaking of that, we want to give you the latest on it. Air Force Two has landed just moments ago at Phoenix Sky Harbor. It's going to be taxiing up to what used to be called Terminal 1, the executive terminal. And our very own Balin Overschultz is out there right now. Balin?
Hey, how's it going, guys?
You give us the latest. I'm looking at some video and getting it, but I want to hear it from you.
Yeah, we just saw Air Force Two pull in, landed just a minute ago. Right now, it is at the executive terminal, and we do see that staircase that they'll descend down onto the tarmac. We see that going up to the plane now. We see that there is a bus in front of the terminal. It is obscuring some of the view. Looks like they do want some privacy as they pull out here. Still a very, very large police and security presence, but yes, Air Force Two right now on the tarmac, and we will see people exiting that plane very shortly.
Yeah, Air Force Two has landed at Phoenix Sky Harbor Airport, and the plane is obviously carrying the body of Charlie Kirk. From what I understand, Balin, there were a lot of people that went out there, possibly wanted to see Air Force Two land. Maybe they wanted to go and pay their respects to somebody that they admired. Are there a lot of people out there that you've seen?
Yes, Gatos. When I got here about 3, there was about a dozen. Now there are, it looks like at least 4 dozen people. I can't see the whole crowd, but there are a lot of people here gathered right now, currently looking at the plane, expecting to see anybody exit now here in a moment.
You still there?
Do you guys have me?
Oh, yeah, sorry.
Okay.
I missed you in the middle of a sentence.
Balin Overschultz is joining us from Phoenix Sky Harbor Airport. Were the people that you saw there mostly young? Because obviously one of the things that Charlie Kirk is known for is young Republicans, bringing them in to vote for President Trump, helping Trump win the election. A lot of younger people there?
I'm looking at the crowd right now. I would say it's a diverse mix of people. And yeah, there are some young people here, but I wouldn't say the crowd is just young people. I see families here. I did speak with a woman earlier, too, who said she's out here because her son told her about what was happening. So it does seem like there's a mix. And I do want to let you guys know the door is opening on Air Force 2. It's not clear who is at that door now, but we are starting to see people descend the stairs.
And so as they descend the stairs, we're talking to Bowen Overstolz, who's out at Phoenix Sky Harbor. If you're just joining us, the body of Charlie Kirk is also
Air Force 2 on board Air Force 2 with the vice president.
Air Force 2,
I'm just because
the vice president
Vance is with him right now.
All right, what's happening now, Bowen?
We are seeing a group of people, about a dozen people, come down the stairs from Air Force 2. We are pretty far from the plane. I've done these events before, and they actually have us set up further than in the past. So I can't make out the faces of the people coming down, but there is a large group of people exiting the plane now, lots of people in suits. And yeah, the crowd here is looking on, phones up, and they're eager to see what comes next.
All right, Bowen, thank you for joining us. Let us know what happens as we continue along.
Something else. Thank you, Belen. Something else that we're monitoring is the FBI has told us that there will be a press conference soon. Unclear of the time, and so we will carry that for you. The FBI press conference, I assume, from Utah, but we'll give you the latest on that also as soon as we learn something about that. So a lot happening kind of at the same time.
Yeah, there are a lot of people, Bruce, getting off this plane. I mean, I'm just saying there's dozens of people that are getting off this plane. I don't know exactly who they are because we're watching them.
Well, we believe some are family members.
Yeah, and I don't recognize necessarily anybody. I haven't seen the vice president get off the plane yet. But, listen, I think that I'll tell you now, I'm not surprised that people went to Phoenix Sky Harbor to watch this, to pay their respects. A lot of people love this guy. And a lot of people, again, he's from Phoenix, so he lived in Scottsdale.
Yeah.
I don't know if we'll see this, but it's crushing that his wife and their little boy and little girl were there yesterday when he was assassinated. I don't know if they're on the plane. I don't know if they want that type of attention.
You would hope those little kids didn't see anything.
You would hope,
right?
You would hope.
Yeah.
You would hope, but we don't know. We don't know what they saw. We don't know if they saw it. I mean, if you're his wife, can't you imagine her running towards him? I can. I don't know if that was the case, or do you grab, or probably what happened. You grab the kids.
You're worried about your safety and the children.
So Air Force 2 has landed at Phoenix Sky Harbor Airport with the body of Charlie Kirk. The vice president is supposed to be on that plane, and we'll see. We'll bring you the latest coming up in just a minute or two.
We will do that, as well as we're monitoring for if and when, as soon as that FBI press conference happens, we will carry that all for you live. Coming up next, as is probably with any big news story, the conspiracy theories start almost immediately. We have to dig into them. Coming up next, Outspoken on KTAR.
All right, Arizona Painting Company. They finished painting my house. It looks brand new. My goodness. I got to tell you, my house looks really good. Last year, they painted the outside of the house. This year, they painted the inside of the house. And, I thought it was going to be a really difficult process, right? When you paint ceilings and walls and baseboards and closets, is it difficult? It really isn't, and it really wasn't. I mean, they have expert painters. They've done this many, many times before. And just a couple of highlights from what they did at my home. Obviously, painting the walls and painting the baseboards. They painted some cabinets, and I can't even tell you how much money I saved. Can you even imagine buying new cabinets versus getting them painted? And now they're painted, and they look amazing. The Arizona Painting Company does that. They painted a staircase railing that looked old and dull, and now it's one of the greatest things in the house. So I want you to do what I did. Call the Arizona Painting Company. You can text the word paint to 620-620 and hire the Arizona Painting Company.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here, and we all know summers are never ending in Arizona, where it's way too hot outside for your AC to not be in tip-top shape. Call the pros at Parker & Sons for all your heating, cooling, plumbing, and electrical needs, a company that has served the Valley for 50 years. They have got your back 24/7, and when you need them, they'll be there in minutes, not days. Call 602-2-REPAIR. That's 602, the number 2, then REPAIR for Parker & Sons.
Ready to order?
Yes. We're earning unlimited 3% cash back on dining and entertainment with a Capital One Saver card, so let's just get one of everything.
Everything?
Fire everything. The Capital One Saver card is at table 27, and they're earning unlimited 3% cash back.
Yes, Chef! This is so nice.
Had a feeling you'd want 3% cash back on dessert.
Ooh, tiramisu.
Earn unlimited 3% cash back on dining and entertainment with the Capital One Saver card. Capital One, what's in your wallet?
Terms apply. See CapitalOne.com for details.
University of Maryland Global Campus offers more than 55 flexible online certificates that provide short-term credentials and real-world skills you can use immediately. With a range of affordable undergraduate and graduate certificates in high-demand fields like business, AI, cybersecurity, data analytics, and healthcare, you can earn credentials quickly to help advance your career. Learn more at umgc.edu. That's umgc.edu. Certified to operate in Virginia by Chev.
Hey, it's Mike Broomhead. Want to remind you why I love Bulldog security screens. Here's why they're my top choice in home security. Bulldog security screens are custom made to fit your home. Not only do they help block out the sun, they keep out the heat, they also are tough as nails. Trust me, I personally went to their factory right here in Arizona. I tried to break through all of their security screens, and I couldn't. The screens are the real deal. Handmade with military-grade steel, keeping intruders outside and withstanding Phoenix's harshest weather. Plus, they look amazing. They fit your home's design without eyesore ugly bars or giant rolling shades on your windows. Take the vacation worry-free, knowing Bulldog security screens are guaranteed to keep your home safe. And isn't that what this is all about? Real home protection. Get all the details and schedule online at BulldogSecurityScreens.com. That's BulldogSecurityScreens.com. Insist on the Bulldog, because Bulldog security screens, they're tough.
Such a blow to investors. Whether you're a big trader or whether you have a 401k.
Life can be complicated. Planning for retirement doesn't have to be.
So what we're looking at here is a plan and a strategy that guarantees the retirement income, but it doesn't give up that growth for safety.
Learn tips and tricks to help you move forward.
That's not always debt. And when you have the money to pay it off, it's called leveraging.
Tune in to The Parker Holland Show, Saturdays at 3 p.m. and Sundays at 9 a.m. and 1 p.m. right here on KTAR News.
Hey, this is Jim Sharp, and I am with Alexander Hobby, a recent graduate of Midwestern University with a degree in speech-language pathology. But that is not where your story started, Alex, is it?
No, it actually started in 2020. I went to a different school for a dental program, and then I just started flunking out. They wanted to dismiss me from the program, and I didn't know why. Went to an audiologist, was diagnosed with auditory processing disorder, and decided to go to Midwestern to major in speech-language pathology to help others like me.
So what was your experience like at the Midwestern clinics?
The doctors were very patient with me. The professors understood where I was coming from, and I was able to treat patients like myself, similar to me, and it was just a great experience all around.
And you're going to use it to help others. That's amazing.
Definitely.
To learn more about Midwestern University's Therapy Institute, where you can receive unhurried care like I do, and all of the Midwestern University clinics, including dental, vision, and family medicine, visit mwuclinics.com.
KTAR-FM, Glendale, Phoenix, Arizona's breaking news and traffic. KTAR News on 92.3 FM. KTAR News now.
It's 5 o'clock. Good afternoon. I'm Becky Lynn.
KTAR breaking news alert.
This just into the KTAR News Center. Air Force Two has now arrived at Sky Harbor Airport. The plane with Vice President J.D. Vance aboard and Charlie Kirk's family is carrying the body of Kirk back to Arizona from Utah a day after he was assassinated at Utah Valley University. A few dozen supporters of Kirk were watching from across the street as the plane came in for a landing. Once again, Air Force Two, carrying the body of Charlie Kirk back to Arizona, has now arrived at Sky Harbor Airport. You can get breaking news notifications right on your phone. Download the KTAR News app. And for more, you can go to KTAR.com. Right now, now let's go live to Sky Harbor Airport. KTAR's Ballon Overstoles is there with a little bit of the scene. Ballon?
Yeah, Becky, we are at the Sky Harbor Executive Terminal now. Air Force Two has touched down, and right now we are waiting. The door has opened, and we've seen at least a dozen people exit the plane. However, we are too far to make out those faces, and authorities have also moved a bus in front of the plane and the terminal, obscuring the view here, so it's a little unclear what's happening. And as you said earlier, there are a lot of supporters here turned out with cameras up and really just waiting to see what will happen next. It is unclear exactly where the vice president is right now. We're not sure if he came down in that crowd from the plane, but again, Air Force Two has touched down here at Sky Harbor, and right now we are awaiting to see what happens next. Live at Sky Harbor, Ballon Overstoles, KTAR News.
Thank you, Ballon. We'll continue to check in with him there at the airport. Authorities say they've tracked the movements of a suspect wanted for the murder of Charlie Kirk on the campus of Utah Valley University yesterday. Police released images of a suspect they believe is responsible for the shooting, saying he arrived on the campus at 11:52 a.m. and then moved to a rooftop. ABC's Matt Gutman has more on the manhunt.
They believe he watched from that perch for some 20 minutes as Kirk revved up the crowd.
That's a lot of people, Utah, I'll tell you what.
And at 12:23 p.m., as Kirk was answering a question about mass shootings, that sniper, more than 100 yards away, fired that single shot.
Do you know how many mass shooters there have been in America over the last 10 years?
Counting or not counting gang violence?
Great.
In an instant, panic. Students ducking for cover, and as they did, cameras catching a shadowy figure in black on a rooftop.
Speaking to reporters in D.C., the president again casting some specific blame for the murder.
We have a great country. We have a radical left group of lunatics out there, just absolute lunatics, and we're going to get that problem solved.
President Trump says he has an indication of what may have motivated the shooting, but declined to go into detail. Meanwhile, the FBI is asking the public for help locating that person of interest in the assassination of Kirk. Former FBI investigator Steve Hooper tells the Mike Broomhead Show the FBI's decision to release the photo of the person is a good one.
They are putting these pictures out so that the whole world can see who this guy is, and I'm sure they're getting dozens of tips.
Hooper says the same strategy was used to capture the Boston Marathon bombers, and he has confidence it won't be long before Kirk's killer is apprehended. Let's check on traffic now. Enrique Garcia's in the Valley Chevy Dealers Traffic Center.
Thank you, Becky. Hey, I just want to let everyone know that around Sky Harbor, Buckeye Road between Copperhead Drive and 25th Place is closed until further notice. Terminal access remains open, and that you are supposed to follow the posted detours that are around on the sign, so just be mindful of that. Quick look at our highways. Chandler with a debris on the right shoulder on Loop 101 Price Freeway northbound near Werner Road. This report brought to you by Beatitudes. Our summer of super savings is on. Your parents can save big and enjoy a senior community like no other. Schedule your tour at beatitudescampus.org. Enrique Garcia, KTAR News.
Tonight, clear skies, 82 should be our low temp, and then 100 on Friday and 98 on Saturday. It's 102 currently in Phoenix at Sky Harbor. Weather brought to you by Howard Aaron Plumbing. Whether replace or repair, call Howard Aaron Plumbing. I'm Becky Lynn on Arizona's news station, KTAR News.
Outspoken.
Nobody wants this, and nobody supports this.
Speaking up for Arizona.
That's a dangerous comment. You better be able to back it up.
Outspoken with Bruce and Gatos. KTAR News 92.3 and the KTAR News app.
It's Arizona's #1 talk show. Welcome to Outspoken with Bruce and Gatos. Hour number 2.
A lot of people will tell you hour number 2 is the best of the hours.
The breaking news is that Charlie Kirk's body has arrived at Sky Harbor Airport. The vice president of the United States flew with the body of Charlie Kirk on Air Force 2. So it has landed. Many people have deplaned. And I'm assuming that the casket with Charlie Kirk's body in it will be removed from Air Force 2. I don't know if that's something we're going to see. If that's something they're going to make.
Ballon Overstolz, who's down there, said they did put a bus kind of between the press and that. I don't know if they did that on purpose to try to block a view.
You know what? I'm
just saying.
No, and that's true. I think that's smart. Can we give this family a little bit of privacy?
That might be the reason, rationale behind it.
We all saw him killed. It was on social media. Thousands of people witnessed
Instantly,
it. Horrible. Yeah. Can we give them some, can these, the TV out there, can we turn it off and just give this family, because I know that I think we saw the casket in Utah leave for Phoenix, correct? I mean, that's...
Yes.
Okay. Can we give them some privacy?
When they're getting home.
Yeah.
I
mean, put it this way. I don't want to see his wife.
Or the little kids.
No, I don't want to see that this poor family is going through so much. I don't want to see a close-up picture that they give his poor wife. I don't want to see that. Like, can we just give them a moment and not show this everywhere? I would like not to see any of it. And I just think that's the right thing to do. If you're right, Bruce, that they parked a bus in front of it to block everybody, good. My goodness, the tragedy that they've gone through in the last 24 hours. Can we give them any privacy at all? And again, I don't know if they were on the plane, if his family was on the plane. Maybe they were, maybe they weren't. But we've got to give them some privacy because his murder was so public.
Very, very much so.
It's just so public.
We talked about Twitter yesterday, the way the algorithm works or whatever, how it was everywhere.
So can I mention something?
Please.
I think I'm like a lot of you. I was on social media, and I saw it, and I wish I hadn't.
Yeah,
I wish I didn't see it.
I didn't need to see that video.
Now, I know that people seek it out and watch it. Okay, I don't. Yeah. I'm not gonna judge you. You do whatever you want. But I didn't want to see it, and stupid me. It's there, and you're like, okay, well, they're not gonna. Oh my gosh! And then there it is.
Right.
And I didn't want to see that. So I hope that they give the family some privacy because it's been just a brutal 24 hours. So the breaking news once again: Charlie Kirk's body has arrived at Sky Harbor. I think there are probably some of you out there that didn't know he lived in Arizona, and I can't tell you what's the breakdown of him living here and living elsewhere. I really don't know.
I think he considers himself. Right. He lived in Scottsdale, Valley resident.
Yeah, and I think Matt Salmon said that on the War Room yesterday.
And the organization TPUSA is based here as well. They have their headquarters.
Right. And, to be honest, we didn't even say this yesterday. Yesterday's 5 o'clock War Room was supposed to be with someone from his organization.
Yeah, Tyler Bauer.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
And
who, needless to say, was unable to make it on that day.
And so that was planned weeks ago. Mm-hmm. Nobody knew this was going to
obviously not.
was going to happen.
Maybe it's just the norm. I'm going to use this example. Somebody older than me is going to have to tell me that after Pearl Harbor, were there a bunch of conspiracy theories about what really happened? It wasn't the Japanese. It was the Americans bombed themselves. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Because now we live in a day and age where almost immediately the conspiracy theories started about what exactly happened yesterday on that campus in Utah.
There are 3 different conspiracy theories.
Only? Are you sure? I might add to it. Keep going.
The one is being called the Bush Sniper.
The Bush Sniper.
Another is hand gestures.
Oh, yeah.
And another one is a plane theory.
Okay, you're going to have to break some of these down for me.
Well, because, everybody wants to know how this happened. And so a lot of people start to reach. The Bush Sniper theory is that there was a second person involved.
Unreal. The grassy knoll? Yeah, seriously, a second shooter.
A person that was camouflaged in some sort of greenery, concealed by some greenery. People are insisting that a figure was concealed among the greenery. So, if there's an area and there's a lot of green, somebody was camouflaged in that. I don't know.
I've seen this one.
Okay.
That it was a professional hit, a professional assassin.
You never know.
Who's been whisked out of the country already.
Right.
I don't know by who and for what reason.
But the reason they said that, that's the plane theory, that there was a jet that took off and dropped under the radar and there's suspicion that's surrounding all of that.
Oh, my goodness.
I mean, yeah, it's the conspiracy theories, but I think also people want to know what happened. And maybe that's how
and
you
when
start
you
to reach.
and the fact that they don't know who did it.
Yeah.
People out there fill in the gaps.
Yeah.
You might want to say, and they fill it in with a certain level of crazy. I'll remind you that we are expecting. It's been delayed, but we will carry live for you the FBI press conference if and when it happens during the show.
Right.
You haven't missed it.
Last conspiracy theory is the hand gestures, that there were two guys giving hand signals right before
I saw a video of
he
that.
was shot. What
They
did you think?
look like, okay, here's what it looked like to me. It looked like baseball signals.
Yeah.
Like when you're telling the guy, whether to steal second base.
Right.
That's what it looked like.
Okay.
But I didn't understand what that would have signified for shooter. It could have just been somebody reaching up to the brim of their hat and touching their face. Do you know what I'm saying?
Yeah,
but
absolutely.
it looked like baseball signals.
There is a video that is out there that shows a person lying on the roof before running. And
That's not a conspiracy.
That is not a conspiracy.
No, that's there. And there's another video immediately after the shot rang out that you can see when you slow it down. You see a person running along that same rooftop.
And the crazy thing about that video is someone has their phone and is just...
They were just walking on campus.
And it's one of those things where they go, huh, looks like there's somebody
what's that
on the
up
roof.
there? Yeah, lying down on the corner.
I got to tell you, man.
That's kind of weird because I don't know if I would have seen it.
If I would have taken that video and saw what that person saw, I would have thought, I think the first thing that went through my mind would have been, oh, that's security.
Okay.
That's what I would have thought.
You would have said, oh, they got cops up on the rooftops, keeping an eye on things, which, by the way, they didn't.
Yeah.
Yeah. All right. Again, the latest is the, I guess you could say, the transfer of the body from Air Force 2 into a hearse. Will obviously then make its way through Phoenix. We don't know exactly where it's headed. Is going on right now at Sky Harbor, the executive terminal, the old Terminal 1. If you old school people out there, we know that's also going to impact traffic in the area.
And as we're watching Sky Harbor Airport, and as we've seen, Air Force 2 land with the body of Charlie Kirk, thinking ahead, the funeral most likely is going to be here.
It's going to be here, yeah.
Donald Trump is going to be here.
Yeah, so it'll probably be early next week.
So we're going to have the president. We may have his whole cabinet here. Just think about that. I mean, anybody who is a Republican, Ted Cruz. I mean, I've just seen pictures. He was friends with Charlie Kirk. Meghan McCain, who joins us every Monday, friends with Charlie Kirk. Would she come out to the funeral? I'm saying that in the next few days, I think we're going to see a lot of politicians and people who were close with Charlie Kirk come out and pay their respects. This was a violent death. This was an assassination. And there are going to be a lot of people who are going to be, want to come and be out here and be with the family.
Yeah.
And so I think we're going to see a lot of people that we all see on TV, listen to.
Coming to Phoenix.
They're going to be here, including President Trump. That's a definite.
Not only a high-profile event, but a big security event.
Huge security event. That's another thing to talk about. I mean, how do you do that? Well, the Secret Service will be here, and they'll do that.
That's what they do.
So just looking ahead, that's what we're most likely going to see. All right. Coming up next, today is the anniversary of 9/11, and we all have a story about 9/11, and we will do that coming up next.
Hey, real quick, I want to talk to you about the last piece of financing you'll ever need for anything. Think about that for a second. Not being beholden to a bank. Yeah, it's called a Life Changer loan. A Life Changer loan. If you've got great credit, if you're good with money, if you have equity in your home, well, then a Life Changer loan is perfect for you. I mean, a Life Changer loan replaces the traditional mortgage, and you do all your banking inside your mortgage, which means you instantly have access to your equity. Now, that allows you to do things like pay down or pay off your mortgage in a really short period of time. Less than 10 years. As a matter of fact, the average average person pays it off in less than 5. You also can borrow back. You'll never have to go and get a loan again, whether it's for home improvements, a new car, college education. You can borrow from yourself. A Life Changer loan respects the fact that you've been good with money, and it doesn't treat you like they don't trust you, kind of like a bank does. Reach out to them right now. LifeChangerLoan.com. LifeChangerLoan.com. Remember, it's not magic. It's just math.
KTAR Breaking News Alert.
This just into the KTAR News Center. Air Force 2 has arrived at Sky Harbor Airport carrying the body of Charlie Kirk, and KTAR's Ballon Overstolz is there and joins us live.
Yeah, Becky, right now we are waiting to see what happens next. The plane has touched down, and currently our view is blocked, so we're going to see when they come out. But I do want to talk about the supporters here today. There are at least 4 dozen, possibly more people out here holding American flags, a variety of ages here. And they are, I've spoken of some people, and they say they're here to represent Kirk, and they just really believe that he stood for open conversation and not violence, and they want to come out today and represent that. But it is a big crowd here, and it is really mournful. I mean, the one woman I did speak of earlier, too, she became emotional during the interview as she was describing what she believes Kirk believed in. And the plane is here again. We are waiting to see what happens next. Live at Sky Harbor, Ballon Overstolz, KTAR News.
All of our top stories are only 15 minutes away. For more news, go to KTAR.com or to the KTAR News app. And now we've got plenty of detours around the airport and some other troubles out there. Here's Enrique Garcia live in the Valley Chevy Dealers Traffic Center.
Thank you, Becky. Out in Phoenix, we have a crash blocking the exit ramp on I-10 Papago westbound near East Sky Harbor Boulevard. This report is brought to you by AZ Trimlight. Make your home sparkle this season. Smart LED, app-controlled, stunning colors, and unbeatable quality. Schedule your free quote now before the holiday rush. aztrimlight.com. Enrique Garcia, KTAR News. Now back with Outspoken, Bruce and Gatos.
Hey, a reminder that we've got video going on at all times. And we know there's people out there, because I get the messages.
I don't see the messages.
That watch us on the
I'm not
KTAR
allowed
YouTube
to
channel.
Look at the messages.
Yeah, can I tell you the thing I get a lot?
No.
I never stop moving. I tend to, I'm in constant motion.
Yeah, you're a lot.
Sorry. I'm a lot to deal with. You can check it out, as well as check out our podcast. If you miss any of the show, you can always go back. You can watch it on the KTAR YouTube channel or subscribe wherever you get your podcast, The Outspoken with Bruce and Gatos podcast, brought to you by Revival Psychiatry.
We're just keeping our eye on Sky Harbor Airport. As Vice President Vance has flown in on Air Force 2 with a casket and the body of Charlie Kirk. And so we'll give you all the information as it happens, but that's what's going on at Sky Harbor right now.
I'm assuming there's going to be some sort of procession.
Possibly.
Well, I think there has to be. The Vice President's here. And that's going to cause some traffic issues. Our buddy Enrique will keep us on top of
Is
that.
this something like the governor needs to go out to? I don't know.
I don't believe.
Like if the president comes out, well, the one thing I always say is, I don't care if the president's Republican or Democrat. They should be met at the tarmac by, and we've seen that with Jan Brewer and Barack Obama.
Mm-hmm.
Woo! But I think that's what should happen. I don't know if this is one of those cases.
I haven't heard anything that the governor is out there or other political figures necessarily.
And you know, to be honest, now that
seems a little self-aggrandizing.
I don't think she should do it. Yeah. I
like
agree.
Making you part of the story.
I agree.
Okay.
I agree. Just to think it through. Yeah.
Obviously, today's the anniversary of 9/11.
It is 24 years.
Difficult time for a lot of people, and you know, it reminds me, and something that producer Jules said, that people from that area, people from New York especially, like this day, I think it's fair to say means a lot more to them. It's much more personal, and everybody has a story. Everybody was one degree of separation, or, it could have, or if I hadn't done this or whatever. And I've heard that from so many New Yorkers, because if you live in New York, you're in and around there. And I don't have a connection to 9/11, full stop. But I was in New York on September 10th.
It's crazy to think about that.
I went to the MTV Music Awards.
Wow.
And then went to the Jackson family reunion at Madison Square Garden that was taped for television and was supposed to play, I want to say that week. It was supposed to play on the 12th or 13th. And they delayed it, obviously.
So you saw the concert?
Yeah, I went to the concert.
Wow.
No, I was at the Madison Square Garden.
Yeah.
I flew home. I flew to Phoenix on the 10th. We all talk about like how close you were to it, but because we were talking about you said were you at the station when it happened?
Oh, absolutely.
I was sleeping. Now here's why. Yeah. I had landed at like midnight or 1 a.m. I had just flown back.
Yeah.
And I woke up because my mother called my phone 30 times.
Yeah.
Because she knew I was flying from New York.
Oh, gosh, and she was worried.
And that's all she knew. She knew I was in New York and flying home.
That's terrifying.
And didn't know where I was. And I wasn't answering my phone because, of course, I was sleeping.
No, I mean, this is something I heard of, bright and early in the morning. And, I was asked to get into KTAR immediately. And obviously,
all hands on deck.
It was all hands on deck. Yeah, I mean, that, I had a couple people that I knew get killed.
Yeah.
I played baseball with one. It's always funny. I think of two people who, was I friends with them? Not really, but I went to school with them.
You knew them.
Yeah. And so, played baseball with one. I remember another guy we had the same size foot.
Okay.
And one of us would always forget our gym.
The shoes you're supposed to have?
The sneakers.
Yeah.
And we'd always borrow each other's. And, to think about, those two gentlemen perishing in the buildings is just awful. Yeah, I mean, it's. I remember being a very small kid. My parents took us to Windows on the World.
Oh, you'd been up there to the very top.
Don't remember the dinner.
Okay.
I remember two things about it.
I'm ready.
Because I didn't think it was anything.
Again, this is the restaurant that was on the very top of the World Trade Center. I just don't want everyone to assume. That's all.
Yeah. I remember the elevator ride up, and it was long.
Took a while.
Took forever, and it was really crazy because when we were driving into New York, my parents said that we're gonna have dinner in that building.
Pointed to the buildings.
I'm like, wow. So we went up. Don't remember the dinner, but I remember leaving the World Trade Center. And I don't know why I did this as a kid, but I used to pick up a thing of matches from like restaurants here and there.
With the brand on it, with the logo on it.
And so I remember picking up, the matches with the World Trade Center Windows on the World match book.
Matchbook.
And about 6 or 7 years ago, 10 years ago, when my parents were moving out of their home and into a smaller place, we had to go through the home, and I found the matchbook.
Oh, wow.
And I still have the matchbook.
Wow.
Yeah. I don't know. It was in a drawer, Bruce.
Literally, just sitting there. Right.
Just in a drawer, and I looked at it, and
everything comes back to you like, boom.
Yeah.
That's crazy.
Yeah. It was, and for some of you who are younger and didn't live through it, about the scariest day that we've had in this country in a long time because we were under attack. We didn't know if there was.
Well, we weren't 100% sure by who even.
Right.
We just knew.
We didn't know if there was a second wave.
All hell was breaking loose.
All throughout the day, there were rumors another plane was on the way.
Or there's a plane in the air that's not listening, and is Los Angeles next? And I mean, literally, like nobody. They were evacuating high rises across the country.
Yeah.
Even here in Phoenix.
It was a terrible day. 3,000 plus people killed.
Horrible.
It was just, and then everybody who ran into that building. If you're a firefighter, or weeks after, if you worked on pulling the rubble away, many of those have perished too.
With all the toxic,
they got cancer and everything.
Yeah.
So
and continues to be an issue.
Yeah. It's a very I get goosebumps. So just thinking about what took place that day. And then there was the anthrax scare. They told us not to even touch the mail.
Oh yeah, that was right after, wasn't it?
Yeah, don't touch the mail. And I remember, I'm like, okay, I got mail. What am I putting gloves on for mail? And some people did that.
Literally.
Yeah, it was a terrible time.
We've got a check of the headlines on the way. Make sure you're up to speed on everything. Coming up next, we'll give you the latest on Air Force Two and Vice President Vance and Charlie Kirk's body landing back here in Phoenix. Procession will be moving its way relatively shortly here, and giving you the latest to everything else we know. It's coming up next. Outspoken on KTAR.
Conservative activist and founder of Turning Point USA, Charlie Kirk, has died after being shot at an event in Utah.
This is a dark day for our state. It's a tragic day for our nation. I want to be very clear that this is a political assassination.
We'll bring you the latest developments as this breaking story unfolds on KTAR News 92.3 and the KTAR News app.
Hey, at Aria Dental Implant Center, they're going to save you money, and they're going to make your life so much better because you're going to get brand new teeth. If you are someone who has, issues with your teeth, you have painful teeth, you have missing teeth, you have broken teeth, you can go to Aria and you can speak to Dr. Joe, who's the best in the business, and they're going to talk about implants and what kind of treatment they could give you. And as I said at the beginning, they're going to give you a price that is going to be affordable. And the reason that they're more and way more affordable than everybody else is that Aria is local. So it's only a fraction of the cost compared to those corporate dental implant centers. So if you got a family member who's got broken teeth, if it's you who has missing teeth, go to AriaDentalImplantCenter.com.
As parents, we watch our kids grow up, cheer at their games, help with homework, and worry about the choices they'll face. One bad pill laced with fentanyl, that's all it takes. That's why I've talked to my older kids about carrying naloxone. It's not about expecting the worst. It's about being prepared, because one dose can save a life. Please carry naloxone. Be ready. Be safe. Learn more at naloxoneaz.org. That's naloxoneaz.org.
You know, I still have my first car, a classic 66 Mustang, and what was is parked right next to what's next, a new Explorer we recently bought from our Desert Ford dealers. Yep, Paul Calvise here. Hey, Ford isn't just part of our family. My grandfather worked for Ford Motor, but it's part of America, our heritage. Yet Ford is also the future. Whether it's family time or four-wheeling time, tailgating or towing, Ford has a powertrain option that fits what you're looking for. Gas, hybrid, electric. You know what else our Desert Ford dealers have? The best-selling line of trucks for 48 years running. That Ford F-Series with the all-new 2025 F-150, designed to be the toughest and most productive ever. And then there's a 2025 Ford Mustang Mach-E, 100% electric, 100% SUV with sports car performance. SUV, my daily driver, a Ford Edge. And again, we just bought a new Explorer. Wait till you see the redesigned interior on the all-new 2025 Explorer. Bottom line, get on down to our Desert Ford dealers or click buyfordnow.com.
It's another hot Arizona summer, so keep your home cool by blocking out the heat with my friends from Window World. If your windows or patio doors are hot to the touch and warming up your home, then it's time for new Solar Zone Sun Shield glass windows and doors from Window World. According to Window Nerds, these windows have a 0.14 solar heat gain coefficient, which means these windows keep the heat outside where it belongs. Plus, every Window World window is backed by a true lifetime warranty. And this summer, Window World will install 6 large premium sliding windows, all with Solar Zone Sun Shield glass, tax included, for one low upfront price of only $4,725. No gimmicks, no hassles, just the best value in replacement windows and doors, period. Call or schedule online at windowworldphoenix.com. That's windowworldphoenix.com. Window World, simply the best for less.
If your child has a great imagination and a way with words, I've got a fun writing contest that could win them $529 towards an AZ 529 education savings plan. Have them write about their dream job and send it in. It's easy. I'm Arizona State Treasurer Kimberly Yee, announcing the 6th annual AZ 529 essay contest for all Arizona 5th and 6th graders. Go to az529.gov for rules and to submit your child's essay. Hurry! Contest ends October 5th.
Hi, I'm Elizabeth Smith with Oliver Smith Jeweler, a local family business started by my dad, Oliver Smith, right here in the Valley. Dad, you've been importing diamonds and cutting out the middleman for decades. How did that change things?
Well, we dropped the price, but not the quality. By importing diamonds and manufacturing jewelry ourselves, we cut out the middleman and passed about a 35% savings directly to our clients. We sell almost all of our diamonds with GIA certifications because that's how you create value, and value and trust are the cornerstones of our business.
Shopping for jewelry can be intimidating, but it doesn't have to be. Whether it's an engagement ring, anniversary gift, tennis bracelet, or diamond studs, we make the process easy and personal. Trust Oliver Smith Jeweler.
We have some of the best diamond prices in the country, and we are right here in your backyard.
Come experience why Oliver Smith Jeweler does diamonds differently. Visit us in Scottsdale at the Shops at Gainey Village and in Fashion Square Mall.
KTAR News now.
It's 5:31. Good afternoon. I'm Becky Lynn. Air Force Two has touched down at Sky Harbor with the body of Charlie Kirk. Dozens of mourners are there, and KTAR's Balin Overstolz is also there. He joins us now live from Sky Harbor.
Yeah, Becky, the plane is here at the executive terminal. It does appear that casket with Kirk's body has been removed from the plane. And as Air Force Two landed more than a half hour ago, we saw a big turnout of Kirk's supporters and people mourning him, young and old, really a big variety of people, at least 3 dozen. And among them is a woman named Elise who says what she believes Kirk stood for.
Open dialogue, despite your background, and he was open to that. And, bring the conversation forward. When we're quiet, we're silenced, bad things happen.
Now, there's still at least a dozen to 2 dozen people here mourning Kirk, though that crowd has cleared out, and there is still a very large Secret Service and police presence here at the executive terminal. Live at Sky Harbor, Balin Overstolz, KTAR News.
Authorities say they have tracked the movements of a suspect wanted for the murder of Kirk on the campus of Utah Valley University yesterday. Police released images of a suspect they believe is responsible for the shooting, saying that he arrived on campus at 11:52 a.m. and then moved to a rooftop. ABC's Matt Gutman has more on the manhunt.
In the woods nearby, law enforcement said they made a discovery. A high-powered rifle wrapped in a towel and 3 unspent cartridges inscribed with words and symbols. Authorities working on what those markings might mean.
Let's take a look at the roads this afternoon. Enrique Garcia joins us live from the Valley Chevy Dealers Traffic Center.
Thank you so much, Becky Lynn. Hey, just to let everyone know, we're going to see some probably rolling closures on the southbound. Northbound 51, we are seeing a procession, so vehicles and flashing lights and all that. As I'm looking at the map, they're passing Osborne, so just be mindful of that. Also on the 51, disabled vehicle on the right shoulder, southbound near Glendale Ave. This report is brought to you by YRefi. Don't let private school student loan ruin your debt. Go to YRefi.com. That's YRefi.com. Ricky Garcia, KTAR News.
82, our overnight low temperature. And then for Friday, about 100 for our high. A little cooler than that for Saturday. Right now it is 100 in Mesa. Weather brought to you by Howard Air and Plumbing. Whether replace or repair, call Howard Air and Plumbing. I'm Becky Lynn on Arizona's news station, KTAR News.
Hey, Chris Merrill. The latest national test scores show that today's high school grads keep getting dumber and dumber. If this keeps up, who's going to train AI to take our jobs in the future? That's tomorrow at 2 on the Chris and Joe Show.
That was a joke.
I wasn't listening. I'm sorry.
It wasn't bad.
You got other stuff I'm doing here.
There is a lot going on out there. We are keeping an eye on the...
I barely listen to you.
There is that. The funeral procession. The procession, Charlie Kirk's body, the hearse, and a small procession just exiting the 51 now, kind of on the northern part of the 51. It did not shut down the freeway. We weren't sure if that was going to happen or not. It did just move along there, but it does have a police escort and a hearse with a few other cars. The fact that I don't think there's a large police presence might show that Vice President Vance is not with them.
I would agree with that.
You'd see a more robust turnout.
Yeah, they're on the 51. They're probably going to drive right by us here, Bruce.
I think they already have. They've just exited the 51.
I believe that Charlie Kirk's family was on the plane, from what I'm getting.
Came back with him, yes.
And just so nice of the media in Utah to take a picture as close up from a grieving wife. I think it's disgusting.
I didn't see that.
I think it's disgusting. I think it's disgusting.
I don't need to.
I don't need to see that. She doesn't
add to the story.
She doesn't need that. It was it was a public execution, is what we saw yesterday, and now we can't even give this family any privacy. I'm very upset about that picture. I really am. I think it's despicable. Sometimes you just got to say, okay, maybe you're in the media and the boss sends you out to do that. Maybe you just say, I'm not going to do it, or you get out there and you go, yeah,
couldn't get the shot.
I'm going to turn this off.
Yeah,
they deserve some sort of privacy. And no one wants to give it to them. At least when we were out there today at the airport, we weren't right on top of everybody. We were very far away. KTAR was being very respectful. And we were just telling you, here's what's going on with Air Force 2. Here's what's going on with the body of Charlie Kirk as it arrives, on his final journey home. And in Utah, when the plane took off, they had to get that really close shot of his wife. Just the pain on her face. You don't have to do that.
Yeah.
And I think whoever did that,
well, 24
congratulations. You really think you made it now, and you're a big star, and you got the big picture. I think it's gross. I think it's disgusting. Let's leave them alone, for crying out loud. Let's let them be.
Yeah. Again, the procession, I believe it's heading towards a mortuary. It's on city streets now.
It's a white hearse.
Yeah.
Right? Yeah.
Don't know exactly where it's going, and doesn't matter.
Can I say this too?
Yeah.
So we've got some of the local channels up, and they're covering this like it's OJ.
Yeah, with the helicopter.
Do we need a helicopter above? I'm just being honest. Do we need that? I don't think we do.
Fair.
I don't think we need that.
I don't think they need to show where they're going.
I think
like
that's
just
terrible
in general.
too.
Do you know what I'm saying?
Because I can tell where I'm looking at the TV. I know where they're going.
I've picked up what
I have an idea.
part of town they're in.
Yeah. Can you leave people? Can you leave them alone? There's 2, 4, 6
motorcycle officers,
right,
and a procession of maybe 5 cars.
I think it's unnecessary. Yeah. And I don't like the job the media's done today, and I really don't like to talk about the media because I don't watch Fox, I don't watch CNN, I don't watch any of this garbage. But I think what we did here as a radio station was appropriate. We're not following the hearse.
No.
Okay? We could have done that. We're not doing that. We got these TV stations here in town that has the chopper ahead, and they're following the hearse. Give it a rest.
I'm sure it'll pull into a mortuary. I'm assuming, by the way, mortuary, they're going to have to get the shot of the casket moving out of it.
It's so disgusting.
I don't need to see that.
I don't need to see that. What we did was appropriate. We stayed away. We reported on when Air Force 2 landed, and that was it.
There are people lining the street, so some people know where they're going or had an idea of it, but it looks like they're pulling into a mortuary now, and there are people on the sidewalks outside of it.
You know what? Congratulations to all the TV stations out there. We all know exactly where Charlie Kirk's body is. We can't give that family a second of privacy. We've got to do this. That's despicable.
Yeah.
Come on. Such a public thing happening yesterday, a public execution is what happened. And we all saw it, and we just can't get away from it. We have to have all the good job to the local TV station. You're all out there doing your thing. That's really great. Do you want to get a close-up of his wife again, who's probably pulling up here? Do you want to do that? Maybe get a picture of his grieving children?
Oh,
it's awful. Give
the little kids that's...
Give his family some privacy and get the chopper out of there. And why don't you be human for a moment? I just don't think that's right. I don't. I didn't need to see the picture of his wife. I think that was awful. And certainly I didn't need to see him be executed, which, of course, every television station wanted to put right on.
Well, and
all the media.
Social media amplified that in a heartbeat.
Let's make sure we show all the blood and all that. That's how we get ratings, I guess. Go ahead. I think it's sad. There's so much sad around. I mean, for him to get killed at a venue like a college campus
in Utah.
Yeah. And now we just have to follow him
at a free speech public debate.
Right. And now we have to invade his homecoming.
The privacy.
I don't really know what else to call it. His final his final journey home. And we've got all these TV stations I'm sick. It's disgusting. I don't have anything else to say. I've said my piece.
I hear you. We got to check the headlines on the way. We also want to let you know that we're now getting word that the FBI and local law enforcement will be holding a press briefing 6:30 Phoenix time. Okay, 6:30 Phoenix time.
Okay.
Now, it's moved before, just letting you know, but that's the heads up we are getting right now. We will carry all of that live, and we will have the latest on whatever information they have, on who they're looking for, what evidence they have, and any other information. So we'll carry that for you. This is Outspoken on KTAR.
Ready to score big with your finances? Get $350 for opening a new MidFirst checking account. Just visit a branch near you or go online. Plus, register your MidFirst debit or credit card and enter to win the ultimate game day experience with Arizona Athletics. No purchase necessary. The clock's ticking, so don't wait. Win big this season with MidFirst Bank. Visit midfirst.com for details. MidFirst Bank. True to you. Member FDIC.
I'm John Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. Why should you hire America's largest injury law firm for your case? There's lots of reasons. Just like there's a reason millions of people called us last year in their time of need. When it comes to fighting for justice and compensation, millions of people across the country trust us to go to battle for them. We became the largest injury law firm in the world for a reason. There's only one Morgan & Morgan, forthepeople.com. Injured? Dial pound law or visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
You see it every year. A massive dust storm followed by a monsoon rolls across the valley. You hear that wind whipping by and your cheap contractor-grade windows start rattling like a diamondback in a petting zoo. It's time to do something about it. Hi, Chris Merrill. Advanced Window Products uses Arizona-built Cardinal glass, the best in the industry. Local install crews make sure it's done right. Made in the Valley, for the Valley. And because those windows are made right here and installed by the manufacturer, you save. You're getting factory direct pricing and the absolute best guarantee in the business. That means if one of those storms throws a branch through one of your beautiful new custom windows, they come out and fix it for free. Absolutely free. Call Advanced Window Products and get brand new, high-efficiency windows before the next storm hits. Call 480-764-2002. Take advantage of $2,500 in savings when you buy 10 windows or more. Call them at 480-764-2002. Remember, made in the Valley for your Valley home. One more time, 480-764-2002 for Advanced Window Products.
That nagging joint pain, you know the one. Sometimes it's from years of hard work or an old injury. It's been calling the shots in your life for too long. But that stops right now. QC Kinetics is here to flip the script. They use regenerative medicine, advanced cellular treatments that help your body heal and restore the damage in your joints. Not cover it up, not cut it out, actually helping heal and restore. And the results, long-term, lasting relief. Don't plan your day around pain. Plan it around life. You're walking the dog without stopping. You're playing ball with the kid until they get tired. You're waking up without that first step being the worst step. QC Kinetics. No surgery, no drugs, no long recovery. Bring your MRI, your x-rays. They'll make sure you're a good candidate. Your first consultation is free, so don't wait. Call QC Kinetics now with clinics in Phoenix, Scottsdale, Peoria, and Chandler. 602-837-PAIN. That's 602-837-PAIN.
KTAR News Flash.
It's 5:43. I'm Becky Lynn. Here's what you need to know right now. Authorities say they have tracked the movements of a suspect wanted for the murder of Charlie Kirk on the campus of Utah Valley University Wednesday. Police have released images of a suspect they believe is responsible for the shooting, saying he arrived on campus at 11:52 a.m. and then moved to a rooftop. Here's ABC's Matt Gutman with more.
More than 24 hours after conservative activist Charlie Kirk was killed by a single bullet before a crowd of thousands of college students, a massive manhunt underway for the shooter still at large. The FBI releasing images asking the public for help. What looks to be a young man dressed in black and a shirt that appears to have a flag on it, wearing a ball cap and sunglasses.
All of our top stories are only 15 minutes away. For more news, go to KTAR.com or the KTAR News app. Let's check the road home tonight with Enrique Garcia in the Valley Chevy Dealers Traffic Center.
Thank you, Becky. Out in Phoenix, a dead animal spotted near the roadway on I-17 northbound near the I-10 Papago Freeway westbound transition ramp. Disabled vehicle in Phoenix on the right shoulder on State Route 51 southbound near Glendale Ave. Phoenix with a crash on the right shoulder, I-10 Papago Freeway westbound near State Route 51 northbound. AZ Trim Light, make your home sparkle this season. Smart LED, app-controlled, stunning colors, and an unbeatable quality. Schedule your free quote now before the holiday rush. aztrimlight.com. Enrique Garcia, KTAR News.
All right, Red Mountain Weight Loss, let's help you guys out here. I'm here for you guys, all right? So, let's talk. I know it's something you don't want to talk about, but it's low testosterone. Do you have low T? Do you think you have low T? Here's what I would do if I were you. I would go to Red Mountain Weight Loss. I would meet the doctors, and I would let them test me. If you're feeling tired and sluggish, if you're losing focus all the time, if you're having some of the trouble in the bedroom, you probably got low T. There is an answer for this, guys. And it's really very easy. prescription strength testosterone. That's it. This will also help you lose a bit of weight, get rid of the dad bod. But it's testosterone therapy that the doctors at Red Mountain will talk to you about. So, real easy. Just go to redmountainweightloss.com, redmountainweightloss.com. When you tell them Gato sent you, they're going to take a couple $100 off, and they're going to say, hey, no startup fee. redmountainweightloss.com.
Hi, Jamie West here with Bob, one of the amazing Life Plan residents at Beatitudes campus. What does it mean being a Life Plan resident at Beatitudes?
To me, it kind of means that they start out with independent living and you stay in independent living as long as possible. That was one of the things that we looked for when we were looking to move, was a life plan that had all the different levels of care.
Learn more about the Life Plan community by visiting beatitudescampus.org. Live brightly, age boldly at Beatitudes.
Gleason Roofing. This crazy monsoon weather makes me glad Gleason Roofing repaired my roof earlier this year. The best part is Gleason only repaired the part that needed fixing and didn't try to fix the stuff that didn't. Before the next big storm pops up, contact Gleason Roofing and have them do a free roof audit. Mention me, Jim Sharp, and if they find something that needs fixing, you'll save 15%. Go to GleasonRoofing.com. GleasonRoofing.com.
Gleason Roofing. There's a reason people choose Gleason.
Hi, Joe Huizenga. Young adults are facing the worst labor market shock in years. What's holding back hiring? And what can you do if you're on the hunt for a gig? That's tomorrow at 3 on the next Chris and Joe Show.
A little bit of a programming note. We are expecting a law enforcement press conference led by the FBI at 6:30.
Think they found this guy yet?
I don't think so. They have released some new pictures. They don't look dramatically different from the ones we saw before. If you saw the picture of a person wearing a backpack with a hat on, but they appear to be kind of from the same stairwell or area, security camera footage. But we'll hopefully learn more at 6:30. How's that?
All right, that sounds good. They got to find this guy, and they've got to drag him out of whatever hole he is in.
Yeah, we've seen almost pretty quickly politicians across the spectrum canceling public events.
Yeah, when you say public events, you're in front of people.
In front of people.
Maybe you're outside. Maybe you're not in a confined, place. Or I would never do one if I was a politician again. Like Trump almost got killed. That should have put a stop to the whole thing right there.
Yeah, but we have politicians do town halls, meet with your constituents.
I'm talking outside. Okay. If I'm a politician, I'm done with outside.
Well, I'm going to bring it back.
Okay.
Gabby Giffords was sitting outside of a Safeway.
Right. No more.
Meeting the constituents.
Yeah.
When a guy walked up.
And it doesn't even have to be politicians. I mean, wasn't there, there was a shooting at the Kansas City Chiefs parade?
Oh,
wherever
just in public, you mean?
Right. So, when it's a big event like that, or like, listen, I'm going to movie theaters, I'm going to ball games, I'm not scared, I'm not running around, But if I'm a politician, thank God I'm not, because I don't want to be. But if there's a politician out there and they want to hold a rally, and you can't control every single thing about it, like if President Trump wants to go outside again at a rally, didn't work too well a year ago. My goodness, he almost got killed. If he didn't move his head, he's dead.
Well, I think here's one of the things. Like, when you're talking about the president, you're talking about layer upon layer of security, Secret Service, and technology that I'm sure we're not even aware of. You know what I'm saying? That they use.
Yeah, but how do they miss that guy?
But that doesn't extend to Congressman so-and-so from district wherever. Do you see what I'm saying? Like, they don't have that level of security. Many of them don't have anything even remotely approaching that at events.
No, it's true.
And so I understand your point about being outside, but being inside, I mean, are we going to have metal detectors and police at every event? The next time a congressperson or the mayor or governor holds an event at a library. You see what I'm saying?
Yeah, you're going to have metal detectors. If you go to a Cardinals game, you got to go through that. Suns, everybody. Diamondbacks. You just don't get to walk into a place anymore. If you're going to a concert, guess what? You're at an arena. You're going to be screened. Now, sometimes it's like, they don't really screen anybody, but At least they're looking. They're aware. I mean, so you get on a plane. You can't just walk and get on a plane. You got to get screened. So I mean, really, that's almost happening everywhere now. You know, you go to a mall, you walk right in. That's one of the very few places. You want to go shopping, you're not going to get screened. But I mean, I don't know. It's to the point.
So just like political events,
yeah, because the political violence in this country is out of control, and we've talked about that over and over again. There were 2 people killed in Minnesota. We had lawmakers killed in Minnesota.
Mm-hmm. But that was in their homes.
We had President Trump almost shot in the ear. Grazed
the
his
other
ear.
one was playing golf, right?
Yeah.
The one in Florida.
Right.
That was during a round of golf.
Governor Shapiro, guess what?
In his bedroom.
They burned his house to the ground.
Guy showed up and lit it on fire. But that wasn't...
It's political, though.
But my point is they weren't out in public. Not all of them weren't out in public.
Right.
I wonder... Yeah. I mean, again, if you are an elected official right now, it seems that many of them are rethinking the idea of public events in general, at least larger ones or ones where you can't control everything. Yeah. But keep this in mind. Charlie Kirk was not a elected politician. He didn't have Secret Service protection or anything like that.
Right. He was about as political as you could get.
Don't get me wrong. But
without being elected.
Right. But he was a podcaster holding a public event.
Right.
You're not going to have SWAT teams on the rooftop. Like that's just not a thing.
And I brought this up yesterday. I wonder if he ever thought he had to know that being out there in front of people, really unprotected. I wonder if he knew it was dangerous.
Like made you a target? I think he said he had death threats all the time.
I understand. And so, but he still went out and did it.
Right.
And I just wondered I wondered what he was thinking, like what was in his mind, if he ever thought, gosh, I don't have security. Someone could do what they did. I wonder if it ever went through his mind. I'm curious.
Well,
or if he just turned it off and said, "Here, listen, I'm here to do this. I'm here to have a dialogue. Some people are going to like me, and some people aren't going to like me. But I'm going to go out and I'm going to do my thing." But I wonder if in the back of his mind, it was dangerous. I wonder if he knew that. I wonder if his wife said, it makes me nervous, and I'm sure she did.
Can I use a quote from him and not to be snarky and disparaging?
Absolutely.
When asked about gun violence, Charlie Kirk said, "I think it's worth it to have a cost of, unfortunately, some gun deaths every single year so that we can have the Second Amendment to protect our other God-given rights. That is a prudent deal. It is rational."
It's one of his biggest quotes that some people love and some people hated. Yes, that's what he said.
So he had to be
okay
somewhat,
with it.
I'm not saying
no.
Shoot me because of it. I'm saying cognizant of it.
Right.
Yeah.
I think he was cognizant of it. Yeah. I think that's fair. You read the quote. It is exactly that quote. A lot of quotes are getting, I believe, some, not all, misconstrued. That is a quote right from Charlie Kirk. That's exactly what he said.
He said that April 5th, 2023.
Yes.
At one of the Turning Point events.
Right.
When he was asked about gun violence. That was his response.
Well, the body of Charlie Kirk has arrived in Arizona and is currently at the mortuary. Nice job by all the TV stations to put the actual address up there.
Yeah.
That's disgusting, by the way. Nice job, you guys. You really need to do that?
I don't think that was
not cool.
We have a check of the headlines on the way. We also are going to update you on the latest, including coming up at 6:30. We're expecting a press conference from the FBI and law enforcement on exactly what they know as of right now. It's all coming up right here. We're Outspoken on KTAR.
All right, the Lund Mortgage team. Give them a call, 623-875-9940. You ask, well, why would I call them? The reason that you call them is because you want to buy a house. Maybe it's the first house you'll ever purchase, right? You ever purchased, I should say. Well, maybe, this is the third house that you're about to purchase. But you call the One Mortgage team because they're going to get you prepared. They're going to get your paperwork done. They're going to get you the mortgage that's going to fit you and your family. There are 18,000 homes vacant in the Valley. Right now, it's a buyer's market. We've got people that are selling their homes at a discount. And that's good for you because you're trying to purchase one. Call the One Mortgage Team. It's a buyer's market. Sellers are ready to negotiate a good deal for you. 623-875-9940, lundmortgage.com.
Pioneer Landscape Centers is now part of Site One, bringing you more inventory, better prices, and 14 Arizona locations. From hardscape to irrigation, we've got it covered. Visit pioneerco.com and order today. Again, that's pioneerco.com.
If you have unfiled taxes or are in debt to the IRS, this is important news. Did you know the IRS has programs specifically designed to help people struggling with tax debt? Powerful tax assistance programs that can save you thousands if you qualify. No one knows these programs better than the experts at Optima Tax Relief, America's most trusted tax resolution firm. A-plus rated by the Better Business Bureau, their award-winning tax attorneys and licensed professionals have resolved over $1 billion of tax debt for their clients. One call to Optima can start the process, helping to put an end to your worries about wage garnishment, asset seizure, and other aggressive IRS actions. Find the best options to solve your tax problems. Call the experts at Optima Tax Relief today for a free consultation.
Call 800-343-6460. 800-343-6460. 800-343-6460.
Optima Tax Relief.
Some restrictions apply. For complete details, please visit OptimaTaxRelief.com.
Hello, I'm Joe Hendel from Hendel's Air Conditioning. I remember a restaurant in Scottsdale that displayed a sign stating, "In my humble opinion, we serve the finest sandwich anywhere." I tried one of the sandwiches, and they made a believer out of me. Well, I'd like to inform you that in my humble opinion, Hendel's is the very best air conditioning company, and we can prove it. Just stop by and visit our one-of-a-kind showroom that offers side-by-side comparison shopping. Visit our customer care center, our sheet metal shop, our parts department, and warehouse. You'll find a spotless, well-organized business with an all-star cast of conscientious employees. Just try visiting other air conditioning companies. You probably won't even get past the front door. Hendel's Air Conditioning is open for you 7 days a week. We're a half mile south of Guadalupe Road on Arizona Avenue. Or call us at 480-813-1700. That's 813-1700.
KTAR-FM, Glendale, Phoenix.
Ready to order?
Yes. We're earning unlimited 3% cash back on dining and entertainment with a Capital One Saver card, so let's just get one of everything.
Everything?
Fire everything. The Capital One Saver card is at table 27, and they're earning unlimited 3% cash back.
Yes, Chef! This is so nice.
Had a feeling you'd want 3% cash back on dessert.
Ooh, tiramisu.
Earn unlimited 3% cash back on dining and entertainment with the Capital One Saver card. Capital One, what's in your wallet?
Terms apply. See CapitalOne.com for details.
I'm Ed Evans, CEO of Consumer Cellular. We're dedicated to serving people 50 and up like me. Our needs are different. Big Wireless wants us in an unlimited plan, but if you're not using all that data, you're probably getting used. At Consumer Cellular, we're focused on affordable, reliable plans, including data that suits your needs, not ours. Our plans start at just $20, and you'll get the best customer service in the business.
Call 1-888-FREEDOM or visit consumercellular.com/facts. Plans include $5 credit for auto pay and e-billing. See site for additional facts.
Such a blow to investors. Whether you're a big trader or whether you have a 401k.
Life can be complicated. Planning for retirement doesn't have to be.
So what we're looking at here is a plan and a strategy that guarantees the retirement income, but it doesn't give up that growth for safety.
Learn tips and tricks to help you move forward.
That's not always debt. And when you have the money to pay it off, it's called leveraging.
Tune in to The Parker Holland Show, Saturdays at 3 p.m. and Sundays at 9 a.m. and 1 p.m. right here on KTAR News.
Hi, I'm Faye Fredericks. When you want to know what's really happening in Arizona, join Javier Soto and me. We bring the stories that truly impact your life, getting you the answers you deserve. Weeknights at 5 and 6 on ABC 15.
KTAR News now.
Good evening. It's 6 o'clock. I'm Becky Lynn. Now that the body of Charlie Kirk has been brought back to Arizona from Utah aboard Air Force Two, friends and supporters are gathering outside of Turning Point USA for moments of mourning and prayer tonight. Craig McKee with our TV partners at ABC 15 was outside the center and tells us more.
There's two different memorials, as I've reported on earlier. We've got one right behind me here, which would be on the right side of the main entrance into Turning Point, and then you have another one on the left side of the entry point here. Again, right now, around 75 to 100 people here coming and dropping off flowers still and balloons, praying, taking a moment. I've not seen another prayer circle, but I've seen at least two different prayer circles while I've been out here as well, and they are both children and adults, husbands and wives. What I keep hearing from so many people I speak to is unity, strength, faith, family. 4 key words that just keep coming out of everyone here.
And the FBI has now released images of what they call a person of interest wanted in connection with the shooting death of Charlie Kirk in Utah. The person is seen wearing sunglasses, a long-sleeved black T-shirt, and a hat. Authorities say they recovered a high-powered bolt-action rifle in the woods near the crime scene. ABC News Chief Justice Correspondent Pierre Thomas has more on the investigation.
While they've not yet identified the person of interest, my sources are optimistic the images are clear enough that someone will soon recognize the man seen in those photos.
And we're expecting the latest briefing from the FBI this hour around 6:30, and we will bring that to you live. The governor of Utah has called Kirk's shooting death political assassination, although police don't yet know the suspect's motive. The murder is just the latest in a recent string of political violence. ABC's Jonathan Karl says Republicans and Democrats are pleading to turn down the temperature.
Voices in both parties are calling for calm. Former President Barack Obama writing, quote, "We don't yet know what motivated the person who shot and killed Charlie Kirk, but this kind of despicable violence has no place in our democracy." There is also growing anger. Many of the louder voices on the right are echoing the words of President Trump, who blamed Charlie Kirk's murder on the political left, vowing vengeance.
Arizona is no stranger to political strife. Clint Hickman was a member of the Maricopa County Board of Supervisors during the 2020 election cycle and tells the Mike Broomhead Show he knows how quickly things can get out of hand.
People were ginned up to the point to question what I did with an election. And honestly, it was ginned up from people that I considered my friends in my own side.
During the 2020 election cycle, false conspiracy theories surrounding voter fraud caused widespread anger among many. An Iowa man was sentenced to more than 2 years in prison for threatening to hang Hickman. Today marks 24 years since the 9/11 terrorist attacks, and every year at Tempe Beach Park, there's a visual reminder of all those who were lost that day.
Volunteers spent this morning pounding rebar into the ground and planting nearly 3,000 flags, each one in honor of a person lost on September 11th. Nick Bastian, co-chair of the Healing Field, says the tribute is a reminder for those who were around to see that day and a lesson for those who weren't.
It's amazing to see little kids come out and families bring kids, and there's groups of school children that come out, and it's a great learning experience, but it's just a great way to reflect and, as Americans, remember what happened that day.
The flags will be up throughout the weekend with a candlelight vigil at 7 tonight, a free concert Saturday evening, and a 5K run on Sunday morning. In Tempe, Colton Krolak, KTAR News.
Wall Street today, the Dow was up 617 points. It closed out the day at 46,108. The S&P rose 55. The NASDAQ was up 157 points. For more money news, visit the Business Center at KTAR.com. Time now for a check on that ride home. Here's Enrique Garcia in the Valley Chevy Dealers Traffic Center.
Thank you, Becky. Out in Scottsdale, we have a new crash on the left-hand shoulder on Loop 101 Price Freeway westbound near Scottsdale Road. Phoenixville, we have that disabled vehicle on the right shoulder, State Route 51 southbound near Glendale Ave. This report is brought to you by America Roofing. It's been raining and windy. If you need your roof checked, save 12% and get a free evaluation with Arizona's largest roofer. Call 602-960-ROOF or AmericaRoofing.com. Enrique Garcia, KTAR News.
82 and clear skies tonight, mostly sunny tomorrow, up to 100 for a high and about 98 on Saturday. It's 99 in Tempe right now. Weather brought to you by Howard Air and Plumbing. Whether replace or repair, call Howard Air and Plumbing. I'm Becky Lynn on Arizona's news station, KTAR News.
Outspoken.
You're acting strange today.
Speaking up for Arizona.
Well, first of all, I'm not acting.
Outspoken with Bruce and Gatos. KTAR News 92.3 and the KTAR News app.
It's Arizona's #1 talk show. Welcome to Outspoken with Bruce and Gatos. Final hour of the show.
A lot of people will tell you it's the best of the hours.
Nice job by all you TV stations here in the Valley. Shame on you, all of you. The overhead helicopters following the hearse that has the body of Charlie Kirk in it.
Right to the front door of the mortuary.
Right to the front door. And then in all, what's the little thing they put at the bottom? The crawl?
Chiron.
Yeah, guess what? They all you guys are beautiful, right? You put the address of it.
Yeah.
So now everybody knows the address of where Charlie Kirk's body is. You got no sensitivity to this. It's really, really repulsive. It's repulsive. I understand it's news. I get it. He's a big figure. It was an awful thing that happened yesterday. But to not even give, there are these reporters that are literally right at the mortuary, not giving the family any type of privacy whatsoever.
They had to get the video of his wife.
They did.
Yeah.
And so I'm maybe I'm wrong. I don't know. I think that there should be a little bit of privacy. This was an assassination. This is a guy that got shot in the neck and killed. And here in the Valley, we covered it like it was the chase of OJ.
The helicopter shot of the procession leaving the airport. And,
we had to
going
see
up
that.
the 51.
We had to see where the hearse was, didn't we? No, we didn't. I am ashamed of all the TV stations that did that. I think you guys did a really crappy job today, and you give the media a bad name. It should have been a little more private. In Utah, they got the close-up of Charlie Kirk's wife. Nice job. We really needed that? We didn't really need that.
No.
Maybe I'm wrong, Bruce. Maybe I'm just taking it the wrong way.
I think there's a line.
I think there's a line, and I think many people went over it. At KTAR, I think what we did was really well done. And I'm not saying that because I work here. I'll say whatever I want.
We didn't send Ballin Overschultz to chase the procession up the 51. Yeah.
I hope we didn't. No, I don't think we did.
No, we didn't. No.
He was at the airport, and that was it. I mean, I thought it was disgusting.
A quick programming note. We're expecting 6:30 or as close to it as we can. The FBI and local law enforcement in Utah are scheduled to hold a press conference with the latest. We will carry that live here.
That's news.
Yeah, we'll carry that live.
That's what we should do.
And give you the latest.
Not follow the hearse, people.
Just moments ago.
Goodness, give them some time.
They did release new photos.
Okay.
And videos of what they're calling the person of interest.
It's got to be the guy.
There's a lot of really compelling stuff. One of the videos that's out right now is, I'm going to say it comes from I call them all ring cams. I'm sure there's other brands of them. You know what I'm saying? But from a house just down the street from the campus.
Yeah.
And you see the person of interest, the one who fits the pictures we've seen earlier, wearing a black T-shirt with a backpack on and a baseball cap. And this person's walking down the street, just walking down the street, and then the video picks it up. But they're walking with a limp, almost like if you saw somebody that had a prosthetic leg, or couldn't bend their knee.
Yeah.
And then this is moments before the shooting, and then after the shooting, there's video of what looks to be like the same person, not running down the street, but running through the backyards past the same camera, running without a limp.
How do you go from having a limp to running for your life because you're a coward and you shot a man and killed him in the neck? Shot a man in the neck and killed him.
The FBI says they recovered a Mauser 30-06 older/vintage bolt-action rifle in the woods over there.
Okay.
I'm no expert.
Yeah.
But it looks as if they maybe put the rifle down one of the legs of their pants to walk in, and then dropped it, threw it down, whatever, as they were running away. That's what it appears to be.
Yeah, I think I think you're right. I saw it and I didn't think that. I didn't understand what I was watching.
Yeah.
Why does this guy have a limp, and then why is he running like the coward that he is? I think you're right.
Seems to be.
How do you sneak a gun in? How do you sneak a long gun in?
Yeah.
That's how you do it.
We know that, again, this person of interest is I know the best way to put it, but again, you don't have to be a Scotland Yard to start putting these things together, right? The description, the video, we have a video and pictures of someone on the rooftop where we believe the shot came from. A single shot. They've recovered the rifle itself. I had questions about the gun, and I know there's a lot of you out there that are going to be a little better than I, because I do not own a 30-06 Mauser.
You own a lot of guns, though.
But I don't have a bolt-action rifle like that.
Right. We made some calls about it today and asked some folks.
And is that a difficult shot? 150 to 200 yards with a bolt-action rifle. It did have a scope on it. I did see a picture of the recovered weapon.
And I only heard one shot.
I believe there was only one. Yeah. Only one. Heard from a couple of you out there that are smart.
Okay.
Who said, that's not that tough a shot.
Interesting.
They are hunters, most of them, and they say that's a pretty easy shot if you were a hunter with that specific weapon. And I'll have to take your word for it. It seemed like quite a shot. Now, I think one of the caveats is you still had someone who had to, recon the area. They had to know they were going to be up on this, the roof of a 3-story building, that they were going to have a clear line of sight, set up for the shot, etc. Do you know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
There had to be some intelligence that went into this.
Yeah. I'm calling it the before, during, and after.
Okay.
The before is finding out where Kirk was going to be.
Where he would be set up,
right.
the tent, whatever.
And then finding a building to go up and on the roof, and the angle that you have to shoot down from, and it's 200 yards away.
It's still...
and then, so that's, you have to, that is someone who obviously, did this many days beforehand. This isn't some disgruntled
just
protester.
Showed up and,
no.
Yeah, I think that's fair.
And so then the during, you have to make, that's the guy, he wanted to make the shot, and he did, unfortunately.
Mm-hmm.
But then there's the after. You have to have a well-executed retreat plan.
Well, you say
which
that.
He did.
But and again, you say that, but we also know in many of these cases, and I'm painting with a broad brush, and maybe we'll learn more at 6:30. Shooters like this don't care if they die in the commission of their crime. Do you know what I'm saying?
I don't know.
But the fact that this person
go back to what you just said.
Yeah.
In school shootings, it doesn't seem like they care.
They want to shoot it out or turn the gun on themselves.
Yeah. This isn't a school shooting.
No.
Yes, it happened at a university.
But I don't know. I'm
wondering if it's
100% speculating.
A different mindset.
Did this person had a backpack with them?
All right.
Did they have other weapons in the backpack? Were they prepared to take their own life if confronted by law enforcement, or shoot it out with them or something?
Let me
take
a step further.
Yeah.
They still haven't found this guy.
No.
Don't you think this guy is super dangerous and has ammunition and other guns and ready to go?
That probably wasn't their only gun, the one they left behind.
You think this guy is? You think he's held up somewhere with no ammunition and no guns? This is going to be tough to find this guy, and I don't want anybody else to get killed. If they kill this guy, that's one thing. But I don't want law enforcement to get killed trying to find this guy. And I'm just saying, I think that this man is probably very dangerous, and it's a good shot, obviously, unfortunately. And so, when they find out where he is, are we going to see a shootout, or are we going to see this guy be the coward, take the coward's way out, and shoot himself?
Coming up at 6:30, and again, this may move around. We are expecting law enforcement to give us a press conference live from Orem, Utah, from the FBI as well as local law enforcement. We will carry that live for you here 6:30 on KTAR. You can also watch as we watch on the KTAR YouTube channel, or
If you ever want to go back, you want to listen to any of the other conversations we had today or yesterday with some amazing conversations, you can always check out our podcast, The Outspoken with Bruce and Gatos, podcast available wherever podcasts are found, brought to you by Revival Psychiatry. So what's it like to be standing in Manhattan, in New York, on September 11th, a Tuesday morning, and actually see the flames
with your own eyes?
We're going to talk to a man who was standing there. It's coming up next, Outspoken on KTAR.
You're still glowing, flirting, grooving. You still got it. But your immune system weakens as you age, making it harder to fight flu, pneumococcal pneumonia, RSV, and COVID-19. Vaccines are a key part of any health routine and help strengthen your immune response. Ask your doctor or pharmacist which vaccines you need. Schedule in minutes at vaxassist.com. Sponsored by Pfizer.
Progressive knows if you have to choose between everyday life and your RV, RV wins.
What, are you going to take the RV to the mountains or go pick up your dry cleaning? RV wins! Are we cleaning the gutters or taking the RV camping? RV wins! Are we getting a new passport or cruising up the coast? RV wins!
Don't forget, you got that trip to Sweden coming up.
Oh, yeah, passport, then RV.
With Progressive, you can bundle your RV with your home or auto and save with a discount and spend more time enjoying those savings in your RV. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company affiliates and other insurers. Not available in all states and situations.
KTAR News Flash.
It's 6:16. I'm Becky Lynn, and here's what you need to know right now. Air Force Two has taken off from Sky Harbor Airport after returning the body of Charlie Kirk back to the Valley from Utah, where he was shot and killed yesterday. The governor of Utah has called Kirk's shooting death a political assassination, although police don't yet know the suspect's motive. The murder is just the latest in a recent string of political violence. ABC's Jonathan Karl says Republicans and Democrats are pleading to turn down the temperature.
Since just last summer, we've seen the shooting of two Democratic lawmakers in Minnesota, including the former Speaker of the House, who was murdered along with her husband in their home. The firebombing of the governor's mansion in Pennsylvania, where hours earlier the Democratic governor, Josh Shapiro, celebrated Passover with his family. And of course, the two attempted assassinations of Donald Trump.
And concerning yesterday's murder of Charlie Kirk, we're expecting a news conference from the FBI coming up around 6:30, and we will bring that to you live when it happens. All of our top stories are only 15 minutes away. For more news, go to KTAR.com or the KTAR News app. Now, let's see how the roads look ahead of you tonight. Enrique Garcia is in the Valley Chevy Dealers Traffic Center.
Thank you, Becky. Out in Chandler, we have a brand new crash on the right-hand shoulder on Loop 202 Santan eastbound near State Route 24 eastbound. Get a firm that'll cover all your financial bases, financial, estate, insurance, and tax planning. Go to assetpreservationwealth.com to get your free portfolio. Enrique Garcia, KTAR News. Now back with Outspoken, Bruce and Gatos.
Appreciate it, Enrique, as we remember on this, the 24th anniversary of the horrible Tuesday that was 9/11. Yeah. You know, we have lots of different friends and acquaintances and whatnot, and I got an interesting Twitter message.
You did?
Talking about somebody who is there, who saw it with their own eyes. And joining us right now is my buddy Mike. Mike, thank you very much for being on with us today. And thank you for agreeing to come and share your story, because I think it's safe to say, and I'll say it for you, even 24 years on, this is still an emotional thing for you, having been literally right there at ground zero.
Yes, it is. Yeah, and if I tear up, please forgive me.
No, you are forgiven ahead. Now, I'll tell a little bit of the story. I know that we're a truck driver, basically, making your deliveries in New York, Tuesday, September 11th. You pick it up from there.
I had a delivery in my truck that morning for the World Trade Center. I was used to going into New York every day around 5:30 in the morning, and I'd sit and wait. I'd go to the Federal Reserve, which was a everyday delivery for me, which is about a block from the World Trade Center. But because I had this World Trade Center delivery, I decided to maybe line up and get in. Thank God the line of the trucks to go in was so long, unlike shoot, I'm just going to go over to the Fed. I'll do that. I'll come back a block away and do the the World Trade Center delivery.
Make your delivery, yeah.
Oh my gosh!
So you're right down the street at the Fed. Talk to me a little bit about what that was like.
I was in the Fed when the first plane hit. The Fed had their own electricity supply, so the lights flickered for a second. We heard a big boom, and we all went outside. And I remember talking to a lady on the corner and saying, "What the heck happened?" I may not have used the word heck.
Fair.
And I was looking at World Trade Center 1 with the top 20 floors on fire and people and stuff leaving the building.
Oh, God.
And she said to me, an American Airlines jet just hit there. And I was like, there's no effing way that happened, because it was so clear. While I'm talking to her, the second plane hit, the flame came around the corner, and that's when everybody panicked.
Oh, I can't imagine.
When the first one hit, people were thinking maybe. It was, I remember saying to her, it was like a scene from a Jerry Bruckheimer movie, Con Air, because it was like a movie set watching those top 20 floors on fire.
Oh. Mike is joining us. He was in New York on 9/11. He was going to go to the World Trade Center to drop off,
make his delivery.
Daily
delivery down there at the...
Went to the Fed first, luckily. Do you think if you made the stop at the World Trade Center first, you would be dead?
No. I tell you why, because
please say.
I may have said to the producer, I think 99% of the people got out, but the garages for the World Trade Center were 6 stories deep.
Oh.
I mean, people have no idea. That was a world inside a world.
Yeah.
50,000 people worked in those 2 buildings every day.
Okay.
Every day.
Yeah, I still don't think I'd want to be 6 stories underneath it.
No.
You know, it still sounds terrifying that day.
What did you do after you knew this was terrorism? I'm sure that everybody around you was saying the same thing. And when the second plane hit the building, did you say, I got to get out of here? Where did you go?
I did. Yes, Gatos, I did. Because my wife at the time was, although she worked from home and we lived in New Jersey, that day she was working in Long Island, which was the opposite way.
Mm-hmm.
You know New York.
Yeah, he does.
I get in my truck, and all the streets down there are very, very thin and one way.
Yeah.
But I knew where I was going, and I made my way to Long Island, having called my first wife to tell her I was okay.
Yeah.
And then I remember stopping and watching the buildings fall, and I never cried as much in my life.
Yeah. I know my parents could see it from New Jersey. In parts of New Jersey, those buildings were miles and miles away, and you can still see them. And they watched them fall. And they also, on that day, they told me the stench carried all the way over from New York, all of the black smoke.
The smoke, the debris, all the dust, everything. Yeah. So, Mike, can I ask a question also? This day is horrific. You watch this tragedy. You see it with your own eyes. How did you get home?
3 days later.
What?
3 days later. I went out to Long Island to my wife, and we cried the whole time. I had no change of clothes. She had no change of clothes because she was just going out to the office for the day. We had to go to a Safeway or something out there and buy, and they gave us T-shirts. We were stranded in Long Island for 3 days because they wouldn't let trucks back over the bridge or through the tunnels.
Yeah,
and
that's
I had a 22-foot truck at the time.
Okay.
Yeah, that wasn't going to go back into New York.
3 days.
No, 3 days you were
well, we're glad you're
Mike,
okay.
And thank you for sharing your story. I know, like many New Yorkers and people at the time, yours, the emotion, the rawness of it, and we appreciate you sharing that.
Thank you.
Thank you, sir. That's Mike right down the street. By the way, I'm looking at a map of the Fed building, and it is, let's call it 3 blocks from World Trade, 3-4 blocks. Yeah, I'm looking at right where he was making his delivery on his way over to World Trade Center to drop things off.
And the last thing I'll say about this is we all saw it on TV, and it was so horrifying.
Oh, God.
And I got to tell you, I can't even imagine, absolutely can't imagine what it was like when you were there and when you saw it with your own eyes, it's hell.
You talk about a horror movie.
Absolutely.
A horror movie.
That was hell.
Again, expecting a press conference coming up very, very shortly from law enforcement officials in Utah. We will carry it live. It's coming up next right here on KTAR.
Conservative activist and founder of Turning Point USA, Charlie Kirk, has died after being shot at an event in Utah.
This is a dark day for our state. It's a tragic day for our nation. And I want to be very clear that this is a political assassination.
We'll bring you the latest developments as this breaking story unfolds on KTAR News 92.3 and the KTAR News app.
All right, Southwest Blinds and Shutters. Nobody better in the Valley, and they can take care of all your needs. You know what they've got that's just absolutely awesome, and I had to go see it with my own eyes. My wife and I went to one of their 3 showrooms, and we wanted to see the motorized shades. The technology is incredible. It's 2025. Everything is on your phone, and now your shades or your blinds or your shutters on your phone. You can open, close them on your phone. And it's just, they're beautiful. They're so beautiful. But the other part is they're so easy, motorized shades. And so my wife and I are certainly looking into them. And I did a lot of research on, who's the best company, who can deliver the best product. And I kept coming back to Southwest Blinds and Shutters. And so I'm going to hire them to put in some shades at my house, and I'm really excited. I want you to go do some research. Go and check them out. SouthwestBlinds.com.
Protect your liver and give it the support it deserves by making Active Liver from New Nordic part of your daily wellness routine. Find Active Liver in stores at your local CVS, Meijer Grocery, or online at Amazon, or at newnordicusa.com.
If your child has a great imagination and a way with words, I've got a fun writing contest that could win them $529 towards an AZ 529 education savings plan. Have them write about their dream job and send it in. It's easy. I'm Arizona State Treasurer Kimberly Yee, announcing the 6th annual AZ 529 essay contest for all Arizona 5th and 6th graders. Go to az529.gov for rules and to submit your child's essay. Hurry! Contest ends October 5th.
Progressive knows if you have to choose between everyday life and your RV, RV wins.
What, are you going to take the RV to the lake or clean out your closet? RV wins! Putting the dishes away or taking the RV camping? RV wins! Cleaning the fridge or taking a trip to the beach? RV wins!
You might want to clean the fridge real quick because, mold.
We clean out the fridge, then take the RV out.
With Progressive, you can bundle your RV with your home or auto and save with a discount and spend more time enjoying those savings in your RV. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company, affiliates, and other insurers. Not available in all states and situations.
This is the story of the one. As a maintenance supervisor at a manufacturing facility, he knows keeping the line up and running is a top priority. That's why he chooses Grainger. Because when a drive belt gets damaged, Grainger makes it easy to find the exact specs for the replacement product he needs. And next day delivery helps ensure he'll have everything in place and running like clockwork. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Hello, I'm Scott Pfeiffer, founder of Sonora West Development. For over 20 years, we've been turning dream homes into reality right here in the Valley. From timeless architecture to custom finishes, every detail is built around your vision. We don't just build homes, we craft spaces where life happens. It's more than construction. It's collaboration, creativity, and care. Let's bring your dream to life. Visit SonoraWestDev.com to get started. Again, that's SonoraWestDev.com.
Tune into The Truth About Money with Bruce Weinstein and Tim Travis.
We hand select each and every security in the portfolio as opposed to kind of the more cookie cutter approaches that a lot of the larger firms will take.
Understand challenges facing today's retirees.
They tell us what their wishes and their goals are. We create the plan.
Tune into The Truth About Money, Saturdays at 7 a.m. on KTAR News.
Purchase a Stranger Things special event ticket pack for Friday, September 19th and receive an exclusive hat and D-backs versus Phillies game ticket. Get your tickets now at dbacks.com/strangerthings.
Jamie West here with Connie, one of the amazing Life Plan residents at Beatitudes Campus. What do you love about the Life Plan at Beatitudes Campus?
I can have continuity of care. I can have activities. I can do whatever I want. I can stay in. I can go out. It's just a really exciting place to be.
And this is the place you want to be.
I knew for years that I would be at Beatitudes.
Learn more about the Life Plan community by visiting beatitudescampus.org. Live brightly, age boldly at Beatitudes.
Every student deserves choices in their education. This fall, choose the way you learn. Choose flexibility and personalized support. Choose a cutting-edge, award-winning curriculum. Choose Primavera Online, and you'll be choosing a school that's nearly 25 years strong and can give you a high-quality online education. We're tuition-free, accredited, and now enrolling grades K to 12. Enroll at ChoosePrimavera.com. That's ChoosePrimavera.com.
KTAR News now.
It's 6:30. Good evening. I'm Becky Lynn. The body of Charlie Kirk has come home to Arizona aboard Air Force Two. KTAR's Ballin Overstoles was at Sky Harbor Airport.
When the plane touched down at the executive terminal, it was met by dozens of Kirk supporters and mourners. They say he was the example of what it means to be an American. A woman named Elise adding,
"As a fellow American, patriot, Christian, we respect those, and we're paying our respects to Charlie. We're receiving his earthly body today."
The landing had a big Secret Service presence as well as Phoenix police on site providing even more security. Vice President J.D. Vance landed in Phoenix along with the family of Charlie Kirk on that plane as well. Ballin Overstoles, KTAR News.
Charlie Kirk's assassin may not be as skilled as initially thought. Now that's the assessment of former FBI investigator Steve Hooper, who tells the Mike Broomhead Show. While Kirk was shot in the neck, he suspects that wasn't the goal.
He was lucky enough, in his eyes, to have a fatal shot. But my speculation is that he was aiming for the head and he actually missed his shot.
Hooper adds the shooter's apparent decision to ditch the murder weapon in the woods is further evidence of his inexperience, and he thinks it's only a matter of time before an arrest is made. We are expecting a news conference from the FBI out of Utah, along with local law enforcement there, very, very soon, and we'll bring that to you live when it begins.
It's a hideous day in American history, and it's always going to be tragic, and it's always going to be heartbreaking.
24 years later, people are still reflecting on the terror attacks of 9/11. Political analyst Meghan McCain tells the Mike Broomhead Show today is a day to honor first responders and remember the lessons learned.
That was a time of unification for the American public, and that, I think, is something we can certainly go back to.
Nearly 3,000 people died that day. Turning to sports, it's a day off for the Diamondbacks, who are set to open a weekend series in Minnesota against the Twins tomorrow night. Back to work, though, today for the Phoenix Mercury, who are battling the Wings right now in Dallas, and the Wings are up 84-61 in the fourth quarter. Thursday night football is underway, too. We've got the Commanders in Green Bay taking on the Packers. Packers are up 14-3 in the second quarter. Sports brought to you by Parker & Sons Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, and Electrical. Checking traffic now. It's Enrique Garcia in the Valley Chevy Dealers Traffic Center.
Thank you, Becky. In Phoenix, we have a new disabled vehicle on the left-hand shoulder on I-10 Papago Freeway westbound near 43rd Ave. Chandler still with that crash on the right-hand shoulder. Loop 202 Santan eastbound near State Route 24. And we still have that crash on Loop 101 Freeway westbound near Scottsdale Road. This is brought to you by AMCO. School's back and temps are highs. Car trouble is the last thing you need. AMCO's got you covered. Google AMCO to find a location near you. Enrique Garcia, KTAR News.
Clear and 82 overnight. Tomorrow, 100 degrees, and then backing off a little bit for Saturday. We'll be around 98. Right now in Scottsdale, it's 99 degrees. Weather brought to you by Howard Aaron Plumbing. Whether replace or repair, call Howard Aaron Plumbing. I'm Becky Lynn on Arizona's news station, KTAR News.
Promoting an event that is civil discourse. What great timing for that. We talked to Carlos Alfaro on the Mike Broomhead Show tomorrow morning at 9 a.m.
All right, any moment now, we are expecting a press conference from the FBI and I believe local law enforcement involved as well, live from Orem, Utah, the site of yesterday's murder of Charlie Kirk, and expecting to hear the latest from him. I know in the last hour, the FBI has also released new pictures and video of what they call a person of interest, the person they are looking for, which leads me to believe they probably won't be announcing they have them in custody.
Yeah, I got no idea what they're going to say. But here's the thing. We need some answers. We need to know what the FBI's been doing for the past 24 hours. We've got a guy who's an assassin that is on the loose.
There is a murderer on the loose.
This is a very dangerous individual, has skills, can shoot a gun. We don't know what kind of arsenal he has. I don't think he'll go easy when they find him. It worries me a lot that there'll be a shootout. I don't care about that guy. I care about the police and the FBI and the agents and all that stuff. This guy I don't care about, give a crap about. He's a murderer, and we need to find him. And so, just like anybody, I think that we're interested in what the FBI has to say. It's been 24 hours.
What do they know?
Yeah. They picked up somebody yesterday and then released him.
And then two people. There was one immediately at the event who apparently started yelling or something at the police, and they thought that because of that, he was involved.
Yeah,
Turned out he was just a bit of a crackpot.
And it's mayhem there. I mean, everybody's running around. You don't know what to do. So I think that the picture that the FBI has put out, there's also video, as we've talked about, this guy walking in a neighborhood
just down the street from the campus,
and then later on, after everything happened, he's running
back behind the houses, but still caught on that same Ring video camera.
I do wonder, because I'm just curious, how did they even find this person? Where did they start? I mean, maybe they looked at.
I bet you they've gone through
cameras
thousands of hours already of video and pictures,
and I know they went house to house.
They had to go house to house, going, "Do you have a ring?" I'm not saying it's common, but I mean it's pretty common that they go, "Do you have a ring camera? You have a ring camera? You have a ring camera?" That they
want to see what happened.
What happened in the neighborhood? We want to see what you have.
Yeah. Because there's also video from somebody on campus that was taken at the time. Before the shooting, they were videotaping like what was happening. They're like, "Wow, looks like there's somebody on the roof."
Yeah, no, literally, and they're a ways away. They're like walking down campus, and they go, "Is that somebody up on the roof?" And
what
they
would
notice.
You have thought if you were shooting the video,
and I saw what looked like somebody on the roof?
Yeah, lying down.
I might have thought it was security.
That's what I would have thought too.
It was law enforcement up there.
I would have thought that too.
I don't know if my first thought would be, oh, gee, look, there's a sniper on the roof trying to kill somebody.
No.
I don't know if that would have been my first thought.
I don't think it would be my first either.
Yeah.
So we're waiting. The FBI is going to hold a news conference on the Charlie Kirk assassination. Earlier today, Charlie Kirk's body did arrive here in Phoenix Sky Harbor Airport on Air Force Two.
Accompanied by the vice president.
Okay. And so Charlie Kirk will be, I'm assuming, laid to rest somewhere in Arizona. This was his home. And probably...
Trump said he's coming here for the funeral.
There's no doubt.
I don't believe there's a date yet. We haven't heard that. It's been specified when that's going to happen.
There are going to be a lot of politicians and famous people here in Arizona for that. I'm sure we can expect that, starting with the President of the United States. So we're just waiting on the FBI holding a news conference here any second. So we're going to go to this any second. We understand that it's going to happen pretty quickly.
Mm-hmm.
Is there anything that you're looking for? Is there one thing that you... I
if
mean,
they have all these pictures and video, by the way, have they narrowed it down? Do they have a name?
Right. Well, they put the name out.
Of the person looking for?
Yeah.
Oh, I hadn't seen that. I apologize.
I haven't seen the name.
Oh, okay.
So will they put that name out? I don't know. I've just seen the picture.
Yeah. Will they be able to narrow it down? Do they believe the person's still in the area?
Right. Because how much can you really give up here? And when I say give up, how much can you give everybody who wants to know what's going on? How much can you give them in terms of intelligence,
without giving too much away?
Yeah.
Yeah, I think there's a balance in there. And if I think about this, if you're looking to find this person and you don't have enough clues to go out and put hands on them,
you're going to ask.
You're going to say, "We need help. We need your help." Have you seen this person? Exactly. You know what I'm saying?
Right.
You're 24 hours in. You're going to say, here's what we're looking for. Maybe here's a vehicle that we think's associated with them. Have you seen this?
Here's a tip line that you call.
Exactly. I think they're going to come out and say they need help finding any more clues on this.
Yeah, I mean, the pictures that we're seeing, he's in a ball cap. He's got his sunglasses
wraparound
on.
shades.
Right.
Wearing a long sleeve T-shirt with a backpack and blue jeans.
Yeah, long sleeve black T-shirt.
Now, here's the weird thing. So
he looks young.
I would say 20s.
He looks like he's in his 20s or 30s.
You know, I mean, but again, I'm not saying this to be flippant. No. He looks probably like half the kids on that campus too.
Yeah, I agree.
You're thinking of what does a college student look like and dress like?
That's
like
it.
that. I mean, that's kind of, if he was dressing to blend in, I think he did a pretty good job.
Yeah, and we think he snuck the gun in a really weird, strange way.
Yeah, so there is, again, that Ring video doorbell video of what appears to be the exact same person heading towards the campus moments before the shooting and walking with a very pronounced limp.
Right.
But then there's video of them leaving, running away without a limp.
And we know he dumped the gun.
Was the gun stuffed down their leg of their jeans?
Yeah, I think it was.
All right. Again, that press conference running a little late. Not surprising. We will carry it, though. And the minute it starts, we will have it for you live here on KTAR coming up next on Outspoken.
All right. Connecticut Water. Let's get you a Connecticut system. Let's do this quickly. Why? Because you need one. Protect your home and protect your family with water that you can trust. There are a lot of benefits of purchasing a Connecticut water system. Well, better tasting food and drinks. Laundry that stays soft and bright. Reduced etching and spotting on glasses and dishes. You will have unlimited, pure, filtered water without ever having to leave your home. Perfect drinking water throughout the house. You're going to find that this Connecticut's perfect water reduces soap scum, prevents buildup on faucets and shower doors, and will protect your pipes and your plumbing. So let's get you a Connecticut. 602-910-6570. 602-910-6570. Just schedule Connecticut to come out to your house, and they'll do a free... like a whole free thing. Here's what they'll do. They'll show up at your house. They'll look at your pipes. They will test your water. And that's free when you mention Gatos. All right? Very simple. Just call Connecticut. You can check them out at aquazona.com.
Meet Barkley. When Barkley smells gas, he leaves fast. When Barkley hears hissing coming from a gas appliance, he leaves fast. When Barkley sees dirt or water shooting from the ground, he leaves fast. Barkley then calls 911 and Southwest Gas from a safe location.
Did that dog just grab a phone and dial 911?
Gas lines can be buried anywhere, so remember to call 911 and Southwest Gas.
Ooh, ma. What was that? That is business phone bliss with the Ooma Cloud phone system. It handles all our voice, video, and messaging needs.
You sound very...
Calm? I am. Ooma has everything I need to run my business more efficiently, like virtual receptionist, call routing, and video conferencing. And it starts at just $19.95 per month per user, plus taxes and fees.
Ooma.
Nice. Find your business calm at ooma.com/radio.
It's fall, and back-to-school activities keep everyone busy. Remember, emergencies can occur anytime. That's why having naloxone in your home first aid kit matters. Naloxone can reverse an opioid overdose fast. It's safe, easy to use, and it could save a life while you wait for help to arrive. Be ready. Be safe. Add naloxone to your home first aid kit. Remember, seconds matter, and so do the people you love. Learn more at naloxoneaz.org. That's naloxoneaz.org.
So your dream of buying a home has been on the back burner for way too long, right? Let's be honest, it's tough to know when to jump in. And making the right decision at the wrong time could really cost you. But not when you work with Lund Mortgage. They are so good at making that decision easy with their free rate tracking tool that tracks real interest rates tailored to your specific situation. When your ideal rate hits, you're going to get the heads up. So if you're serious about buying and you want to do it right and on your timeline, you owe it to yourself to visit lundmortgage.com today.
KTAR News Flash.
644, I'm Becky Lynn, and here's what you need to know right now. We're awaiting a news conference from the FBI and law enforcement officials in Utah coming up momentarily. We will bring that to you live, and you can listen in here at 92.3 FM, on the KTAR News app, or at KTAR.com. The body of Charlie Kirk was returned to the Valley this afternoon, and now friends and supporters have been gathering outside of Turning Point USA for moments of mourning and prayer tonight. Craig McKee with our TV partners at ABC 15 was outside the center.
There's two different memorials, as I've reported on earlier. We've got one right behind me here, which would be on the right side of the main entrance into Turning Point, and then you have another one on the left side of the entry point here. Again, right now, around 75 to 100 people here, coming and dropping off flowers still and balloons, praying, taking a moment. I've not seen another prayer circle, but I've seen at least two different prayer circles while I've been out here as well, and they are both children and adults, husbands and wives. What I keep hearing from so many people I speak to is unity, strength, faith, family. Four key words that just keep coming out of everyone here.
All of our top stories are only 15 minutes away. For more news, go to KTAR.com, brought to you by Y-Refi. Let's check the road home tonight with Enrique Garcia. He's live in the Valley Chevy Dealers Traffic Center.
Thank you, Becky. Out in Arrowhead, we have a disabled vehicle on the left-hand shoulder on Loop 101 Agua Fria, southbound near Union Hills Drive. Phoenix with a disabled vehicle on the left-hand shoulder, I-10 Papago Freeway, westbound near 43rd Ave. AZ Trim Light, make your home sparkle this season. Smart LED, app-controlled, stunning colors, and unbeatable quality. Schedule your free quote now before the holiday rush. aztrimlight.com. Enrique Garcia, KTAR News.
It's another hot Arizona summer, so keep your home cool by blocking out the heat with my friends from Window World. If your windows or patio doors are hot to the touch and warming up your home, then it's time for new Solar Zone Sun Shield glass windows and doors from Window World. According to Window Nerds, these windows have a 0.14 solar heat gain coefficient, which means these windows keep the heat outside where it belongs. Plus, every Window World window is backed by a true lifetime warranty. And this summer, Window World will install 6 large premium sliding windows, all with Solar Zone Sun Shield glass, tax included, for one low upfront price of only $4,725. No gimmicks, no hassles, just the best value in replacement windows and doors, period. Call or schedule online at windowworldphoenix.com. That's windowworldphoenix.com. Window World, simply the best for less.
Bad driving habits are hard to break, but good driving habits are easy to form, especially when they can lead to a discount on your auto insurance. With Farm Bureau Financial Services, the safer you drive, the more you save. Drivers like you are saving an average of $321 per vehicle. So buckle up, learn more, and find an agent at fbfs.com/save. Individual savings results may vary. Farm Bureau Property and Casualty Insurance Company, Western Agricultural Insurance Company.
Hi, I'm Sherry, owner of LifeSource Water. We all know Arizona's tap water is some of the worst in the country. LifeSource's whole house water system is the essential home appliance you need. You can drink, cook, bathe, and live clean with healthier water throughout your home. Now we are offering a double dip in savings. Free basic installation plus an extra $250 off. That's up to $1,200 in savings. Call our factory at 1-800-WATER-99 or visit lifesourcewater.com. Hurry, offer ends September 30.
Warranty limitations apply.
The Gatos Big Q poll question, brought to you by your Valley Toyota dealers.
All right, just a reminder, we're minutes away from the FBI holding a news conference on the assassination of Charlie Kirk. They're putting the finishing touches on I guess there was an issue with the podium or the IT department out there. They looked like they wasn't able to fix something, but it looks like they're ready to go here in a second. So until we do that, let's do the big Q.
Got it.
Political. This is. I did not put a question up. I know it's the big Q. Today I didn't put a question up. I put a statement.
You went a little different.
I did a statement, and asked people, "Do you agree or disagree?"
Oh, okay.
All right.
Well, still a poll.
Political violence, definitely a poll. Political violence is out of control and it's spreading. Both sides are at fault, and it should terrify us all. Period. Agree, disagree.
Of course I agree with that.
54% say they disagree. And that's a reason that I put it up.
Yeah.
I knew that was going to be the case.
I
figured it was
100%
gonna
knew that was going to be the case.
Close to 50-50.
Absolutely.
'Cause if
Not
you're-
my side.
No, if you're on the left, it's the right.
It's those people over there doing it.
If you're on the right, it's the radical left.
Because all I do is I'm only surrounded by media that reinforces to me the things I already believe. I've never seen anybody say or do anything mean like that.
And then the sane folks like us say, no, we've got an issue on both sides.
Yeah.
And some people just don't get it. So we'll tell you the
That's
truth.
okay. Yeah,
It's both sides.
it's not gonna slow me down. Don't worry. Needless to say.
You can go to KTAR.com and disagree all you want.
Yeah. Again, like Gatos, I'm not trying to make fun of it, but it literally looks like the IT department either can't get the microphones or the video screen to work at this press conference, and it was supposed to start at 6:30, and I just want to paint the picture for you.
It's really
there's like
odd.
guys with laptops open and moving wires around, which again, you know,
they're not ready.
Apparently not worry. So we're getting closer.
What do we got? We got a warning?
2-minute warning.
2-minute warning.
They gave us a 2-minute warning. So
Because
these guys better hurry the heck up.
Well, and we've been watching just them try and set up, and it's been, this is just behind the scenes stuff. They just have had some issues, and that's why this has been a little bit delayed. But, the important thing is, hey, let's get things working.
And what's the
let's hear
information?
what's happening, right?
Again, we are hoping to hear a little more details. Right now, all we have is kind of a series of still photos and then one video that comes from a neighborhood doorbell cam of the person of interest that they say. Although, again, if you were putting things together from the limp walking towards the campus, which looks
suspect,
strangely like maybe somebody would have a gun hidden in their pants, to the same person running away, minus a thing. Let's go now to our breaking news.
KTAR breaking news alert.
All right, we go and we're holding the FBI press conference live on KTAR. Let's take a listen. See FBI Director Kash Patel there.
Other members of maybe local law enforcement as well.
They're approaching the podium.
Hi, everybody. Thank you for being here today. My name is Hillary Kellner. I am the Communications Director for the Utah Department of Public Safety. This evening, we have FBI Director Patel, FBI Deputy Director Dan Bongino, Special Agent in Charge Robert Bowles, Governor Spencer Cox, Lieutenant Governor Deidre Henderson, and Commissioner Anderson, as well as Commissioner Bo Mason, as well as some local partners here present with us today. Governor will kick it off. Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, thank you for joining us here tonight. We appreciate the media and the partnership we have with you in helping us to get information out to the public so that we can catch this assassin and hold him accountable. We are going to share a portion of a video and that we have of the suspect, as well as some new stills. Those have already been released, but we want to make sure that they get as much attention as possible so that we can get help from the public in tracking down this evil human being. So we're going to cue up the video right now. Show that. I've asked Commissioner Bo Mason if he would narrate to you what is happening in this video.
Thank you, Governor. Bo Mason, Commissioner for the Utah Department of Public Safety. If you look up to the top left, you'll see the building where the shooter was proned out in the top left corner. We'll go ahead and play that video, and I'll narrate as we walk through that. So here you see the suspect ran behind that upper building. He's going to come out on the right, moves to this far right corner. As he does, he's going to climb off the edge and then drop down to the ground. As he did that, he left some palm impressions. There's some smudges, some places we're looking to collect DNA. There's a shoe imprint where we believe the suspect is clearly identified as wearing Converse tennis shoes. Again, we'll replay that again so you can get another view of that. It's important to note his black T-shirt his black pants, and there appears to be some white on the soles of those Converse tennis shoes. Those are all identifiable items that we're looking for. In the stills that are going to follow this, you're going to see a very distinctive T-shirt with an American flag and appears to have an eagle on it. There's also a baseball cap with a triangle on it and a pair of sunglasses. All distinctive, all things that we would ask the public to look for and try to identify if they know someone.
Build a website you love with Wix. For your words.
Here you see the suspect after dropping off the building. He moved around across this grassy area, around the parking lot. We're going to pan to the right. After he crosses the street, this is where he moves over into the wooded area. This is the video evidence that we utilize to track his movements and to locate that firearm in that wooded area following the discovery of this evidence. Good. You want to go to the stills? So here's the still photographs I mentioned. These have been enhanced. So these are slightly different than what we introduced earlier. Please pay close attention to the T-shirt. Like I said, very distinctive with that American flag and that eagle. The hat with the triangle and the sunglasses. If you'll go to the next picture, please. The backpack as well. All identifying features that we're hoping the public can help us identify and lead us to this suspect. Next picture. And again, there's a better picture of the hat with that triangle logo, and again, the T-shirt. Blue jeans, and you get a good look at those Converse tennis shoes as well. We have pushed these out. We'll continue to push these out, and we just ask for the public's cooperation through the public. The tips that have been coming in are what are giving us our next leads and enabling us to continue to further this investigation. We've had great cooperation from the public, and we're continuing to ask for that as we move forward. Thank you, and I'll turn the time back over to Governor Cox.
Thank you so much, Commissioner Mason. I want to thank Director Patel and his team. It's great to have them on the ground with us tonight. We've had several briefings, and he's had an opportunity to walk the crime scene. We appreciate our local law enforcement here. Again, we have Mike Smith, who is the county sheriff here. We have all of our local chiefs of police that are here as well, all working hand in hand with the state and with the FBI as we move forward with this investigation. Now, I'll just give you a little warning. We will not be taking any questions at this time. We're giving you the latest information we have, being as transparent with everything that we have. But I do want to share a couple things that I think are important. We cannot do our job without the public's help right now. The public has answered our call for action. So far, we've received more than 7,000 leads and tips. I would just note that the FBI hasn't received this many digital media tips from the public since the Boston Marathon bombing. This case also highlights the dedication of our law enforcement community. We have 20 federal, state, and local law enforcement partners that are working shoulder to shoulder to find the person who committed this horrific crime. With their support, we've completed nearly 200 interviews. As you're aware, as has already been reported, the FBI is offering a $100,000 reward for information leading to the identification and arrest of the person responsible for the murder of Charlie Kirk. We also continue to implore the public to support this investigation and come forward with any information. We are truly hopeful that this video and new photos will lead to even more tips. We are processing. We have an incredible team, a state and federal team working together to process those tips. We are going out in tandem to interview any potential person of interest or suspects. But we need, again, we need as much help as we can possibly get. Any videos or photos that you might have, the public, should be submitted to our digital media tip line, which is www.fbi.gov/Utah Valley shooting, all lowercase. Again, that is fbi.gov/Utah Valley shooting, all lowercase. You can also provide general tips about the shooting by calling 1-800-CALL-FBI. That's 1-800-CALL-FBI, or at tips.fbi.gov. This is, I would just say, this is not just a local matter here in Utah. We have people all over the country that are helping to bring this perpetrator to justice for Charlie Kirk and his family. I will just add as well that, as was mentioned, there is a lot of forensic evidence that is being processed right now at both the state lab and the federal labs, federal lab on the East Coast. So we are working in tandem together. I would also just add a word of note for those people who are spending so much time on social media. I think Charlie said it best, that when things